फाइट है वो हमें देखने को मिलती है। सामने टीम WSF के जो प्लेयर्स है वो देखने को मिल जाएंगे। वाइपर काफी आगे की तरफ मौजूद है। इंस्टेंट नॉक हमें देखने को मिल जाएगा। डी सिंह के कंधों पर एक बड़ी जिम्मेदारी, क्योंकि फ्रंट लाइन जो कमांडर का रोल है वो तय करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। गेट कीपिंग सिनेरियो था यहाँ पर टीम G2 के लिए, लेकिन उसको भी अपने हाथ से गवाते हुए नजर आएंगे। चलिए खिलाड़ी को नॉक करके डाउन करा, बट ये एक बेहतर ग्रेनेड आएगा जरूर से। और अब डेल्टा ओपी इज द ओनली मैन स्टैंडिंग। इनफैक्ट वहां पर शिवा ब्रो को उन्होंने रिवाइव कर दिया है, तो वो भी अपने आप को हील करेंगे। वापस से हमें एक 2v4 का सिनेरियो देखने को मिल सकता है, बट स्पॉट किए जाएंगे, डाउन किए जाएंगे एक बार फिर से। डेल्टा आखिरी खिलाड़ी बचेंगे जरूर से, उनको स्पॉट किया जा चुका है, पर क्या उन्होंने देखा नहीं या फिर वहां पर कोई स्मोक का ग्लिच हमें देखने को मिला। चले फाइनली WSF स्पोर्ट्स उनके खाते में जाते हुए 4 फिनिशेस, एक खिलाड़ी खोया जरूर से, लेकिन अब जाकर के हमें पहला जो स्क्वाड का एलिमिनेशन है वो देखने को मिलता हुआ G2 के रूप में। काइनेटिक की तो वही टीम INR की बात करें, 5 फिनिशेस वो निकाल चुके हैं। टीम बॉर्नेक्स अभी तक का बहुत ही बढ़िया रन रहा है और कुछ ऑप्शन बचता भी नहीं है। यहाँ पर वीकन लेकर के जाने की कोशिश, हर दिशा से वो जो स्प्रे है वो आएगा, कुछ भी वो कर नहीं सकते। थंडर ने वहां पर नॉक किया। इनफैक्ट शूटर वो रहेंगे जिनके पाले में वो जो नॉक है वो जाएगा, जो फिनिश है वो सिक्योर किए जाएंगे। लेकिन टीम बॉर्नेक्स उनके पास एक मौका है कि इन दोनों टीम की फाइट में से वो कुछ यहाँ पर वैल्यू निकालें और एटलीस्ट सेकंड पोजीशन तक अपने आप को लेके आए।
बग्गी लगाया है, आइस ने अंदर सर्कल के जाने की कोशिश करेंगे। रॉबर्ट को वहां पे स्पॉट किया गया, आइस के द्वारा देखना है क्या वो नॉक कर सकते हैं। चलिए मिलिंद को यहाँ पे नॉक किया गया, व्हीकल लेके जाने की कोशिश थी, कामयाबी हासिल नहीं करेंगे। एक और प्लेयर काइनेटिक का यहाँ पे डाउन होता हुआ, काइनेटिक लास्ट प्लेयर के साथ यहाँ पे सर्वाइव करेगी, जो नॉक थे खत्म किएगा। और इसी के साथ देखते देखते काइनेटिक की स्क्वाड एलिमिनेट होते हुए तीसरी पायदान पे। बट वहीं पे अगर बर्नेक्स की बात करी जाए, रॉबर्ट अभी भी सर्वाइव करेंगे, बट उस सर्कल के बाहर हैं। आप INR को देखें, शुरुआती दौर में हमने बात करी थी कि बहुत अच्छा वो खेल सकते हैं और एक्चुअली में बहुत ज्यादा बढ़िया तरीके से वो खेल के यहाँ पे गए। बात करें सीधा अंदर प्रवेश कर चुके हैं। जो अब वन नेशन के प्लेयर है वो पीछे जाने की कोशिश करेंगे और एक रश आता हुआ आपको देखने को मिलने वाला है। शायद उन्होंने सौरभ को स्पॉट किया या फिर जो फुटस्टेप्स थे वो ऑलरेडी सुनाई दे गए हैं। बट कातिल की बात करी जाए, एक बढ़िया नॉक उन्होंने निकाला है सामने वाली टीम पे। कातिल अब खुद को बचाएंगे, सौरभ को उनका साथ देना पड़ेगा, अदरवाइज दिक्कतें ज्यादा हो सकती है। इस वक्त नॉक फिनिश, उनका एक प्लेयर डाउन है, एक ग्रेनेड आया सौरभ के ऊपर, अपने आप को हील करेंगे। नॉक फिनिश एक मौका उनके लिए हो सकता है, पर ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा, एक छोटी सी गलती अपने प्लेयर्स को खो बैठेंगे।
देखिए परेशानी यहाँ पे ये है कि ट्रिकी एरिया बन जाता है और आपको एंगल्स के बारे में बिल्कुल अंदाजा नहीं रहता और इसी का फायदा वन नेशन ई-स्पोर्ट्स उठाते हुए अभी के लिए नजर आ रहा है। एक और प्लेयर को यहाँ पर नॉक करा गया, पर जो पहले प्लेयर नॉक हुए थे उनको रिवाइवल मिल जाएगा। बट अभी भी काफी आगे बढ़ने की कोशिश करते हुए एक अच्छा जिगल देखने को मिला। एक शानदार फरारी पिक के साथ उन्होंने यहाँ पे नॉक करा, स्कारल में शिफ्ट करके नॉक प्लेयर को फिनिश भी कर दिया। बैकफुट पे डाला जा रहा है वन नेशन ई-स्पोर्ट्स एंगल्स का इतना बेहतरीन इस्तेमाल यहाँ पे करते हुए, और ये जो अग्रेशन भरा रश्ता देखने में जितना अच्छा लगा, एग्जीक्यूशन में उतनी गलतियां देखने को मिली।
का ऐसा है जिन्होंने 5 फिनिशर्स निकाले, बट वन नॉक पुश की बात कही, उन्होंने रश करा, बिना नॉक के उन्होंने रश करा। एक को वहां पे नॉक किया गया, 2 को नॉक किया गया, 3 को नॉक किया गया, शायद आखिरी प्लेयर वन नॉक पुश के वहां पे सर्वाइव करेंगे। केवल डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन काफी ज्यादा मुश्किलात में आपको देखने को मिलने वाले। लास्ट प्लेयर रेड प्लेयर यहाँ पे रेड वाइपर जो है बचे रहेंगे, भूले भटके अब वो रश कर सकते हैं, इस रश का वो फायदा उठा सकते हैं। बट अभी भी आप देखें रेड वाइपर सर्वाइव कर रहे हैं अकेले अपनी टीम से, अपने जो खिलाड़ी है उनको रिवाइव किया जा सकता है। बट केओ, बट उनको यहाँ पे रश करना चाहिए था, बट आप देखें ये गलती हुई केओ के दौरान, 2-2 में स्प्लिट हो गए, 2-2 में फंस के रह गए। 2 अलग अलग स्क्वाड से आपको वो लड़ाई करते हुए दिखाई देंगे।
जी हाँ, काइनेटिक का एक प्लेयर यहाँ पे दूसरी तरफ आगे आ चुका था। दैट इज व्हाई वो केओ के प्लेयर्स अपने साथियों को बचाने के लिए नहीं जा पाए, एंड ये बहुत गलती साबित हुई उनकी तरफ से। इंटरप्रेट ई-स्पोर्ट्स 8वें पायदान पे खत्म होते आपको नजर आ जाएगी, बट अभी भी मुश्किल में फंस चुके हैं केओ। रोटेशन जितना शानदार था, डिफेंस उतना ही खराब देखने को मिल रहा है, फंसते हुए नजर आ रहे टीम काइनेटिक। नाउ दे हैव टू पुश, एक प्लेयर यहाँ पे केओ का बच जाता है, और अगर आप रश करा जाता है बहुत आसानी से यहाँ पे नंबर्स गेम का फायदा उठा सकते हैं। बट दैट प्रीएम्प्टिव नेड, काइनेटिक के बीईओ को यहाँ पे नॉक करा जाएगा, आगे जाने की कोशिश, एक और प्लेयर को नॉक कर सकते हैं, बट नहीं, फीनिक्स ओपी को खत्म करा जाएगा टीम काइनेटिक। रेड वाइपर को भी पता है कि यहाँ पे नेड एक बार आया तो बार बार आ सकता है, बट ऐसे ओपन में जाके अगर आप नेड करने की कोशिश करेंगे तो शायद आप नॉक हो जाएंगे, और यहाँ पे इस कंडीशन में नॉक आप हुए भी। बट वहीं पे अगर बात की जाए करंट स्प्रे देने की कोशिश यहाँ पे जरूर करते हुए, वन नॉक पुश नाम है। नॉक आया, क्या रश करेंगे? जी नहीं, करन को यहाँ पे नॉक करा जाता है। इट्स गेटिंग हीटेड अप अंकी।
जल्दी फाइट देखने को मिलेगी, लेकिन अभी के लिए डेल्टा ओपी के ऊपर 2 प्लेयर्स यहाँ पर पुश करते हुए नजर आएंगे, स्पॉट करके एक प्लेयर को इजीली वो डाउन करेंगे, एक और प्लेयर वहां पर आगे की तरफ बढ़ेंगे, डाउन किए जाएंगे। G2 वर्सेस वन नॉक पुश फाइट एक बार फिर से इनिशिएट होती हुई नजर आ रही है। G2 के एक और खिलाड़ी को डाउन किया जाएगा, और ये एक बेहतर स्ट्रैटेजी कि आप तुरंत आगे की तरफ आए, लेकिन अब एकमात्र जो खिलाड़ी है वो यहाँ पर बचे हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। वाइपर देखते हैं वो कितनी देर तक सर्वाइव कर पाएंगे। जी नहीं, G2 बैटल ग्राउंड की अगर हम बात करें, एक बेहतरीन प्रदर्शन आएगा। 4 फिनिशेस निकाले, एक खिलाड़ी खोया जरूर से है, बट एक बढ़िया शुरुआत। जाएंगे तो बैकस्टैब होने के चांसेस जरूर से रहने वाले। अगर हम बात करें टीम GL, एक बार फिर से बहुत ही ज्यादा मुश्किल में हमें देखने को मिल जाएंगे। रीबॉर्न, नोवा, 3 खिलाड़ी यहाँ पर मौजूद जरूर से रहने वाले। निकी ओपी, कुछ ओपी प्रदर्शन की उम्मीदें जरूर से उनके द्वारा रहने वाली है, बट अभी के लिए उनकी जो पोजीशन है वो पूरी तरीके से रिवील्ड है। 3 प्लेयर्स उनके ऊपर आते हुए नजर आएंगे, एक खिलाड़ी को स्पॉट करके डाउन जरूर से किया गया, एक और नॉक वहां पर हमें देखने को मिल जाएगा, एक और प्लेयर डाउन। Samuel, he is the last man standing, the last hope, और यहाँ पर काफी बढ़िया प्रदर्शन हमें देखने को मिल जाएगा। What was that, a 1v4? Yes, that was a 1v4. Nikki OP, she will do that, and पूरा squad wipe हमें देखने को मिल जाएगा। Team Reborn, well they have to respawn in the next match, and Nikki, oh my God, that was just incredible.
आप ऑप्ट को देखें, उनके पास फिनिशर्स आपको देखने को मिलने वाले 8 फिनिशर्स निकाले हैं, मात्र 2 खिलाड़ी उनके सर्वाइव करेंगे, बाकी 2 खो चुके हैं। नेक्स्ट सर्कल का शिफ्ट आने वाला है, देखना पड़ेगा किसके पास इस सर्कल जाने वाला है। क्या भूले भटके अभी भी सर्कल के अंदर रहेंगे? चलिए, वहां पे स्कूबी को डाउन किया गया, बट अभी भी सर्कल आना बाकी है। बड़े आसानी से स्कूबी को रिवाइव कर दिया जाएगा। सर्कल आया तो सही, और सेंट्रल शिफ्ट जाता हुआ भूले भटके बहुत ज्यादा खुश होंगे, बड़े करीब है सर्कल के, पहुंच जाएंगे। वहीं पे बनिक्स की बात करी जाए, बड़े आसानी से वो भी सर्कल के अंदर पहुंच जाएंगे, बट हाँ, इनिशिएटिव एकेडमी इनको जल्दी निकलना पड़ेगा। अगर उन्हें रश करना है भूले भटके पे, उनको अभी निकलना पड़ेगा, और शायद 3 खिलाड़ी एक साथ रश कर रहे हैं, और बोनट पे बैठ के ब्लेजी आपको जाते हुए दिखाई देंगे। ऑलरेडी एक ग्रेनेड कुक करके उन्होंने थ्रो करा है, भूले भटके के लिए बहुत ज्यादा डैमेज दे सकते हैं, बट सामने नीचे प्लेयर मौजूद रहेंगे। सेटन को डाउन किया गया, लास्ट प्लेयर भूले भटके के सर्वाइव करते हुए। जी नहीं, एक और खिलाड़ी जो बहुत ज्यादा दूर थे वो यहाँ पे सर्वाइव करेंगे, बट एटलीस्ट 3 फिनिशर्स आपको आई के पास देखने को मिलेगा। लास्ट प्लेयर, एवरेज प्ले वहां पे सर्वाइव करेंगे। पिछले मैच में 1v3 करा था एवरेज प्लेयर ने, एक बार फिर से अकेले खिलाड़ी अपनी टीम से इस वक्त सर्वाइव करते हुए।
बेहतरीन यहाँ पर जो स्लैमिन है इनफैक्ट वो हमें देखने को मिलता हुआ, देखते हैं एवरेज प्ले यहाँ पर क्या कमाल दिखा पाएंगे, क्योंकि जोन के वो बाहर हमें देखने को मिल रहे हैं। व्हीकल ऑलरेडी उनका बहुत ही ज्यादा डैमेज है, व्हीकल लेकर के जा रहे हैं, मेरे ख्याल से शायद पहुंच भी नहीं पाएंगे। जी हाँ, वहां पर जो व्हीकल है वो ड्रिफ्ट होता हुआ भी नजर आएगा एंड अभी भी वो सर्वाइव कर रहे हैं, उतरेंगे जरूर से, लेकिन अब 3 खिलाड़ी उनके सामने, पीछे से नोवा के जो सैम है वो भी हमें आते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। ग्रेनेड क्या वो कनेक्शन बनाएगा, वो एक देखने वाली बात जरूर से रहने वाली। बट टीम बोनेक्स की बात करें, एक खिलाड़ी उन्होंने अपना खोया जरूर से। इनिशिएटिव एकेडमी के जो आयुष है वो भी अब पीछे से सर्कल के अंदर आने की कोशिश जरूर से कर रहे हैं। नोवा के एक प्लेयर वहां पे जो रहने वाले पाठक जी, उन्होंने एक फिनिश जरूर से निकाला है। भूले भटके का एलिमिनेशन हमें यहाँ पर देखने को मिल जाएगा 5वें पायदान पे।
चार्ज करते हुए दिखाई देगी। और अगर रिपर की बात करें, उसी लेके पूरी तरीके से तैयार हैं। चलिए, एक नॉक उन्होंने जरूर निकाला है, वॉरलॉक को डाउन किया गया और अब वो जो विगुल था वो बच चुका है। आईएनटी उनके लिए दिक्कतें थोड़ी सी ज्यादा होने वाली।
जी हाँ, पिछले मिरामार के अंदर भी नॉक फिनिश वो पहली टीम हुई थी जो एलिमिनेट होते नजर आई थी। अभी भी डिवाइन यहाँ पे नीचे जाते आपको नजर आ जाएंगे, बट एट दिस पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम क्या वो नॉक प्लेयर को फिनिश करने वाले हैं? दैट इज गोइंग टू बी अ रियली इंटरेस्टिंग क्वेश्चन। बट अभी के लिए प्लेयर्स पोजीशन होल्ड करते हुए थंडर एक रिच का एडवांटेज जरूर ले रहे हैं। यूएमपी उनके पास जरूर है, लेवल 2 का हेलमेट, लेवल 2 का वेस्ट, मोलोटोव करेंगे। कहीं ना कहीं उनकी जो पोजीशन है वो यहाँ पे रिवील हो जरूर चुकी है। अपोनेंट के हाथ में आपको नेट देखने को मिल जाएगा। अगर ये सही जगह पे जाएगा तो नॉक होना निश्चित यहाँ पे साबित हो सकता है। नेट आएगा, सही जगह नहीं जाएगा, थोड़ा सा डैमेज यहाँ पे पड़ा, बट थंडर अभी के लिए सर्वाइव करते हुए आई थिंक जो नॉक प्लेयर थे वो यहाँ पे रिवाइव हो चुके हैं। फ्लिक को आगे जाने की कोशिश, एक फ्लिक करने की कोशिश वो करते जरूर है, बट यहाँ पे प्लेयर जिगल करेंगे, नॉक करेंगे। दैट वाज अ गुड वन। एक और प्लेयर यहाँ पे आएगा, नॉक प्लेयर को खत्म करने के चक्कर में वो जो प्लेयर उतरे उनका शिकार हो गए।
बट यहाँ पे दूसरे जो प्लेयर थे वो भी सेम गलती कर बैठे। नॉक प्लेयर है, उसको फिनिश करने के चक्कर पे सामने उन्होंने देखा नहीं, उनकी जो वेपन थी वो रिलोड हो गई। थंडर, अजू 2 प्लेयर यहाँ पे मौजूद रहेंगे। अजू बहुत ज्यादा दूर है, थंडर अकेले फंस गए। लेवल 2 का हेलमेट वेस्ट है, बट वहीं पे अगर हेमंत की बात करी जाए उनको भी यहाँ पे डाउन किया गया। अजू की बात के काफी ज्यादा दूर, एक बढ़िया ग्रेनेड को करेंगे। अगर अंदर ठिकाने पे, सही ठिकाने पे गया तो 2 प्लेयर आपको नॉक होते हुए दिखाई देंगे। ग्लॉक की बात करी जाए वो भी सामने मौजूद है। थंडर उनको देख जरूर है, बट अभी भी आप देखें वो जो ग्रेनेड जिसकी मैं बात कर रहा था, फ्लिको को वो ग्रेनेड डाउन करेगा, बट थंडर अपने ऊपर बहुत ज्यादा डैमेज ले चुके हैं। लास्ट प्लेयर बचेंगे, थंडर खत्म किए गए और इसी के साथ केएफ नॉक फिनिश। एक बार फिर से सबसे पहली स्क्वाड जो नॉक होगी और साथ में फिनिश।
देखिए
शिवाब्रो को एक बढ़िया ग्रेनेड आता है। जीएल की बात करी जाए, पूरे शार्क में 4 खिलाड़ी आपको देखने को मिलने वाले। कातिल की बात करें, डीसिंग को उन्होंने डाउन किया। फाइनल की बात करें, वो भी यहाँ पे डाउन हो गया। कातिल खत्म हो गए, डीसिंग अभी भी डाउन पड़े रहेंगे, बट एक तो बढ़िया ग्रेनेड, जीएल की पूरी स्क्वाड यहाँ पे एलिमिनेट हो सकती है। वन नेशन ई-स्पोर्ट्स इसी के साथ 8वें पायदान पे उनका हमें एलिमिनेशन देखने को मिलता हुआ। एक और नॉक आता हुआ शिवाब्रो के द्वारा, रेबेल को डाउन किया गया। लास्ट 2 प्लेयर जीएल के यहाँ पे सर्वाइव करेंगे। मोहित को भी बाजवा के द्वारा डाउन किया गया और अब बारी है G2 के एक पुश की। मोहित इसी के साथ खत्म।
जी हाँ, G2 यहाँ पे पुश करने का सोच रहा था, बट अभी के लिए वो पुश नहीं करता आपको नजर आएगा। मैं देखना चाहूंगा क्या वहां पे नेट करे जा सकते हैं। जी हाँ, नेट तो हाथ में कर लिखा उठाए जरूर गए हैं। अगर ये नेट अंदर जाएगा पूरी की पूरी जीएल की लाइनअप को खत्म करा जाएगा, बट अभी के लिए नेट बाहर करे जा रहे हैं। आई थिंक उनको अंदाजा नहीं कि कितने प्लेयर्स यहाँ पे शैक में हो सकते हैं, इसलिए यहाँ पे अभी तक अंदर कोई नेट करा नहीं गया। कोई स्मोक भी वहां पे नहीं है। एक आराम से नेट अगर जाता है पूरी टीम यहाँ पे बाहर हो सकती है, बट अभी स्प्रे करने की कोशिश, प्लेयर को नॉक करा जाएगा। G2 वाइपर इज लुकिंग गुड। आगे गए, इंफॉर्मेशन यहाँ पे जरूर कैरी आउट करी होगी कि कितने प्लेयर्स हैं। पगी लेके रश करने की बारी यहाँ पे आती हुई शिवाब्रो विद 4 फिनिशेस टू हिज नेम। अंदर जाएंगे, देखेंगे मल्टीपल प्लेयर्स है। यूटिलिटी का इस्तेमाल यहाँ पे कर सकते हैं। वेट करा जाएगा, रीलोड का अंदर गए, नॉक हुए, क्या फिनिश होंगे? जी हाँ, फिनिश होंगे, पर टीएल की पूरी स्क्वाड खत्म होते हुए थोड़ा सा बदलना पड़ेगा।
एक 4v4 का यहाँ पर हमें सिनेरियो देखने को मिलते हुआ, जहाँ पर पीछे से भी जो फाइट्स है वो आएंगे। थ्रोएबल्स का यहाँ पर इस्तेमाल होता हुआ नजर आ रहा है। वॉरलॉक ऑलरेडी नॉकआउट हो चुके हैं, तो अपने आप को थोड़ा सा संभालना पड़ेगा। हील करेंगे अपने आप को। वही बात करें फ्लिको की, वो भी यहाँ पर मौजूद। एक बढ़िया स्प्रे जाएगा। काइनेटिक के जो 2 प्लेयर्स है वो अब डाउन होते हुए नजर आएंगे। टीम आईएनटी का एक करारा जवाब हमें देखने को मिलता हुआ। देखते हैं क्या यहाँ पे कमबैक पॉसिबल हो पाएगा, क्योंकि एक खिलाड़ी टीम इंटरप्रेट के भी हमें डाउन होते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं और एक 2v2 के सिनेरियो में कन्वर्ट होती हुई फाइट। फ्लिको यहाँ पर आएंगे, वॉरलॉक देखते हैं कि क्या वो यहाँ पर कुछ कमाल दिखा पाएंगे, क्योंकि बात करें ओनिक्स की, वो अभी भी सर्वाइव करते हुए ही इज द ओनली मैन स्टैंडिंग और सामने 3 खिलाड़ी हमें देखने को मिल जाएंगे। टीम आईएनटी के क्लच करके उनको दिखाना पड़ेगा। ओनिक्स यहाँ पर अभी भी सर्वाइव करते हुए वो ग्रेनेड वो कुक तो कर रहे हैं, क्या वो कनेक्शन बनाएगा? जी नहीं, टाइम बाय करा, रिवाइवल एग्जीक्यूट करा, आगे की तरफ जाएंगे। अपने ही ग्रेनेड से वहां पर जो डैमेज है वो भी खाते हुए नजर आएंगे, लेकिन ये काफी ज्यादा बेहतरीन जिगर हमें देखने को मिलता हुआ। पीछे से एक प्लेयर आएगा जरूर से और अब पूरी तरीके से टीम आईएनटी बैकफुट पर एंड टीम काइनेटिक प्रूव करते हुए कि क्यों वो है वन ऑफ द बेस्ट टीम इन दिस लॉबी।
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's Super Sunday as we head into the last day of round 3. My name is Salty, with me is Fixis. Fixis, before I ask you how you are, we have some really big teams battling us for the next round itself. How are you feeling about it?
Oh yes, I am super excited. I had a really hearty lunch because I know today we're in for some intense action of BGMI because it is indeed the group of death, and we have some really serious names competing for the top 8 today.
It certainly is, right? Group of Death of iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Open Challenge powered by Loco. Of course, this beauty is what we're going to talk about a little later. But for now, of course, the Group of Death you were talking about, right? We've got teams like Walkouts, you've got teams like Team Kerala, you've got Brawlers in the mix as well. All these big names who are still trying their hand in returning back into the upper echelon of BGMI. But we were talking about this a little while, right? I have to talk about it, right? My device has got 15% charge. This is going to be the acid test for the device. I'm going to be playing some matches in between the cast as well. And let's see if this device can actually make it till the end of the broadcast.
I'm pretty sure you're not going to be disappointed with the features that this phone really packs over here, Salty. In the mid-range segment, iQOO offers the best. You know, you've got Snapdragon 778G 5G processor, along with that 66-watt flash charge that you have along with it, right? Exactly, you know, what you really need. And even if, let's say, you know, you're gonna go hardcore with your gaming and you kind of have that tendency to go on vlogging about things, you still can charge. And it's just 5 minutes that'll take to, you know, get up to 40 to 50% of juice on your phone.
That is exactly what I want, right? I'm not really someone who kind of carries a wire every single direction, but also if a device gets hot, the liquid cooling that is there, that is a flagship level liquid cooling chamber, is gonna save your day for sure.
Oh, it certainly will be, you know, especially when you are in the summers right now. Phones generally tend to get a lot heated up, right?
Does.
And this is where it really works wonders. You know, even outside the studio, while the cleaning was done, I was going out and playing around with the device. I have to tell you, it did manage to maintain those temperatures, and there was not even a single jitter throughout my entire experience.
That is exactly what the iQOO Z6 Pro stands out for. But of course, we have to come back to the day, right?
Yeah.
Big day. Sunday Dhamaka, which I really want to call it. It's power-packed, especially with teams like Brawlers coming into the mix. Now, I've always thought about Brawlers to be that top-tier lineup who deserve to be in the upper echelon, playing in the highest circuit possible. But of course, they're starting once again. They're starting fresh from BMOC, where, of course, they have spent their journey in round 1, round 2. The format, of course, ladies and gentlemen, is going to come on your screen right about now. Now, this is exactly what I was talking about, right? Coming from the open qualifiers, playing amongst 512 teams. How do you think the journey is for them? Is it a new experience for these upper tier players to kind of play it right from the grassroots once again?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a little bit of a drag, but that is what you've got to do. And because, of course, you had your chance if you cannot earn those invites. So you've got to grind it all the way from the very bottom. And yes, I mean, there are times we have seen some big names also crashing out of the tournament in round number 2.
Yeah.
But that's a reality, right? That's how fierce the competition has become nowadays. Now, we are, of course, in round number 3. We do have 64 teams along with us, out of which only 32, the top 32, are just going to qualify out there. We already have our top 24 selected. Today we're gonna get the next 8, and then when we move along, we do have 32 more invited teams also joining the mix, and they're gonna be battling it out in the BMOC finals, where we've got 24 teams moving in to the BMPS, which is of course gonna span for a period of 3 weeks, out of which only 16 teams make it to the grand finals.
And who knows, from there we might be transitioning into something else. Well, I'm not saying anything.
We're not going to spill beans.
We're not going to spill beans. We're going to just let the tournament do the talking. Of course, BMPS is going to be a very grand affair. But at the heart of it, right, we know what matters. It is the points, ladies and gentlemen. It is those finish points and the placement points that you get, and the balance that you can actually create out of both of them. Placement 1 gives you 15 points, 2 gives you 12. These things, you know it. You're well versed with every single one of them. But again, at the heart of it all, this is what most of these teams are playing for.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, it's been pretty standard, right? We've been following the system for quite a long time, even in the BGIS. Hasn't really changed. I'm really hoping it does change in the future, though. But this current point distribution meta sort of really favors the teams that have that perfect balance between getting good position points. But because eventually, if you have those good positions, you're gonna get a lot of finishes along with it. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the schedule that we've been following for quite some time in round number 3. 6 matches as usual. 3 Erangels, 2 Miramar, and 1 Sanhok. That absolutely changes everything.
It certainly does, right? I kind of feel it's a little unfair towards Sanhok. That map must just be
It's
feeling
needed.
that it certainly is needed. But imagine it from a entity, right? I am personalizing Sanhok right now at this point. Must be feeling left out, must be feeling that FOMO. But of course, also there's another map that those icy terrains which might actually come back in BMPs. Again, not spilling the beans, but just, giving hints. That is what our job is.
You know, you had to do that on a live broadcast, didn't you? But yeah, I mean, I would love to see Vikendi back up again, right? But more than Vikendi, I'm really excited for the matchups to come up because it's just not those big names that we're talking about. There has been a few other teams also to the mix that would really, really good. One of them is Team Bravery, right? The first team accruing the highest amount of finishes in this entire group, which is sort of amounting up to 56. So 2 of their players are definitely to watch out for. Then again, we've got teams like Tensai, also one of the known rosters that we have seen in the past as well. And one of their players goes by the name of Bengali.
Exactly, right? Now again, most of these teams in this lobby right now, we've kind of seen them during the broadcast, right? I can recognize GOG, I can recognize Ballistics. Both these 2 teams actually performed really well. It's not just about walkouts or let's say Kerala or Brawlers as well in the mix, but you've got some other names as well. You've got Blue Whale. I kind of like that name. The team currency logo looks pretty sick as well. These teams are starting to get really fancy with their logos, aren't they?
Oh yeah, they definitely are. And now that you've mentioned Ballistics, I really want to see how they perform today because, again, looking at the previous statistics, they were not the team that had the best of the finish points, or rather, my apologies, they're not the best of the position points, but they were really killing it in the terms of all those finish points that they got for themselves. So that is something that, I'm really excited to look out for.
It certainly is, but of course we are also looking for a bomb of a device, ladies and gentlemen, as our boys over at iQOO, they have a small message for all of you guys.
Show me you got soul. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh.
What a bang for a buck. This is what actually, I love about every single mobile device. I'm not really a very rich guy, to be honest. I love to kind of shuffle around that 20-25K budget, and this lies exactly in that vicinity. Something which I can afford, but I get so much performance out of it, I'm probably not even going to look ahead.
Now, let's not get into the monetary benefits because I know where you spend all those money coming in from. And you play it pretty well, so do not give me those excuses. But of course, now for people like Salty who tend to spend money elsewhere, on all those garments, on all those clothing, all those dates that he tends to go upon, and who has a really huge limit on his budget, iQOO offers him a value for it, right? It gives him everything, absolutely, right from, clicking all those juicy selfies that he's going to send to all his female friends out there up into playing games, to practice and learn more about BGMI. He's been at the top of it all.
It certainly is, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, we are going to dive straight into the first map of Erangel as we look at the beautiful city of Pochinki once again. I just want this region to be back as a hot drop. I just want these players to just go hammer right from the very beginning. Because, of course, this is the last day of round 3, right? These 16 teams, they're still vying for those last 8 remaining spots that are out there. And I'm pretty sure it's not going to be easy for any of them.
You know, every single time you tend to drop in Pachinki, you've got to be very bold, right? You've got to have the cojones. If you're getting clashed upon,
Yep.
you should be ready to take it. And it's so difficult to even defend because at the same time, Pachinki is filled with so many cities that you cannot really know where the shots are coming from, how those angles are created. There's a certain way of approach. So teams kind of tend to deviate away from it, do not want to kind of get themselves into the middle of things where they have to fight it out right from the very start, lose out on a few players. So yeah, of course, you know, we're seeing this general notion of all these teams trying to just drop around the edges of the zone because it gives you more freedom while you're sort of rotating around. And as we speak of, you know, I was kind of frustrated with those northern circles that were building up yesterday, especially, you know, for teams like GL, you know, that had a lot of trouble, you know, really to qualify out there. Every 3 games that they had to traverse all the way from the military base up top, and one by one they were just getting picked off. So I really want to see something happening around the south today.
Of course, ladies and gentlemen, the big bird once again takes it back to the skies as we begin the first map of the day. Erangel it is, of course, just like usual. And we see the boys from Brawler, Sangwan, in front of our screen, very concentrated, looking straight into his device, pretty close to his eyes. I'm not really sure if that's going to harm him. But talking about the flight path right now, starts from Milta Power, moves towards shooting range as well as Zarki. I would kind of say that it's a little northern favoring, but of course teams would still fancy going towards the Sosnovka military base as well as regions like Ferry Pier, Quarry, might just even drop towards Primos to try and evade the fight just like you mentioned, Fixes.
Yeah, of course. But, you know, first of all, I really want to see if there's any drop collision because I can see a plethora of teams heading down south. A few of them already having taken that Novorepnoy containers to themselves. Now, it's going to be really interesting if we see a battle break out in Novorep because it's been a long while we saw it being collided. And like you said, you know, a lot of hot drops have sort of, you know, not been there anymore apart from those nerfs that did come in, the loot density being reduced as a result of which a lot of teams started to steer off from those areas. But today, hey, it's a possibility. I feel we've got 3 teams on the southern island and we've got a few already guarding the bridge, right? One of them is GOG. We even have Team ELS just around the Bilta city, as the circle is quite decent one. It's going to be somewhere around Gatka, around the Pachinki Hills. So let's see how teams approach this circle.
Absolutely right. Now, we've seen a lot of those northern circles. You talked about it right at the start of the show itself. We were still rooting for a southern one, maybe something towards a military base region, maybe bring back the bridge action, which we have been craving for such a long period of time. But of course, I don't really think that would be back in action. You still have got that western bridge considerably inside the circle, courtesy to the map that we can get to see. But we could... Oh, wait, what?
Oh, this is so disastrous. For the boys from Blue Whale, ACBC just comes in out of nowhere and goes out for a manhunt, gets that first plot run out, and now they would be heading towards the military base, I believe.
Accidents are terrible, Fixes. You certainly have to drive safe if you want to survive in real life as well as in the map of Erangel.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you've got to be. And it felt right that he had lost control over his vehicle. That is when the panic sort of sets in. And that's not right and that's not good. But what would have been worse is had the players of ACBC could have gone for that glider. Are they going for it?
No,
they're not
going.
up to any shit.
Yeah, exactly. And thankfully so, they're not flying up in the sky once again. I wouldn't dare do that. But so far, again, certain underdog teams will still try to, make their names. You've got those teams towards the northern hemisphere, just trying to steer away from all the action that's happening in the mainland. Pachinki has 2 teams right now, so something which I mentioned, which I would love to see. But again, with the kind of distance that there is between the teams, with the amount of escape strategies there are, with the amount of vehicles that you get, I feel like both the teams, they don't really have a compulsion to take it against each other at this point.
Yeah, right now, teams are trying to keep it pretty chill, right? But this is one of those teams, Team Bravery, that I was talking about, because 2 of their players, one of them being Killin, he's got 20 finishes to his name out of the 5 games that he's played. And to top it all, they've got Fairs 2 OP, who's managed 23. So you could imagine the kind of a firepower that this team particularly possesses. And we've got to see if they sort of channel the same energy that they had in round number 2 into round number 3. So that's going to be really crucial. But at the same same time, Imprint Esports, this has been one of those teams that kind of likes to stay somewhere in the middle of things. You know, they just don't try to mess around a lot. They get that perfect balance enough to qualify for round 4. I think their intention is going to be the same as well.
Exactly right, and this is what we've been talking about for the past 3 days.
Yeah.
Teams coming in with a lot of finishes, and there were considerably a lot of those teams crossing that 50 mark, crossing the 40 mark as well, right? It's not necessarily that they are able to perform to the limits that they did show in round 2, in round 3 as well. We did see glimpses of brilliance coming in from them, especially during those 4v4 battles. Their fighting prowess certainly is pretty high, but when it actually comes to decision making, which I feel is the biggest requirement in round 3 to qualify towards round 4, that is where I believe a lot of these teams might just be not able to kind of make the mark. But so far, we're still back in the Gatka circle. You can see the map feed, most of the teams still in the vicinity of it. You've got certain teams still towards the center of it all.
Yeah, I mean, right now, if you can take a look at the map, it's mostly around those eastern areas, right? The southern and eastern sides. We've got a plethora of teams, and that's going to be really interesting because that's where the chaos is going to come in, right? Because once they start rotating around, you've got those bridge skirmishes happening. Then you have some fights maybe breaking out around that farm region. You've got TC, you've got GOG, you've got Endless. 3 of them also might battle it around, or maybe we can see some early battles for the contestation of the Pachinki Hills, which I believe the players of Imprint are already headed towards.
Now, this circle has sort of always shown us that Gatka or towards the Ruins region is where it might end, right? A lot of teams also might actually resort to the Everest region as well, but it doesn't necessarily go south towards Quarry. A little, maybe a rare hard shift might actually bring us up to that, but statistically speaking, I think it would sort of end up in Gatka, and that is one of the reasons why you see most of these teams starting to kind of hover around over that region. You don't really have a lot of compounds, so the early movers get the early advantages. The boys are from Brawlers. They're still looting around the vicinity of Siverny. Now, they've got to make the rotation right. I believe Brawlers, for them, the strength is to keep their general alive, to keep their lieutenant alive as well, and that would be Sangwon. We've seen how Dark and Rawat actually show their true potential. Yeah, right? When Sangwon is still that Dark and Rawat, just get into Super Saiyan mode.
I mean, what do I tell about Sangwan over there? Well, Brawlers have had a really eventful journey into round number 3. If you take a look at how they've played their round 1 and round 2, almost just scraping through, right?
Yeah,
because
true.
it was those one big games that they always look forward to.
Mostly
in
Sanhok.
round 1, it was that's a game of Sanhok, but we're going to talk about that a little bit later because Team Kerala have already opened up. Now, the second finish also finally coming in as Pain. He's going to get the better out of the players of Endless, as we were sort of anticipating this, right? You know, teams start to rotate around, and sometimes you tend to meet each other in between. It all comes down to how confident you are in those fights. But now coming back to the discussion that we were having around Brawlers, right? It was, of course, Rawat and Dark just playing out of their minds. It was on that one occasion in round 2 where iQOO secured them that second position finish in the final game of Erangel, I believe. The one really weird circle just towards the western side of Quarry. But barring that, the kind of expectations that you have from Brawlers, that hasn't really been met, right? Because Sangwon, with him, he sometimes, you know, looks lost with what he's been trying to do. Always just hunkering around, hovering around, and then eventually just gets picked off for no reason. There was one case, the first game, if you remember, Brawlers just coming in, he was gliding for Christ's sake, and he got taken down with a pistol. So, you know, those are the things that, you know, Team Brawlers, if they tend to avoid, they kind of play really well. But now, you know, they do not have a lot of trouble rotating. Siverny was not contested at all.
Exactly. Now, speaking of Sangwon, another funny moment which I always remember is
that
that
one.
the map in Sanhok where Sangwon was caught squatting, and he was just taken down from the vicinity. I was like, this is not the place where you sort of do your squats. I understand legs are an important part of your body to train, but ideally not in BGMI.
You know, this is an insider story about Sangwon, right? We're really good friends outside the game, and he tends to often come down to my place. You know, we have our gatherings around, our social gatherings. We do have a life, guys. But, you know, in the midst of it all, he's always the one person. You know, Fix says tomorrow we're all going to start gymming. You know, I'm going to hit the gym. I'm going to get those muscles pumped up. I was a professional basketball player back in the days. You know, I'm going to get myself back into shape. which apparently has never happened with him, neither with me. So we've all made our claims. It's okay, as long as you're fit in the battlegrounds.
Exactly, right? Now, I've tried to convince Fixes so that let's hit the gym together, let's get some pump before we actually get inside the show. So maybe you got some other curves that you want to flaunt, but
I have to
Fixes never
stand
really
out, right? I really want to stand out.
for sure do as walkouts right now. They are in the midst of standing
Oh.
out as the rear tire has been blown apart. Missed his spray though. Poor guy right behind a haystack with no support and no cover as IQC team Imprint are starting to surround him from all directions. He still needs to call for that Uber to actually save him from this region.
It's going to be so difficult, right? Stray not having that M249, out of which he took that iconic clutch, but finally has his teammates coming in. It's going to be Abrar. What on earth is he delaying him for so long? As he needs to get into the vehicle and just get the hell out of there. But for now, we've got one of the players of Lethal Warriors again knocked out. It's going to be Zero. And he's going to be screaming for help, but I do not think anyone can really try and get him raised back up.
Probably they're still attempting it, but that kind of invites a lot of shots coming in from Bravery, and Killing was just waiting for that opportunity. Sammy as well. They've got a nice little compound to actually work around right across the center of the circle, which apparently took a rather southern shift, and we still have that western bridge in contention, as most of Feripe as well as a little bit of region of Primox is still in the mix. This, of course, is courtesy to the map feed that we have, ladies and gentlemen. It's not up on your screen, but look at this. Some vehicular action coming in as Killen looks to take down the Bucky that there is no way, even to get rezzed, there's no way you can escape that death threat.
Oh, he certainly can't. But you know, one good thing about Bravery is the compound that they're holding on to, right? They've anticipated the circle is going to take that northwestern shift, and they're going to hold on to it. And if you take a look at how the circles have formed in the past, I do not blame them, right? We've seen those circle shifts around that area, but for now, we're finally having all those teams sort of starting to congregate a little bit around. We've got Imprint having a really good spot, as a few players there you can see on our minimap feed, they're getting taken down one after the other, as it was sort of inevitable to happen, because again, this is one of those open circles that
Yeah.
we keep on harping about, right? When it goes a little bit south towards Katka, you do not have a lot of ridges to play around with. It's all those haystacks and hay bales around which, you know, you need to park your buggy around, or your vehicle just burst the tires, blow it up, and then, you know, just pray to dear Lord that you don't get spotted or taken out. So that has to be the ideal sort of an approach as Imprint. Now, this is something that I was really loving about them, right? Taking a cover around those jungles, you've got perfect dips to play around with, and now them spotting out ACBC, all they have to wait is for that one good knock.
Exactly, right? And this is something which even I was thinking, right? Considering the circle which is still taking the southern shift, I feel like the forest region would be something which they would fancy taking around. But of course, Arto making so much noise, inviting the retaliation from ACBC. Not really sure if that is the ideal way to approach this, because just like you mentioned, you sure have some ridges, but of course there are certainly no hard covers, and if your vehicles get taken down right now in the midst of a battle, it would be very difficult to kind of battle a hard shift, which might come in the next iteration of the circle.
Oh, it definitely will be. And now it's going to be the moment of truth, because the second circle is finally going to take a shrink. And there, there you go. Bravery completely decoding the circle, lie in the hearts of it, as now they're going to be contested by a few teams. You know, the property rates are definitely going to rise up over there. Few of the teams would try and ram in and take a fight, as Brawlers, as you can see, are right around those southwestern edges, right? They have to enter in somehow. They've got a little bit of hilly areas to play around with, but I'm starting to get a little scared, because it has already been occupied by the team of Blue Whales.
It certainly is, and I'm very excited by this rotation coming in from Brawlers, because they dropped in at Siverny. They rotated all the way, I believe, from the western highway of Georgopol, and then got that location for themselves. Entering southwest into the circle is going to be a pain, because just like you mentioned, Blue Whale will be right in front of them. But of course, there are certain teams who have occupied the center of it all already, and TF5 is going to be right at the heart, very, very close to the other team. I believe it is Team Imprint. Yes, it is.
Oh yeah. Now Team TF5, you know, this is one of those teams that has to take a fight,
nice
spotting
shot.
out Orto on that Fula over there, gets that initial knock to open it up, and now he's going to back off, build a good cover, and then re-engage into the battle.
It certainly is, as grenades go flying, trying to light the wood in the chimney at this point, as TF5 actually suffer a knock. I believe it is a third party coming in from behind. Now, this is not an ideal situation, as Tensai's punter, or Hunt, I'm not really sure how do you pronounce it, he actually finds a finish and chops off of Team F5, which is not the ideal case that they wanted.
Yeah, and now you've got the players of Tensai, like you said, you know, joining the fray as well, spotting out the players of TF5 Imprint a little bit in a dicey situation, as Imprint need to somehow recuperate. Of course, they had a really good hold around those jungle areas, now getting out, and suddenly all these teams are intending to find a good spot inside the zone. This had ought to happen.
Exactly. Now, for Team Tensai, I'm going to say it right. Just for convenience purposes, I'm going to call you Bunter because that 8 kind of looks like a B. I'm not really sure if it hurts your sentiments, but I just can't figure out how to pronounce your name. But coming back in the game once again, you've got a couple of teams in the vicinity, right? You've got Imprint lying around this wonderful little dip that you've got. Team TF5, though they've already suffered a loss in the process. And Team Tensai's position is also pretty good. They've also got that small little steep slope to play around as well. As most of these teams, they're still looking for those ridges, which aren't really much. Brawlers, again, right in front of Team B. Blue Whale, again, we talked about this. They had the hilly region, but Blue Whale guarded it pretty well. It's all about Blue Whale launching an offense, but if they let Brawlers pass by, it's a win-win for both of them.
Oh yeah, of course it is. But you know, right now, Team Blue Whale, if they get caught in the mix, and if Brawlers really want to engage in a fight, which, you know, considering the fact that, you know, we've seen them in the past, they tend to avoid those early skirmishes. I barely think that they're gonna go up for it, as Rawat certainly has been the surprising star for this team, and Dark, of course, in terms of getting those frag boards up for them. As BTX, they've taken a loss as well. One of those players getting taken down. But right now, with this Eastern shift, it kind of changes the dynamics entirely. Now, you've got the players of Endless having a really good spot. Now, Team Kerala having one of the only compounds inside the zone. So it's going to be interesting as to see how on earth are they going to defend their compounds?
Exactly right. The compound game of Team Kerala kind of comes into play and is basically under the spotlight right now, because we've seen a lot of those teams who have really good compound gameplay where they can defend really well, but the kind of attention they will be drawing towards them, or having it being the only compound inside the circle, is going to be paramount. Elsewhere though, Walkout is still looking for any trespassers around the vicinity, and it's not going to be easy, especially with Imprint also launching an offense against ACBC. Nobody enters their vicinity. And this is what I love, like guarding your real estate and not letting anyone venture around is something which you have to do, especially in an open circle.
But it's going to be so difficult for them, Print up there, right? Yeah. Pushes coming in from left, right, and center. You've got GOG in the mix. You've even got the players of Walkouts. Now, Walkouts, if they find that there's an objective lying in there for them, they will tend to execute those fights. And there you can see, finally, Brawlers are getting themselves into the midst of all the actions, as Zaref sort of lost. Got shot from the backlines, instantly realizes that he's going to patch himself up.
Exactly. The circle again, right? A sort of a very default circle, to be honest. We've always known that it never really is directly on top of Gatka, but elsewhere. But you've got a complete ramming coming in from Brawlers, but instantly gets taken down. So retaliation coming in from GOG as someone bites the dust. And this team, Brawlers, they've been dug 6 feet under in a matter of seconds.
I have no idea, Salty on Earth, why did they have to engage in that particular fight? Because, of course, that circle, in fact, the compound is outside the zone. There was no means to it. Even if they had one of their players stuck in over there, there was absolutely no meaning in engaging and taking that, because as a result of which they've had such a rock start. And you could really see even someone was dumbfounded when he got taken down. He could not believe his eyes what really happened. They just got clobbered down by GOG.
They certainly did. Could not even open their account as they got eliminated in the 16th spot. I'm not really sure if they had finishes, but to be honest, I think they did not. But of course, a good start for GOG as they defend. But now they've got to start moving elsewhere. Team Lethal, I believe it is Lethal Warriors, it is. Yeah. They are in the open grounds once again. Now, this is the deadliest place where you want to be in, right? This is literally the death valley for all of these players, especially with the graveyard being of certain of those Lethal Warrior players who are already knocked down. You've got GOG's Bullet now taking in some sort of shots coming in from walkouts as well. So many teams in the vicinity. It's all about defending, right? And I feel like Team Kerala can actually do a pretty good job, especially with no teams right around them. Yeah, it certainly is going to be a cakewalk for them.
Oh, it can be. As they've already started cooking up their grenades, we'll finally toss it over at the players of Imprint. I don't think it's going to connect. It's miles afar, to be honest. But at the same time, they cannot get complacent about their surroundings because they still have one of these other squads right beside them. There you can see Team Destiny. And from the backlines, also you've got Team TB coming in any single moment. Now, Imprint have a really good spread, but they're not looking at all the 4 directions, right? 3 of their players looking at one particular direction, being very careful to see if walkouts are making any sort of a movement, as Beard Baba realizes that there are few players outside the play zone and he's going to secure all those finishes once they come in his radar.
He might just, but again, you know how sly Team GOG is. They're gonna hurt you exactly when it hurts, right? But elsewhere, again, walkouts making their way inside the circle. Elsewhere, most of the teams are still battling for that little chunk of space that there is at their edges. You've got GOG still trying to make it inside. Walkouts, of course, are right having their target on Team Bravery. You've got this nice little compound to work with. I believe the circle is eventually going to end up on them, especially with the Valley region being in contention, where I believe it is Team Currency who is right and on the scopes. Team Walkouts. Now for Walkouts, I feel like the priority is straight. They've just got to hold on to that location. Elsewhere again, fight is happening between Imprint and they're still trying to bite some space off of, I believe it was Team Tensai. Yes.
Yeah, and players are starting to fall down. Bengali already taken off. But this is sort of a, you know, it was a sort of a stalemate that was going around. Finally, we get to see some action. And I really like the positioning from Team Walkout. But they certainly are proving contested. And this is what I was talking about.
Exactly.
GOG stepping up on board. Abrar getting picked off. No chance for him to survive. As the other teammates of Walkouts are backing off from over there. And would be hoping that the players of GOG then go extend as Mr. Spray. Getting sprayed down by MJ. Of course, you've got that one little smoke, so it's ideal for someone to really believe that there's someone lying underneath it, as a result of which the grenades have gone lobbed in.
Inviting so much attention as Mr. Spray gets exploded. Yuva OP just watching his teammate die right in front as GOG just break apart walkouts, and they're back. BTX of Ballistics right in front of Team Endless, and an easy finish as the vehicle was exploded yet again. You've got teams starting to make their way in as an entire brawl fest is right in front of our screens, ladies and gentlemen. GOG wonderfully cleaning their vicinity, but they still have got certain teams right in front of them who will be willing to gatekeep, and it's going to be none other than Team Destiny. They've got a good spread out to work with, but I want to see how can GOG break this defense.
You know, what an explosive start from GOG, right?
Absolutely.
9 finishes already and still having 4 of their players alive. This is a dream start that they would have hoped for. As you still have Wu Yuva from Walkouts. I'm pretty sure his position is compromised as well. There you go. MJ has the whole picture painted in his mind as that grenade goes lobbing in to be the death grade for Yuva. There you go. Even the players of Walkouts getting eliminated pretty early on. Not a lot of finishes to their name.
Big names, probably not your space in iQOO BMOC at this point. Team Currency, though, is still looking on to hold on to their central avenue. Elsewhere, Team Kerala under fire as Team F5 launch an attack on them. Of course, Winter is just closing in. Look at the balls of this man as Reaper God is still looking to be the Grim Reaper. The smoke, of course, having deployed so many of them, disguises his presence brilliantly. But of course, at the end, when it disperses, his position will eventually be given out.
You know, in the midst of it all, the zone is playing with the hearts of all these players, you know, completely going off to another open spot. Now, this is where all the players are going to start congregating inside the circle, and this is where the boys from BTX need to be wary of Kerala's presence, as Cowboy understands where they're located, will be lobbing a few grenades, and there you go, Masquerade falling down, and Cowboy, he's going to step out of his cover as he's dropped a nade right in front of him, as he knows that there is going to be Kash right from the backlines, who's trying to be that sacrificial lamb, trying to provide the cover fire, but now he's making his way inside the zone, which eventually, how is he going to be taken down? As Imprint, they're in a whole world of trouble with Arm 9-8. He is on very low HP, barely surviving by the whiskers.
Team Destiny just got wiped off right in front of our eyes over there. Could not really keep up that spread. The trade potential just not there, especially with all the players just proning down. It's a 2v2 engagement once again as Ballistics look to approach Cowboy, who has been broken down. Not your horseman, not your typical horseman who dominates in every single fight. As Spain looks to retreat. Team Currency on the elsewhere. You just have a look at the circle, right? They're right at the the dead center, and they certainly can dominate this fight if they've got adequate cover to work with. Yuan, though, beautiful confidence as he cues off of another player from TF5.
And this is where Ballistics, they had been one of the most aggressive squads in round 2. Suddenly now on the brink of getting eliminated as Surya is being pounced upon by Yuan as Team Currency go charging in. Surya still trying to put up a standoff.
One.
Finally gets one knockout there. Can he get the better out of Yuan? No is going to be the answer as he too gets abominated.
He certainly does, but elsewhere it's still a 3v2v3 situation as GOG have made their way inside the podium finishes. Zverev still looking into lob that nade inside GOG's vicinity. It's not happening. It's still an artillery war fest as these teams are still looking for that big chicken. Most of them have nice number of finishes to work with. It's all about that positioning happening entirely at the edge of the circle. Finding no one over there, Zverev. Still looking to spot down players with one team completely in the back lines. Who do you think fixes? Takes it away.
You know, Arm Knight, we've got to see what is he up to. One good grenade can get things done for him. But I'm starting to wonder if he even has any. Now, you know, using all these utilities is going to give away your position, especially with that bandage. Leader is going to have a slight idea. He spots his head out, will eventually go out with the spray as he gets that knock secured and imprint. And now one less man stronger.
They certainly are. GOG's leader OP still looking to be the Thorn. Zverev, of course, will have to battle in that Molotov as well as the smokes dropped in. Gives away his general direction, but I'm pretty sure Team Currency is high on confidence. They are going to be riding the high, especially with 4 numbers all galloping across the circle. But it's still peaceful time. Certainly not peaceful before. Zverev gets blown apart. Team Currency still looking to dominate this 4v3. Could be a finale, a hell of a finale to be honest. And as we prepare for the end game, Team Currency, they're still not looking to engage fixes.
You know, I really love their name, right? You've got a dollar, you've got a yuan. We do not have a rupee though. It's going to be a little bit of a bummer, but either ways, now this is where Team Currency, I believe, has committed the mistake. Now all these 3 players in one particular direction, GOG having a little bit of a
Lovely.
advantage. Nick goes after knockout, barely misses him.
He's barely breathing at this point. He's literally like a half-blood prince, but MJ has got such a nice spot, especially being thrown down. He can spray down upon, but him being taken out is one big blow as GOG is just a lone man survivor. Nick OP, Team Currency is just going all out, but he is still on the offense. But for how long is Team Currency just wonderfully get the winner chicken dinner right in the first match of the day. But kudos Team GOG for that wonderful performance.
Oh yeah, I mean, what a start, right? This is where you've got the King Slayers really coming in. When we were all thinking about the big names like Kerala, Brawlers, Walkouts, you've got GOG out of nowhere. You've got Team Currency out of nowhere just coming in and absolutely going ham in the lobby. But what a circle that was. I mean, I was really not anticipating a circle to be shifting like that because it was so absurd. Because for 1 second you felt, nah, it was going down to the players of Team Bravery out there. And then suddenly it goes all the way towards the eastern areas where you start thinking that, yeah, I think Team Imprint has a good chance of it. And out of nowhere, GOG, first of all, they start off with taking down Brawlers. And suddenly there's a whole different spirit has been channeled inside the body. They take down the players of Walkout, start building out on those finished numbers, eventually banking upon that confidence, also secure themselves a second spot. But Team Currency had to be the smarter one of the bunch.
They certainly are, but ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the highlights and watch all of that action unfold once again. You've got to give it to the boys of both GOG as well as Currency.
Yeah.
The way they kind of led their confidence, their momentum, but of course, for that to happen, you've got to drive safe and drive really well. I'm not really sure if the first player who got eliminated had done his got his driving license over there, but
they're still kids, right?
Oh, they certainly
some
are.
Still under 18. But yeah, legally
I don't have
sufficient
my
enough.
driving license yet, but that's another story.
You know, that's going to be such a huge bummer, especially of your, you know, interests outside the game. But again, you know, coming back into the mix, you know, for Team Imprint, I really love what they did. But this is the point, you know, this is one of those fights that I really wanted to know what happened. It was Brawlers. Look at them, they were all lost, right? GOG so well positioned, having perfect covers around that kitchen area, perfect crossfire setup. As Brawlers were just, you know, walking around like aimless ducks and eventually just got picked off one after the other. I was really having high hopes from walkouts though, because the kind of periphery that they were holding on to had a little bit of a high ground advantage.
Yeah.
Till the moment the boys from GOG came in and wiped them down one after the other.
This is what I love about GOG, right? They never strike you when it's absolutely common sense, right? They would strike you when you not really expect them. Elsewhere, again, you've got Ballistic sort of making their mark. You've got certain other teams who have sort of made a mark for themselves. But I'm really a big fan of GOG at this point. I know as my job as a caster is to be on the fence, but you just have to give it to their timing and their mechanics and their synchronization as well, because the way all of those four players work together, it just gives you that dominant edge at the edge of the circle, because you know that you control this territory, it is yours. You spot a team, you know how to execute them systematically.
You know, they were so calm and composed,
Exactly.
right? You could not feel that there was any panic in the body language while they were taking all those fights. So sure of players, right? She knew they had to make all those right decisions. They saw there was a smoke around Abrar. They went for it, you know, lobbed
Yeah.
the grenade. And you had Yuva just beside Tesla over there. And they knew it is an ideal situation. A player tends to hide right beside their vehicle. They lobbed the grenade. And they were so systematic, so meticulous while they were approaching the fight. And it all came down to the final one, where the Kara made a little bit of a mistake over there, you know, not out, could have been taken down in that situation. But regardless, you know, Team Currency, despite being on that lower ground, still really brought in the heat and eventually walked out with the chicken.
Team Currency again had the mercy of the circle, right? In the final iterations of it all, they were right at the dead center, and I said that this is where they can start fishing for those finishes to actually work with, and they actually did that. Now you've got two different scenarios where Team GOG has battled the circle coming in from the edges, where Team Currency, they were at the dead center, and both the teams succeeding in each of their priorities and succeeding in each of their objectives to work with. But of course, you've got to give it to the BJ by gods, right? What a circle it was! Every single iteration was a curve ball to work with. Initially, we thought that it would be around the forest region towards Ferry Pier, quite south, because that hard shift coming down.
Yeah.
Then suddenly we go back to Gatka and we realize that, oh well, it's nostalgia, it's deja vu. But then suddenly we move outside. We know generally it's never on top of Gatka as a usual. It obviously is going to strafe away from it. But this one was a little different, towards the south, towards a little eastern side of it all. So it obviously was a difficult thing for the teams to actually adapt to it on the fly, especially when most of their vehicles were being destroyed in those mid-engagement. And we had a couple of those, right? Teams were trying to rotate across the open and players being knocked down, vehicles being destroyed, tires or buggies being exploded right at the start of the game itself, right at the start of the day. It's just a start. Give these players a break.
You know, we can't cut them any slack anymore, right? One after the other, the numbers are going to start reducing. But, you know, I was sort of okay, happy with how the circle really shifted, because anything that apart from a northern circle, I'm going to take it with open arms, right? I was sort of, you know, really frustrated when I saw the third circle yesterday again going up north. But, you know, that is how the game really is sometimes, you know, merciless. But this time, you know, starting off around those western areas, that is something that I absolutely loved, how teams rotated and the chaos that was created while everyone sort of wanted to rotate.
Absolutely. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to talk about another beast. Sometimes the circle is a beast, sometimes this phone is a beast as well. As our friends over at iQOO, they have a small message for all of you guys.
Show me you got soul. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. So good, so fresh.
iQOO Z6 Pro 5G, India's fastest smartphone under the 25k segment.
Yeah.
Might as just well call it the India's fastest smartphone, because practically speaking, this literally is. It serves you right in every single department, be it content creation or gaming. For me, content creation is sort of the bigger priority. For you guys, esports must be a good priority. But why not have a device which checks all the boxes?
Oh, I really figured out where you were kind of heading towards. But all right, you know, it also has an esports mode. If you guys did not know about it, has the entire performance of your processor focusing on your game, so that you do not really have to worry about anything apart from your in-game performances. You can just leave your, you know, phones heating up issues on the sidelines, as this phone is specifically available on Amazon Special. Might as well check that one out as we sort of transition into the point standings, because it was a really good first game of Erangel. The unexpected teams really did manage to step it up. Team Currency, GOG, and Imprint bagging the top 3.
Exactly right. You've got that big daddy numbers coming in from GOG as well as Currency 27, 26. Then again, there's a big jump towards that mid-table. We've got Imprint and Ballistics again making it towards a good 15 approximately points, right? I kind of love what Ballistics always do. They maintain that average consistency throughout the day itself, and then one big chicken, and then suddenly they are in contention for the top 4. And this is what they did in round 2 as well, where you get all of those consistent finishes. The position is there. Their prediction of the circle is also pretty good. Now again, you've got teams like Tensai and TF5 who couldn't really make a mark. They end up with only 4 points. And again, you just can't really go about blabbering about GOG and Currency, because historically speaking, we've seen a lot of teams performing really well in the first game and then suddenly just dying out of nowhere.
Yeah, the curse of the first game, and has happened in the iQOO BMOC so far.
Yeah,
and
it certainly
has
did.
always been the case with some of the other team, right? Sort of bearing with the brunt of it. But as we move on further, it's certainly something that it's not really digestible about what is happening right now. You've got walkouts, you've got brawlers, few big names over here. Blue Whale really off to a very rough start and could not recover, got taken down pretty early on. Brawlers really seem to be lost in the situation that they had a really good opening, right? They had a really good start, dropped off at Siverny, did not get contested at all. Like you said, they took that Western Highway, came all the way down south, and for some reason they decided to go up to GOG. Absolutely got blasted out of that compound and could not do much. But even not just for them, Celestial Scar, Lethal Warriors, Destiny, they really need to pick up the pace in Miramar.
It certainly is right now. There's 2 different situations coming out of walkouts and brawlers. For walkouts, I feel like their position was good. It was just the brilliance of GOG which kind of took them down, but the same team took down brawlers, and that is where I felt like brawlers just had no business competing for that compound even when it was outside the circle. Is it a lapse in concentration, or is it the fact that they feel superior than the lobby? I'm not really sure.
I believe they wanted to have sort of a dominating start.
Yeah,
I think,
right.
that
Make
would
a
be their
statement.
Intention, try to just get your hands heated up a little bit, get warmed up. And they really felt that, we could go after the squad just hiding inside that one little compound, because it is yet to be proven what really happened, right? We did not see the entirety of the fight.
Yeah.
I'm starting to wonder, was it the players of GOG that rushed upon them, or was it brawlers who did that? But either ways, right, brawlers could not either attack or defend in that situation. It was a clean wipe for GOG, out of which, the kind of confidence that they sort of amassed after that, they went on to take another big team, and sort of have kind of gotten that title of being the king slayers of the lobby, where you were kind of anticipating, especially with the kind of power-packed roster that the walkouts have with Abrat, Mr. Spray, Yuva, and Beard Baba, every single player being in the best form of his life.
Yeah.
And that is sort of really hard to believe that they got taken down so early and so easily.
Absolutely right. Might as well call them the Dark Horses, 4 horsemen galloping across the map itself. But of course, GOG, we are going to watch you out as the next maps are going to come in front of us. It's still a pretty long way to go. It's just been the first game after all, ladies and gentlemen. I feel like the big names, of course, they are going to make a comeback. Your favorite, of course, are going to make a comeback as well, because we have plenty of opportunity. The 6-game standard day kind of gives an opportunity to every team to make a comeback. We've seen a lot of it, especially in day number 1 and 2, with the last game being a devastation.
Yeah, and to top it all, it is the group of death today,
It
right?
certainly
We
is.
did talk about it, but we did not count the other variable teams in the mix as well. We were really thinking, it could be a battle between Kerala. We've also got Ballistics, Walkouts, Brawlers, all fighting out. Few big names that tend to dominate in round number 2. Where we were sort of expecting, Team Bravery getting 56 finishes to their names, man. I was starting to wonder. I think it's going to be these teams. Now, Team Bravery, they weren't any shabby either, right?
Yeah.
They had a decent start into the game. Got a few finishes to their name, but these circle shifts, right? That was too hard for them to kind of get themselves indulged, or rather get themselves inside the circle. And as a result of which, the teams that were guarding those edges, guarding those hilly areas, sort of restrained them from trying to enter in.
certainly is, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, Erangel is done and dusted. We are gonna head into Miramar as it's time for me to take a break, and Arca is coming back from office to join all of you guys.
Oh yeah, the gully boy lifestyle still going strong for Arka. You know, it's a 9 to 5 job, but we sort of made sure that he gets in here a little bit early just to, you know, not miss out on any of those action-packed games. And I'm pretty sure, Arka, you were watching all these games from the sidelines as, you know, of course, we were all baffled, right? Now, you know the players of GOG personally, so tell me something about them.
See, GOG, as I said, were the dark horses in the first day itself. The first time I saw their name being played with one of their players specifically, and few of them to be known and spoken to, they are the dark horses.
Okay.
And if you channel all those 4 dark horses in one direction, this is how they perform. And this is what I really missed out to see in the first round itself when we first witnessed them. And I was expecting them, why is there not a composure coming in from their side? And they played exactly like how walkouts played in their first round. You know, more composed, being more logical, sticking on to the textbooks, as you mentioned, right? So grenade in a place where, you know, the variable is higher, and making sure that you take that key player of the opponents down. Eventually, if you're taking down a Brar in the beginning itself, you know what kind of a damage it can do for the squad. So somewhere I feel that a little bit of a luck was also involved in the gameplay, but ultimately the IGL led them in the right corners of the zone, and due to which they could perform so well.
Oh yeah, I think it was all well planned out. You know, it felt like they were a whole oil unit, and they knew exactly what to do. Their right decision making, you know, going after the fights. A little bit of jitters in the end, but it's again, you know, sort of acceptable. But what is even better is this phone right in front of my hand, the iQOO Z6 Pro 5G, and the boys from iQOO have a message for you guys.
Show me you got soul. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. So good, so fresh.
I mean, when you look at a promo like that and you keep wondering, can we have this when you're going back home, is going to be the next big thing on our head. I just hope that, you know, they do consider the hard work we're doing right now, and they do give away 1 or 2 for us.
I mean, I do not know what's with you and Salty trying to just, you know, spill all my dirty secrets. You know, I was trying to, you know, get on a few calls, try to build up a few connections, and have one slid into my pockets, which I think is not going to happen anymore. But you guys can get the best deals out on Amazon, right? The iQOO Z6 Pro 5G, the kind of performance that it has is certainly going to alleviate your gaming experience, and not just gaming experience, your normal day-to-day usage, the 66-watt flash charging that you have. You know, we do not have to tend to, you know, charge it throughout the night. Just put it for 30 minutes, you're up to 100% battery all over. So yeah, again, you know, for a normal average consumer also, it's something that you can always do on a daily basis.
You know, one other thing which I love the most about this mobile is that intelligent cooling which they bought in, right? So as soon as the mobile starts to get heated up, it just activates itself and cools you down. It's not similar to what other devices which I've used before was capable of. But all these things said and done, let's jump back to what we were speaking about all this while. We spoke about GOG from one side, but what do you have to say about Team Currency? I mean, they were cashing in at the right time. They exactly knew that this is the point for us to stay. They were on the losing side, if you see logically. You know, they were below the ridge. They were taking fight on an uphill battle, which is usually the toughest one. What do you have to say about that?
You know, again, for teams like Team Currency, like you said, they're on the lower ridge, but the only advantage that they had was they had all their players alive. Now, in terms of if you compare it with GOG, it was a 2v4 situation, and now I really felt that MJ had a little bit of an opening there, could have really gone after not out had he not missed that spray. Because had he connected that could have completely changed the dynamics as it is going to be here right now in this beautiful map of Miramar, as we did take some visuals of the Los Leones city. And I believe this is going to be one of those Spanish bars that we do have, you know, with those bulls raging around. A perfect theme for what you would expect in the deserts.
Now, there's one thing which I keep saying about the map of Miramar. It's as simple as this. No matter how close you are, you're still far away. So you need to strategize on that, make sure that you do understand that your crosshairs are something which you have to rely on. You need to support your assaulters in the right way, or else it's not going to be easy at any given point of time. Now, there are a few players who did exceptionally well in the previous game, right? There was an ambush coming in from the side of Team Kerala. Even though they were caught off in a very bad place, they were able to, execute 1 or 2 finishes for themselves. Somewhere I strongly feel, I think you'll agree on this, when we say that, it's going to be Team Bravery, Team Kerala, and then we have Team Blue Whale, and also let's not forget the Brawlers. These are the teams which might perform much better in the map of Miramar, having given them the experience as well as the kind of pain they've gone through previously.
Oh yeah, they certainly have what it takes to come out on top. As let's find out for ourselves as to what is really gonna happen over here in the deserts. As the Big Bird has taken it up to the skies, we have the flight path going all the way from El Pozo towards Junkyard, and it's sort of a good, decent one because you've got majority of those locations covered already. As now you can see, this is where I'm starting to wonder, where is the zone going to get formed at, right? Is it going to be one of those northern circles that we've been witnessing lately? Because it's been so much around those Monte Nuevo areas that somewhere down the line you're going to start missing all those Los Leones circles.
Somewhere I feel that, this time Los Leones is going to be finding love with the circle, trying to acquire it to its center and making sure that, all the teams will have a very hard time when it comes to a frontal battle because of those hard compounds which is available in close proximity with one another. Now, at the same time, in case the circle shifted to the northern side, we can see that there are several teams who are actually going in to the northern side itself, and that one of the teams going to be Kerala. And I do see that, the teams which have already played well in the previous game, I know that the kind of pressure they're going to be holding on their shoulders is not going to be that heavy, but still they'll be trying to play for some decent placement points and 5-6 finish points for themselves. So let me see how that's going to happen as the disappointment in the map of Miramar continues to attack us.
Yeah, I mean, at a time, we really loved those western circles when it came down to its Monte Nuevo. But, if you have the same old pizza every single day, somewhere down the line, it's going to start tasting blunt, right? But now you've got ACBC. Now, this is one of those teams that we did not really get to see a lot from, right? They did come in, they did try to get themselves into the midst of a few fights, but it was all going down for them. Nothing really going uphill. So this is one of those games they kind of where they would want to redeem themselves, get off to a better start and start racking up those points, because it's so imperative that you have a really great start. First 3 games, build up a momentum, and then towards the 4th or 5th, you can kind of chill down because you know what happens in the 6th.
Exactly. Now there are few teams who tend to become beasts at the end of the day itself. Especially in the final map, we have seen several teams performing exceptionally well and making sure in the final moments, at least coming the 5th or the 6th position when it comes to the overall points table, and then making it to the next round. Now there are few teams which we can expect the same from, being Bravery having 56 finishes in the previous game, but also let's not forget the walkouts. They had a very good balance in the previous round. They had 46 finishes and 47 placement points. That's the most, I would say that that's the most clinical way of attaining equity when it comes to finish points and placement points.
You know what? This is the thing, right? In those final games, teams tend to kind of show their true colors because at that point they realize it's do or die. You've got to play your best BGMI of your life, otherwise you're going to be out of the tournament. And so suddenly the pressure gets lifted off, and then you just go ham after every single team you spot out. As a result of which, you do get your finishes done, and you can really explode. But for now, we've got a little bit of a face-off, maybe about to happen between Ballistics and Team TF5. It's going to be interesting because I believe the players of TF5 are just backing off. They have no monkey business around this area anymore, as Deadshot still, on the lookout for his opponents, but realize that they're backing off. It's now our territory to contain, and we can own that place, get some decent loot done, and then move in inside the circle. Now the ideal position would be, of course, those eastern Monte Nuevo hills, and I really feel that if Team Blue Whale plays their cards right, or maybe Team Kerala, as a matter of fact, could really have a good game in this one.
Absolutely, but let's grab our attentions towards the possible place of skirmish. That's towards the side of Impala. We have 3 different teams, very close proximity with one another. And in case they want to make it inside the circle and they choose to go via Los Leones, they'll have 2 more on their tail, and that's going to be very, very hard. You cannot skate on a thin ice, and that's what each of these teams will be trying to do. But to the center of the circle, as you said, there are a few places where you can go to. Let's not forget that Craterfield Mountains as well as El Pozo Mountains is something you can cash on and just hold on, so that the circle, in case it's taking a drastic shift towards the northern side, you'll not only be gifted with a higher ground but also an advantage to take that winner chicken dinner.
See, for the first 2 circles, it's fine around Crater Fields, right? But there's very less probability that it's going to end over there. Now, taking over a spot at Crater Fields is good. If had it been around the centers, it's fine. But, considering the fact that it's on the edges, I kind of tend to think that the teams will have so much trouble sort of getting out of it, because you've got those little bit of, kind of a curvy slopes over there, and you can take your covers from the other side. But the moment you step out, the other teams, especially the ones holding around those El Pozo hills, they're not going to let you that accessibility inside the circle, as now we've got Team Brawlers making their move inside the zone, trying to get a good spot to themselves, especially after the kind of a start that they had. They really need a very consistent game in this one.
Absolutely. Now, Brawlers trying to go for the early rotation shows that, they're looking forward for a better placement points and a little bit of an aggressive push later on. But I have to say this, they are a team which is really good at, deception, They tend to put one person in the front and try to attract all the attention towards him, and then they try to attack. And then Sangban is being one of the most experienced players.
Yeah.
He can actually grab those attentions, draw those enemies, lurk those enemies towards him. So let's see whether that kind of strategy will actually come back into their brains and they can take the fight to the enemies.
Apparently, so far the case has been the Brawlers have been getting hunted, right? Even as of now, you could see the players of Ballistics is spotting them out and looking out for getting those knocks, and that's not a good sign for them. Now, look at Brawlers. Now, ideally, had it been Brawlers at their, most wildest form, they would have stopped down and tried to retaliate back. And just for now, they're kind of staying aloof from all those battles, prioritizing all the circle centers, and that is what their end goal is right now. Have a stable game, just move on with life, find finishes where you can, and have a decent spot. At least have a consistent gameplay, build up that momentum, and then look for what happens afterwards.
Now, one thing is for sure, Brawlers are not being able to, predict the zone perfectly, but this time they are doing something right, trying to take the center of the circle itself. But there are few teams which are pretty much in close proximity to one another, and one being witnessed right now on our screens is going to be Team Kerala, who is being taunted right now. And somewhere I feel that, there is going to be a moment of shoot and scoot at this point of time coming in from the opponents, where they just taunt them out, trying to see what's going to happen. But this was a very, very good spray coming in from the side of Cobra. Considering a Scarrel with a 4x, we all know how tough it is sometimes to maintain that recoil, no matter how much of distance it is. He has done an amazing job in putting that person down and also confirming one for himself.
I mean, it's fine. It's fine. From that range with the Scarrel, we know that it has been one of the most used weapons, at least in the map of Miramar. Teams have tend to go down the Scarrel lane and opting out of the M4 lane. Sort of makes me elated to know that. But again, this is where I really feel that Team Ballistics were kind of complacent again, because the players over there of TF5 used deception to their advantage, because right from the very start, if you had noticed, Ballistics sort of witnessed the players of TF5 moving out of their vicinity, right? So they were kind of fearless. They were thinking there's nobody, while TF5 was just on the lookout for even a single soul. The moment they caught the opportunity, found Surya out in the open and unleashed all that lead. But it's been a while in the iQOO BMOC that we haven't really witnessed any of those teams taking those gliders, man. Would love to see some aerial combat.
I mean, I have seen in few tournaments, when
yeah,
they
the
take
third
a
parties
gliders,
and few other officials, yes.
yeah,
we've seen,
yeah,
but not in
and
this
they
one.
become so vulnerable, right? Even a support can, become an assaulter when you're in the air. But right now we were able to see that 2 teams are actually taking a late rotation with the circle. And let me remind you, both the teams were the top 2 teams in the map of Erangel. That comes up to say that they've gone into the defensive mode, trying to acquire as many placement points as possible, not allowing others to take them down earlier itself. But rather, Team Destiny is also making it late, and they can find the currency is right in front of him. It looks like they also want to try to, swipe some cards between them and see how many of them can they take them down. But GOGs, way far away towards the side of Campo, will have a long journey. Probably they might meet someone at the water treatment or Crater Fields itself.
Oh, they certainly can, right? And considering they're so far out of the circle, I'm really presuming that they have enough utilities on them, right? Because it's absolutely needed, and especially in Miramar, you've got to consider your circle to be your girlfriend, right? You cannot let go out of her. You cannot let her to be taken by anybody else, because if that happens, then you're in a dire situation. Now, the circle shift has sort of taken towards Montenegro for those hills that we predicted. It's yet to be contested. Now, ACBC is making a run for it. If they get coverage of those hills, then they might have a really good chance in getting a chicken in this one.
I mean, absolutely. Now, there are some parts of El Pozo still inside the circle. I'm just hoping that, my prediction comes right, that the zone is going to be shifting towards that, trying to challenge them out in all different terrains possible. Not only the high ridges, there are heavy dunes over there, as you said, some slanting, mountains as well, and also some hard compounds itself. But on the other side, we can hear some gunshots to say that there is a skirmish right in front of our screens. Probably it was Blue Whale trying to taunt out somebody, and with this circle forming up, we can expect skirmishes to become even more evident, as it's going to be a very, very large push coming in from the southern side. A lot of teams making it into the Chumasera area.
There you have, the players of Tensai in a little bit of a pickle over there. One of their players already knocked out. As there you have the players of CLS trying to push in, as Bengali is going to toss a grenade at them. Still no damage being done, as he needs to find his escape route. He needs to get himself out of this situation. Has he done the work over here? No, is going to be the answer, as Inspire is going to put all that lead with his AR, as now he's got his attention diverted, and the little Coop over there wants to blow it all up.
I mean, I really love the way he placed his crosshairs exactly to the skull of Buddy and Bangi, and then he was able to put him down. But at the same time, Tensai is going to be feeling the pressure with already 2 men down. It's a 2v4 situation. I think it's better, they run away from here or probably break the defense of Celestials, which is going to be hard for them. It looks like they've converted that 2 into a 3 formation at this point of time, but let's see how they're going to be taking this fight further. I can see that they're going to rely on most of the throwables possible, but ultimately Scar has placed one exactly next to Banter, and there is no the Banter, and there's no way. Oh, is it a 3 or a 4?
Oh, we've got to check that one out, because it is all hell breaking loose over here, as Hunter and Kuro are the 2 players surviving from Team Tensai, as Celestial go charging in, get that pick over there, as now they know this is their cue, this is their fight that they were looking out for, as in a beautiful fashion, get the better out of the players of Tensai, as they have been taken out of the server. Now, what I really loved about this particular fight was the mentality, especially the first player, Inspire, opening it up. A little bit of a mistake being made over there by Bengali. He did not really wait for the smoke to break out, right? He should have created even one more smoky trail before heading back towards his teammates, and he was caught right out in the open with his pants down, giving them that opening. And on the behest of that, they sort of entered in, lobbed a few more grenades, applied so much pressure that Team Tensai eventually succumbed to it, as the circle has taken another shift this time. ACBC having the perfect hold to themselves. I'm really loving the spot that they're having, but at the same time, look at GOG finally making their way inside the zone. If this can sort of isolate the players of ACBC, get that high ground advantage to themselves, they also can have a chance to take the chicken dinner in this one.
Absolutely. Now again, the zone is exactly forming up where I really felt it is going to be, and this time it's going to be a lot of challenge for the others as well. As you can see in the southern part of the map, the Kerala esports are actually coming in close towards the side of Brawlers. The 2 of the strongest bulls are locking horns, and let's see who's going to be taking advantage of all these things. The smoke coming in from the side of Dark is going to be revealing a lot of locations. At the same time, Iconic having an off angle is going to be the eyes for the whole squad, making sure that he gives each and every player's location and allowing their teammates to actually rush in and take each and every player down. Now he sees, it seems like he's falling back, and he's like, let's forget about this fight as of now. Let's just fall back and try to acquire some high ground, which he's actually pushing onto. And I just hope that's the right call, because they could have struck and picked up at least 2 to 3 finish points for themselves. That pressure would have been, that confidence would have allowed them to perform better.
You know, I really feel that Team Brawlers needs to be aware of the fact that they've got multiple teams around them, right? They need to look at every nook and crannies possible. Of course, they have that little bit of a high ground advantage in this particular situation, but at the same time, a little bit of an open area to themselves. They're not at the highest point right now, but here you have a TF5 going ham after the players of Lethal Warriors, as two of them have already been taken down. As Shiran is going to come in, will be lobbing that Molotov as the floor turns into lava, as now he's got that perfect avenue to go in with that push, and somehow DD was going off for a rebuy and suddenly gets shot with that grenade coming in, as Lethal Warriors absolutely stunned and surprised with what just happened and how the thunder hit on them.
Exactly, not sticking up to your basics yet again. All the three players, the alive players, inside one small compound. And what can you expect from the opponents? They're going to obviously concentrate. You know, one good grenade is better than a wasted mag. And that is what they exactly did over there. They cooked up the right one. And the first molly was just to restrict them so that they don't run out of the openings, which is possibly the doors and the windows. And eventually the second one was to execute the kill. And it was very, very well done from their side. Now, from the other side of this view, we can see that walkouts are on the eastern corner. Team WH also coming in, taunting out one another. Now, walkouts have to realize this. They're almost to the center of the map, and they need to watch out in all four directions, or else one push coming in from one direction when they're taking a fight, I don't think so it's going to end well for them.
Oh, it definitely isn't. Now, walkouts are under a little bit of a pressure, right? They're starting to feel it. And at this point, they're playing it absolutely safe, not taking a lot of risk, nothing at all, not getting themselves into unwanted situations. Even in the first game, there was nothing really something to scoff about them. It was all about the pure raw aggression coming in from GOG. That sort of became the reason as to why they got eliminated so early on. As there you can go, ladies and gentlemen, the circle again taking a curveball. This time favoring the players of ACBC yet again. We still have the players of Team Currency in a really good location over here, as a certain cluster seems to have been built up. Now this is where Brawlers, they need to somehow defend the position, because you've got the players of the Bravery coming in, you've got the players of Team Kerala right beside you, you even got Team TDE right on your sidelines, as now walkouts are also facing threats from Team Blue Whales.
Now, walkouts, they know that they have control of the circle. All they have to do is clear off their backlines so that it's going to be easier for them to concentrate on the frontal battle, which is at their backs practically right now. I know it's going to be Team BW who are facing it, and I know that Bravery is it Bravery who are coming in from the other side, or is it who else is it? Oh, it's going to be Blue Whales who are coming in large at this point of time. You know, Team Blue Whales also have to realize this, that, you know, if they back out from this fight, which they've invested so much right now, it's not going to end well, and that's why they're taking the fight towards the side of WO. Now, let's see whether walkouts will be able to dominate this somewhere far away. Team TDE, Claw is already come down on his knees. There's some cover fire coming up, and that's how he's able to survive for a little longer. There was a way braver push coming in from the side of Team Bravery, due to which they had to lose one player. Let's see whether these three will be able to do some wonders, as there's a push coming in from the side of Goku on and off angle.
For now, Ona though, he's trying to create that flank, he's trying to apply a little bit of a pressure over there, as Blue Whale now find themselves in the midst of the fight against Team DF5, as Karthik is going to be lying prone down, as Hitler is going to be lobbing that grenade, maybe hoping that he connects at Reaper, but the 4 times really not helping him in his endeavors, as Cobra somehow has gotten that upper advantage, now knows exactly where he is, opens it up, as Team Blue Whale now find themselves in a really dire situation.
Now, exactly, this is what I was speaking about. You know, once you're outside the circle, you're going to be somehow being, you get to, you know, get taken down by somebody from your backlines, obviously because of the rotation clashes, but walkouts at this point of time can still dominate on what they've invested so far. They still know that, you know, there's a fight which is going out right in front of them. They can do the third party and come in. All the hard work of, you know, walkouts have been taken away from the side of TF5 at this point of time, and I really love the way they're able to cash in at the right time. 10 finishes what they've raked up so far on losing one person, another one on his knees. It looks like Karthik will be the last man standing for the team, and if he, you know, tries to run away and play for placement points, it's going to be much more easier for them to rake up points, and ultimately which he's choosing to do so. But in the crosses of Beard Baba, will he let him go? It looks like they might not, as the final bullet is going to be landing through his skull, and that's the the first finish coming in from the side of Walkouts compared to this fight which happened in front of them.
And we also need to consider this fact that Miramar has always been strong for teams like Walkouts, right? At that manner, so it's going to be really interesting. Just holding around the peripheries now, finally getting in as the boys from Team Bravery fares to OP, getting caught off guard as he gets knocked out. As Team Destiny look to be considering and getting that little bit of a ridge, which eventually they did, just to be escaping or rather surviving by the skin of their teeth as the attack from Ballistics does come in. And as the name suggests, Team Ballistics, once they figure out where the target is, somehow they're going to launch an assault that will absolutely annihilate the whole squad.
Exactly. Now, the reason why I agree to this point is Deadshot had got 15 finishes in his previous game, and he's the person who's actually leading the fight. So, in case everything goes according to what the Assaulter is planning, I believe that, they can rake up more than 10 finishes for themselves. Now, looking at the mini-map, I still wonder which are the teams in close proximity. Right now, GOG is also holding a very safe spot. Walkouts, on the other hand, have high ground advantage with a little bit outside the zone. I don't think so it's going to be hard for them to make it inside the circle, but ultimately a very good grenade coming in from their side. CLS Scar. The Scars are actually putting the right kind of Scars. It's going to be Leader and Bullet on the opposite side who has to toss in the grenade inside that shack, and that's the only way for them. Oh, look at that push coming in from their side, but ultimately it was Leader OP who could, Bullet OP, who could actually find the final moments of the game to favor it on their side. But ultimately, this fight has already grabbed a lot of attention. Ballistics already know the location of GOG. They're just going to be waiting a right position and the right angle to toss in a grenade towards them.
And right now we've got Walkouts going up against Imprint right now in a 2v2 skirmish over here. The other players of Walkouts, in fact, look at Mr. Spray. He's got that perfect flank angle, but he's not stepping out of cover as a result of that little smoke that has been built up, as Arto is going to finally find the mark. He gets a knock onto it. Beard Baba finally gets a little bit of confidence to go in with the push, as Yuva somehow needs to delay, as Mr. Spray is going to be starting to open things up from the sidelines, but still not having a perfect angle at Zeref. Did have for a little bit of the time though, yet not going for it. I'm starting to raise questions at them.
I mean, look at the other side. He's got to be careless with the brawlers. Oh, what Iconic is doing right now is commendable. He's got 3 people right in front of him. 2 almost finished out. 1 is almost on the verge of getting knocked out. But Pain somehow comes out bigger and better when it comes to those fights. And somewhere I felt that it was easier for them. But boom goes the grenade. And that's the end of Kerala's as well.
And now suddenly somehow Walkouts have managed to kind of recuperate themselves, reconcile, get their players back up, as one of those players of Team Imprint has been taken down and still inside the circle though, as there you can see Abrar getting picked off by Tufan coming in from Team Currency, the winners of the previous chicken dinner. Can they get a back-to-back? Still on the peripheries, as Beard Baba is going to get his hands on the juicy air loot that he had. And did he change his weapons? Yes, indeed,
Yes,
has
MK.
the marker 14, as Dollar somehow has to face the brunt of the zone while getting in, as Tufan also gets spotted up. But Evil Sky from the skies, he's going to be unleashing all that nade. In fact, those beautiful little tabs are going to make sure he gets the better out of Tufan, as Dollar, he's going to prone in. Is Evil Sky aware of his position though?
I mean, ACBC is right now having the best spot in the house. Not only high ground advantage, they're pretty much inside the circle as well. So they're going to be catching in all in and making sure that they take the best of all these opponents who are right below them. And they have to understand one more thing. It's Evil Sky who was a little far away from the squad, having a high ground advantage. I'm sorry, now he has to make his way and regroup with his team. And this journey is going to be very, very hard, because he's going to be playing with fire as he's going to pass through all these teams. And with so many crosses pointing out at one another, he's just going to be, a piece of cake when it comes to the overall feast itself.
Yeah, and look at Walkouts, Mr. Spray really not giving up, getting the players out of Team Destiny over here as he goes after Typhoon, but really just misses out because he has got a Ridge as a cover for himself. Now, he's going to try to throw off that vehicle as the ramp comes in. In fact, it's teammates, it's the reinforcements arriving for them, as Destiny get all their vehicles just jammed over there. Everything about to get crushed, as finally Walkouts are going to be making a move onto it. The players of Imprints rather ignoring and avoiding them. Are they going to pay the price for that, Arca? Because now they are open, they're vulnerable to get shot as Yuva gets taken down. Abrar is going to be coming in from the sidelines as Yuva somehow secures that knock and the finish. But Bird Baba is going to have the final laugh as he gets the last player of Team Imprint.
Now walkouts, 9 finishes already in their name, doing everything right. GOG Esports also gets eliminated. I don't know how come, after performing so well in this game, they had to let go of their position and get compromised so badly. Imprint Esports gets eliminated by walkouts as well. Now the position points is something which is going to matter when you don't have the right kind of finishes. ACBC is the only squad which has got the right spot in the house. They have all 4 men standing. Probably, Evil Sky is down on his knees. It's not going to be hard. It's not going to be easy for them to go and pick him up. But ultimately, with the man advantage, all they have to do is just stick onto this corner, make sure they welcome everybody with the right kind of lead, and take this all home. For me, the most important point is going to be this. Is the zone still going to favor them after the 6th circle is going to close in?
Only time's gonna tell, because at this point it's gonna be a little bit of a stalemate, right? Because 3 of our teams, all of them are inside the circle. Everyone having their positions compromised, at least for ACBC, right? And with walkouts having their players taken down a little bit, they have to enter inside the zone before they get that rest back up. Now, for walkouts, they have to bank upon the fact that ACBC are going to be fighting it out against Team Destiny. And the best part about this game is that we have a completely new batch of top 3 in the mix, who are also going to be joining that fray in the overall leaderboards, as ACBC still having the higher ground advantage to themselves, spotting out the players of Team Destiny. One of the dropped out could do the magic or the wonders, as Rain, really good tapping prowess on this man.
Absolutely. I mean, it's so hard with that 4x again through the horizon. You just have to maintain it right at that corner of the horizon or right at the edge of the horizon to make sure you tag out and strike fear in the hearts of the enemies, which he actually did. Now, Rain also knows that the location is on the other side. Now, he knows nobody is there on the eastern side. They cleared off the side of GOG holding this position, so they'll be looking forward for something different. Abrar on the other side has already struck against the side of Team Destiny, and let's not forget that Team Destiny is also one of those squads who have got the highest number of finish points in the previous table itself. They got 42, and let's see how much more can they cash in this game. Look at the movement coming in from their side. Smokes is going to be blocking the vision, and right now they're going to be playing with that element of doubt.
Yeah, now Capron has himself on the pilot seat, and is going to be lobbing a few smokes at the Destiny's direction, trying to block their visuals. But for now, Rain is in a very bad situation as he gets eventually taken down, courtesy to Madara, as he's going to secure that finish right off the bat. As Bear Baba, he's going to make a move inside the circle, and he gets caught off guard with his pants down, as Madara is also not going to spare him, as he has gotten his Mangekyu Sharingan already opened up, as he goes after now, this time at the players of walkouts. Maybe it could be Abrar possibly, or Mr. Spray.
Now, all 3 teams knows the location of all 3 other, right? Each of these teams knows the location of each other. So let's see which team will be actually, having that composure of holding themselves up, not going out and giving out their first location or being that initiators. I know Team TDE on the other side have man advantage at this point of time, and they're taking complete advantage of that. But at the same time, they have to realize this, that walkouts are playing mind games. They're just allowing the other 2 to not come into the center of the circle and avoiding them so that they both fight out. And in the final moments of the game, they can actually strike when the iron is on and pick up that winner chicken dinner for themselves. Now, this is where, Team Destiny have a very good chance to come in from an off angle, which Claw is actually doing it. And let's see whether Claw will be able to strike when the time is right.
It's an eerie silence that is taken over at Miramar. Finally broken loose. The Claw gets figured out. Stale goes on with the spray though, but eventually he's going to fall prey towards Hackster as he gets that finishing shot, as Mr. Spray and Abrar still far off from that vehicle, not repeating that mistake of staying near that buggy, as finally Destiny also make their way inside the zone. Now this is where the Hellhat is going to break loose, as Mr. Spray is just waiting for some of the players of Destiny to just make a little bit of a peek and waiting to blow his skull open.
Now let's see what's Workout are planning to do. You see that he's just letting go of all these things. Mr. Spray is going to be leading the fight, and Abrar is just going to be right behind him, just right behind him. In case somebody sprays down Mr. Spray, it's not going to be easy. Oh my god, Mr. Spray is going to be unstoppable, charging in like an angry bull. He's taking down one player at a time. Madra is the last man right in front of him, and if he's capable of taking him down as well, it's going to be much more easier. ACBC find out the location of Mr. Spray at this point of time. They need to lock their eyes towards this man, or else Abrar is going to be striking the other side, and that is what's going to happen, and they're going to be eliminating another one. This is what experience can do. This is what action can come in when you're having composure towards yourself. For 2v1 situation being converted, Spray exactly knows where the players are. Abrar Rar also knows where the last player is. They're going to be playing that same gameplay, a linear formation coming in from their side, one behind the other. They're going to stay, and when the time is right, both of them are going to spray. One is going to be the shield, where the other one is going to be picking it up. The winner chicken dinner goes in the hands of Walkouts.
Yeah, and especially out of circle, coming inside the mix, getting a very good little bit of a ridge advantage, a little duney area that they had to capitalize upon, especially how they position their buggy, ensure that it gets blown over, and then taking the cover. Very smart and very clever with every single fight that they took, and this is why I am telling you, these guys know they've cracked the code of Miramar, and yet another beautiful win for Walkouts.
I mean, we expected this, right? We expected teams like this to be coming on the top, but Team Currency with that 8 placement points are going to be very, very happy with what they've got in this game, because somewhere when they were not cashing in on the finish points, I really felt that, they might not rake up more than 5 points for themselves, but somehow they were able to survive until they got 8 points for themselves. But they are the only team so far in the top 5 to not have any kind of finish points in this tournament itself, according to me. Now TF5 were also done an amazing job with 10 finishes, but just 1 placement points. If they had just held on to their nerve a little more, probably they would have been in the top 3.
They'll eventually get there, right? I really find, if a team has better finishes in terms of position points, it clearly shows the mindset that the players are engaging in, right? But as we head on to the second half of the table, it's not looking that neat for Team GOG anymore. Off to a really good start, and certainly in Miramar could not do much. But for Brawlers, it's the world just slipping away from their feet, because 2 back-to-back bad games, this time against Team Kerala they engaged in, and it was Spain who did come out on top. But talking about Team Kerala, could not have a better fate for themselves, because right after they took down Brawlers, had to also join them in the queue for heaven.
I mean, I still have my heart going out for the side of Brawlers as well. But before that, let's look at the iQOO MVP of the day. It's going to be ACBC Evil Sky, who did, try to hold back. Look at that, 1,000 damage for just 4 finishes. That shows that all he was doing was, trying to spray down and make sure that he strikes the fear in the heart of the enemies rather than anything else, and try to hold that position for the team.
Yeah, I mean, for if you take a look at top 5 players, I'm going to continue with the discussion. I really love what Evil Sky did, right? ACBC, they took the center of the circle right from the very start. It was a 2-2 split for them. Evil Sky kind of had himself stationed at the king of the hill situation, had all the information being relayed on towards his teammate. Eventually sort of was the sacrificial lamb, because he had to fall down in order for his teammates to survive. And what a nice resurgence coming in from the players of ACBC. But the stars of the evening has to be Walkouts, who were quite patient and were vigilant at the same time, right?
Yeah.
They were aware of the surroundings, and you have got to give it to Mr. Spray's IGLing over them, and the way he played, the way he guided his team to victory, because they were outside the zone. They crossed a whole freaking road and still crossed it over. They knew that they had a little bit of a dip to play around with, and still managed to get the chicken dinner, with the players of ACBC having that best compound to themselves, with Team Destiny having the man advantage. And despite that all, coming out as the victors, that is something that needs to be reckoned with as we head on towards the match summary. Really nothing out of the ordinary. It's those healing numbers that's really high in Sky. And we do have Inspire has the highest longest distance finish, but apart from that, pretty average stats. Nothing really out of the ordinary.
Agreed. Now, Mr. Spree, whenever I look at this man, one statement comes to my head, and that's going to be, a leader has to lead by example and not by force. And he exactly did that in this game. He was just leading by an example, trying to be the one up front, taking those shots for himself and then going forward. And we can see that in the damage graph, FD graph over here, where we can see that 231 damage is what was dealt by them, and 13 finishes what they could rake up. But a lot of kudos will go to ACBC for the kind of damage they have done. In case they had held on for a better longer period of time, they could have executed a better finish for themselves.
Oh, they certainly could have. But now, let's take a look at Team Walkouts. performance in the matchup of Miramar as we head on to his squad spotlight. And 13 finishes in this particular game, 2,300 plus points of damage, and of course the average survival time being so high over there. But regardless, the best part I loved was every single movement they were making. It had a meaning, it had a purpose. It was not just some mindless rotation. It's the circle forming out. I see that spot is vacant, let's take it. They knew why they were taking it. They had their players surviving till the very end. They took those fights, especially that one tipping point I really felt was the fight against Team Imprint, in which they really came out on top. As we take a look at squad face-off, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be ACBC against TF5. Now, ACBC was one of those teams that had themselves congregated around the center, while TF5 sort of fought their way inside the zone. And in terms of finishes, both of them are on the same position. But look at that AST, a massive, massive difference.
Absolutely. Now this is what everything matters. When you're staying for so long, obviously you're gonna have a better chance of pouring bullets on your opponents, and you can't convert that into knocks and finishes. But ultimately, it's just that they had better damage. They couldn't do it because of that high ground advantage they had. They had to let go of it initially, and due to which they had to pay the price. Now there are some things which we can learn from the side of walkouts, being a phase where it's the place for underdogs, and where they can learn from the experiences of the players like this. A well-prepared battle is half won, and that's exactly what happened. They exactly knew where, if the map is going to be forming over here, these are the dunes for us to take, these are the high ridges which we're going to take, these are the fights which is necessary for us, because there was a three-way battle which was happening over there, where walkouts just holding off the side of holding for one squad, and eventually they got backstabbed, and they did not want to take that fight. They were like, we're going to just let go of it, let's walk up black lines and then take the fight when they're vulnerable. And that was an amazing way to take the fight, and a lot of kudos for the side of walkouts over here.
Yeah, of course, this is where the masterclass in Miramar really comes in, right? Mr. Spray just leading his team from the front, like you said. And I really loved what he did. Every single movement that they made, every single fight that they took, and those positions, especially the one fight with Imprint where they had Beard Baba getting knocked out, and then somehow they managed to get him revived, and then dishing damage onto the players of Imprint. That was really amazing. But talking about amazing things, I'm holding one amazing device in my hands. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is the iQOO Z6 Pro 5G, and our friends from iQOO have a special message for you guys just about now.
Show me you got soul. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. So good, so fresh.
Nothing more to speak actually when it comes to the device.
I'm busy with the selfies.
Yeah,
You know,
I do always wonder as to why you keep looking at the screen, and now I know why. And someday, ladies and
If you can
gentlemen,
see-
we'll try to do that too, try to show you how much percentage is there, go in for a fast charging on the desk, and by the end of the game, we show you actually, practically how this mobile works out. And if you want to know the camera capabilities, you can follow, Fixes, who's been clicking a lot of selfies. He's going to be uploading few on his socials as well. And when it comes to vlogging capabilities, you're going to follow Salty to find out more and more about the analysis of the game. I might, want to put up my expertise over there on my socials as well. So everything from the English desk, it's all entertainment for you guys.
Of course, now we're talking about editing videos. Now, this does have the processor that can do it.
Exactly.
The GPU, the CPU, everything. It can bear that load, and you're not going to have any sort of jitters while you are trying to create, edit, and finish your content. And I'm pretty much looking forward to Arka's analysis. As now, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the highlights of this game as we see the action unfold. And this is where I really loved how TF5 opened it off onto its ballistics, which they were completely caught with their pants down. Now, this all started with ballistics and TF5 sort of looking out at each other,
Exactly.
and then ballistics felt that they've been potted off from our territory. They're no more there. We're gonna have that little bit of a freedom, and that is where they went
False
wrong.
flag, right? So that's how you pull a false flag and try to take the attention away from the enemies. But ultimately, right now, this was the finishing moments where we saw that, you know, it was a class push coming in from this, an ambush it was, and TF5 from here on was so strong, you know. Look at that molly. It's restricting anybody to move away from any corner of that, you know, building. And then a grenade comes in from to that very corner where they expect the enemies to be. And boom, everybody are out.
Oh yeah, and that is such a miserable situation to be in because you're absolutely
You
helpless.
dug your own grave.
Yeah, I mean, not just about that, because they had no other measures to take, right? Now that you think of it, what could he have possibly done? He was just waiting for death to knock at his doors, and eventually that sort of happened. And for the players of TF5, I really loved how they were exuding that confidence. And eventually, if they can keep on playing like this, they're gonna have the same fate as Team Unstoppables had, right? Not the best of the start, but to eventually, you know, getting all those finishes to their names. Some or the other point, they are gonna rack a chicken dinner to their name.
Yeah, exactly. And TF5, this was the point where walkouts impressed me the most. You know, they took down one team at a time as we speak about. But GOG's failure started off over here. Two players, a split gameplay in a small hut like that. You know, two grenades being tossed into two different places. Obviously, you might get taken down. All thanks to ACBC from the top. They were able to be a blessing in disguise, and that's how they were able to execute it. But yeah, Bullet was the savior for the squad at that moment of time, or else it would have been goodbye a little more earlier for them.
Oh yeah, it certainly could have been. And GOG, like you said, you know, had they had a little bit of a stretch, you know, someone having that little high ground compound,
exactly.
and two of the players down below, they could have done something. They could have provided cover fire. But this was the fight, you know, Team Brawlers again finding themselves in a very uncomfortable position just for the players of Team Destiny also to join the party and absolutely ruin it for both these teams. As Spain, there you can see easy clutch for him, but was not survived with any of his teammates, and also had to meet his makers, as this is where, you know, Evil Sky and that 1200 plus of damage really comes in. Had that perfect bird's eye view. He was taking down every single player he could do, at least, you know, getting those knocks, if not those finishes, keeping his players of ACBC, his teammates, really safe in those compounds. And this is again one of those major fights that we've witnessed, right? Imprint absolutely getting shattered by the players of Walkouts, but still, you know, that did come up with a few losses even for the players of Walkouts.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, walkouts, I think that Yuva was expecting a backup as he pushed in, but ultimately Beard Baba got, you know, his attention got diverted somewhere else, and he was not able to give him the right kind of backup under the loss. Now, this is what I said about Rain, you know, the kind of support he was giving in. Beard Baba at this point of time, he had nothing much to do because he went in for a late rotation where he had to find the crosses of somebody, but this final moments of the game shows us what, you know, experience, what composure can actually do. ACPC could have been outside this place, you know, outside this compound and then taken the fight, but ultimately I don't know why they chose to, you know, be like a snug, a bug in a snug, you know, in a rug as well. So I don't know what was happening with them.
You know, what really went wrong with ACBC was the two players stationed at the rooftop over there. They kind of messed up a little bit. You know, they were kind of unsure who to really go after. First, they saw the players of Destiny. They had a little bit of a smoke around the right-hand side, but it was the players of Walkouts that came in. And Walkouts was so opportunistic in that situation. They let that fight between Destiny and ACBC to break out, and they saw that a little bit of a opening, and that is when they decided to commit in for the push. They still had a few of their players getting knocked out, but despite that, had two players surviving who eventually secured that chicken dinner for themselves. Oh, that is some really, really good game of BGMI in front of our eyes.
Exactly, that is what I say. Composure is something which you need to have in the map of Miramar. A small dunes can actually gift you with all these things. So let's see how many of people will actually learn the topography of the map, which is the most important thing when it comes to the game itself. Now, let's not forget that there was a point for the side of GOG. In the map we saw, you know, they came in from the northern side and they had that high ground to take under their control. I don't know why they did not choose to do so. They held on to the small shacks below and they were just holding for the circle to form and towards them. Probably they had, as you said, they had a split gameplay, two players at least gone to the higher ground. They could have at least raked up some finish points rather, you know, with just 4 points in this game, probably made it a 6 or a 7. In the previous game, they had more than a 20. that could have given a confident boost for them to the next round as well.
It's still not the end of the world for them, right? They had a really early start, had that little bit of a cushion to themselves,
Yeah.
which is sort of slimmered down right now because next matches are gonna be in Sanhok. This is one of those games where you're gonna witness absolutely ludicrous things happening. You know, people just going left, right, and center,
Yeah.
bodies flying around,
Yeah.
and this could also possibly embark the comeback for Team Brawlers. Now,
Yeah.
Brawlers being one of the fan favorite teams out there, and suddenly just kind of losing out on all those fights objectively and looking lost. But you know, history has been a testament. You know, it's always been about that one big game from Brawlers, and which one would that be? They still have one extra Erangel today to try and test their mettle.
No, there's one more team I want to place my bets on, and that's going to be Team Bravery. You know, with the kind of finish points they had, and
Yeah.
they were being suppressed 2 different times in 2 different places. So in the map of Sanhok, we have always seen it's a game changer. Those in the middle bracket or the lower middle bracket of the table always tend to perform much better. I want to see these squads actually living up to their name, because it's not easy to rake up 56 where 2 of your players have got 20 plus finishes in the previous round itself. So I want them to, you know, start putting the pedal, pressing on the pedal and making sure that they boost off in a very good way and try to pick those finish points, initial knocks, and that is something which is always wanted in this game, right? No matter what formation you play.
Now that you mentioned Team Bravery, now again, really, when I was going through the statistics, how their past records were, they were the highest fraggers in the lobby.
Exactly.
And suddenly, you know, they're kind of looking a little bit scared, a little bit nervous,
Yeah.
which is obvious to happen, especially when you're heading on to round number 3. But it could absolutely change in the next game, ladies and gentlemen, as we do have the matchup ready, where I'm going to be on a little bit of a break because Salty, he's been excited. He's been jumping on the sidelines to get himself back into the mix and find out who is that one team getting the chicken dinner this time.
Absolutely. Now, I have a lot of questions to be posed against Salty as well, because he had a break, and not only was he in the break, he would have done some kind of research, a little bit of analysis to understand how things would have gone in. I've seen you predict few things better before, and most of it has come out true as well, especially when it comes to few of the zones, you know. What do you have to say? Which team, according to you, is going to be standing out in this game? Because we have, as we spoke about, right? So there are few strongest team being suppressed, like Brawlers as well as Team Bravery. Do you think these are the teams to watch out for? Do you agree on the same statement?
I think it should be Team Brawlers, right? Because
Yeah.
historically speaking, just like Fixie said, this is one of the teams who just generally tend to kind of outshine the competition when it comes to this particular map itself. Sanhok is like their hunting ground. We've
Yeah.
seen them struggle on the map of Erangel and Miramar, so I'm not really going to blame them. Of course, Vinny, you've got 3 more matches to go. This map is really important to get their mojo back up and running, and this phone is also back up and running. 15%, it's still running, ladies and gentlemen. I talked about a challenge, but for now, it's about a small word from our sponsors.
Show me you got soul. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. So good, so fresh.
What a beast of a device, man. Like, it doesn't really matter if you're somebody who likes to rush into a compound, or if you're somebody who likes to play as a snake on the map of Sanhok. It's going to support you in every single time. When you're trying to push in, it's going to give you all those frames. When you're trying to be a little hideous and play like a reptile, it's going to keep your phone nice and smooth and cool. And that is what you want, right? Arca always has those, you know, take my money moments, and I kind of very holistically believe that guy. When he gives you a take my money moment, you believe him, because his analysis is always on point.
Hopefully. I'm wanting to do much more in the tournament as these days go by, because every single time we're able to see that every single match has a new outcome. You know, in the previous days we were able to see the first 2 games usually went to either one team or 2 teams.
Yep.
In today's game, it's been a very different story. The first game went into one other team. The second went into the top 3 itself. You know, got shuffled. So I'm looking for something new to happen in this game as well, and that is where, you know, these big dogs have to come out and perform. But yes, jumping right into the map of Sanhok, there are not much dunes over here, but a rather lot of bushes where you want to be snakes. You tend to, you know, evolve back from human to a reptile and go lay low and try to play around. which is that one part of this map you love the most? No, not to be a reptile, rather. To be, you know, on the safer side, to rake up some finish points for yourself.
And again, kind of depends on the circle, right? Sanhok is a smaller map. Wherever the flight path is, you can just get to your comfort zone. But then again, those teams have to rotate out of those zones inside the circle. But coming back to the conversation where you were speaking of evolution, I'm not really sure if humans can evolve back into reptiles. They might become chimpanzees in the future if we backtrack history. But are we really going to turn into reptiles?
I mean, you're taking it too much to your heart. I was referring to the words of BGMI, you know, this iQOO BGMI are actually making humans into reptiles, you know, where you have to lay low in the map of Sanhok, or it's not going to be easier for you. Now, come back into the game. There are some choppers fallen here and there, and not soon can we expect some choppers in the air in this game, because this game has turned out to be so unpredictable with the new patch also coming in. I'm expecting something bigger, wiser, better in the game of BGMI, and we also get to know, right, in this iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Open challenge coming in, powered by Loco, we can expect nothing less with these two legends joining us.
Which we certainly don't, right? As the flight actually takes off, and once again, ladies and gentlemen, we are on the map of Sanhok as the flight path seems to be very skewed in my eyes. It kind of starts off from ruins and ends at Cow, a very northern, a northwestern flight path, I must say, Arka. But of course, we have talked about it. This map kind of is very forgiving, especially in terms of the flight path itself. Where does the circle form is going to be a very big question, because statistically speaking, we have seen the circle towards the Hathin, Camp Alpha region, towards the northwestern island. Not really something towards the south, not really something towards the mainland. But I am still expecting for a curveball.
No, I strongly feel it's going to be northeastern today, and if it
Northeastern?
goes, yeah, northeastern. If it's going southern, then that's going to be a bit of a shocker for me, because right now a lot of teams it's going to go back to the, you know, obvious you know, Hathin circle, or probably towards the ruin centric circle. But as I said, towards the southern side of the map, look at the number of teams. There are more than 5 teams over here in one island, and the farming is going to be so hard for these teams. Ultimately, close proximity, you just go for a misfire, or if you try to take one fight, there's going to be attracting a lot of people. On the northeastern side of the map is going to be few squads themselves towards the side of Mongai, and then you have a little bit of towards the side of Paradise Resort. But yet again, Kampong and Docks is going to be abandoned. They're going to be orphans for any kind of fight, and I don't know for how long that's going to be the case.
I mean, even I have no clue, honestly, Arka, because that has been sort of the abandoned region for the entirety of BMOC. Like, we haven't seen any fight happen in that region, and no circle involvement as well. It seems like the BGMI gods are like, Kampong, Docks, those regions don't really...
Let's keep it for the later part.
Yeah, of course. But again, right, speaking of the circle, coming back into the game itself, a very default-ish circle, I must say, right? The people actually got a glimpse of it, the audience out there who are watching it back at their homes and their couches. Now, it's a little southern. It has got that ruins and the Sami tinge to it as well. Generally, we get to see that entire involvement of Hathin, and the central part of it being the 6-pack compounds. But what do we have in front of us? Destiny's Lava Jord has actually been knocked out, and I can see clear involvement coming in from Team Celestials.
Yes, absolutely. Now, I did hear some more shots somewhere far away, and you can get to know that no matter how far you are, you're still close to some other team, as Celestials wants to take the fight, and eventually Scar had to get taken down. It's unnecessary push coming in from the side of Celestials. You know, you just can't be that meteorite all the time. Sometimes, you know, somebody's going to have a better atmosphere than you are, and eventually you're going to get taken off. It's going to be Austin coming in from the other side. Probably he did hear that grenade being, you know, unpinned, and eventually he changed his position. Lava Jord is going to be coming in from the other angle. He's going to be tagged off as well, as Austin's grenade is going to be doing a little bit of a damage. Madara from far away with the Renangar. Let's see whether he'll be able to give some cover fire. I know this is not just 2 squads fighting it out. Somewhere far away, there's been another squad trying to do the third party.
Oh well, it's very, very immature from both of these squads. It's very early into the game so far. Claw right on the open. Inspire still trying to take him down. Shots not connecting as Claw survives yet again. But elsewhere, Mother actually gets taken down. Just like you mentioned, the Renegon not really helping him in this fight. His Limbo not supporting him either. His Claw is still in a nice vantage position. Patches himself up to kind of restore some sort of health. But Celestials, they're kind of all stuck. But for Team you know. It's very early stage in the game. There was no real need for Celestials to actually barge into this fight and really force them into battle. But elsewhere, we've got another battle unfolding right in front of us.
Oh, it's gonna be Team Bravery versus the side of Team Club Blue Whale. I really want to see who's gonna be brave enough to take down the biggest animal in the town. It looks like, you know, the Blue Whales are only hitting the ground, just one man standing, lurking around here and there. It's the land. It's gonna be hard for him to swim around as a whale, right? So, but I really want to see whether Bravery will be at the position to strike him and take the biggest chunk, biggest meat. It looks like TB Goku has already done it. Sami is going to be down on his knees, and they have to do something good. 2 finishes only I can see from the side of Team Bravery. That comes up to say there's one more man to be finished off and one man still on his feet. Oh, Coffin is going to be putting that, you know, one nail down. Can he do a 1v3 at this point of time? It's going to be a push coming in from the other side. Coffin has already done the damage to the second one, but a good jump shot coming in from the side of Fayaz. If we had struck this final, you know, nail, it would have been that the Blue Whale, they would have weighed a heavier in this game.
They probably could have, man. Like, look at this, Team Bravery. They almost got crunched down by Coffin over there. Just barely surviving, breathing the last few moments and then coming back. It's basically like going into coma and then coming back once again, right? Fairs to OP, the last remaining survivor. But thankfully, though, they still restore every single one of those players. They can stabilize and they have the numbers advantage. They did get knocked down, but thankfully they'll get the resources to patch themselves up once again. Every single one of those players will be revived back as we have a look at the circle once again of Sanhok. A very rough start to this game itself, right? Most of the teams willing to go into battle, which generally is the case for the last 2 games. But in the map of Sanhok, it seems like, well, these teams want to go all out.
Yeah, exactly. Game changer map, right? We have been speaking about it. Some teams tend to, you know, shift their gears and try to, you know, again, initiate the vehicles and make sure that they have the right kind of start. And it looks like Team Bravery, they're going to be living up to what they had before, 56 finishes in the previous round.
Oh, yeah,
and
man.
they have to do something about it. On the other side, Ballistics is going to be hitting the ground as the hardest. It's going to be one last man trying to be as safe as possible in the ruin section itself. And I saw that, you know, there was an inevitable fight raging in towards them as the circle is going to be taking another shift any second soon. But yeah, the instant replay is going to be giving us more information.
Exactly, right? And this was the place where the fight actually started. Austin, he was well supported by Rushcott over there as the first man went down. And immediately Team Celestials kind of knew that they had to go for it. This is where Coffin kind of punched above his weight, right? Getting the first knock, getting the second knock in the process as well. The man was on for a 1v3 over there. But who knew that Faz OP would actually jump in from the skies? Look at that. Holy nuts of a shot. Just coming in flying and being like, Superman!
Superman with the guns he was, and then ultimately
Superman doesn't use gun, no?
But this guy was the Superman with the
It's
gun,
Batman who generally uses guns, doesn't he? Yes, he's the one who actually uses
yeah,
guns.
Batman uses a lot of other things. He's
He
rich,
uses, yeah.
and that itself is enough for him at this point of time. But he uses his brains, and that is what the squad did over there. You know, trying to take those flight in the path of, you know, taking down enemies, and that's a good call, obviously. Now, Celestials done a great job. 3 finishes, what they've raked up. They have a little bit of an ease as of now. They can play for placement points and then take the fight when it's necessary. But somewhere far away, we can see that Team LW, Lethal Warriors, you know, they are the teams who never have concentrate on getting finish points. In the previous round, just imagine they've just got 17 finish points, barely an average of 5 in each, and not even a 5, probably an average of 4.
3.
Oh, yeah,
6.
three.
No, 5 games, right? Yeah, approximately. I'm not good at math, dude.
Yeah.
Like, that is something which you would actually ace.
Yeah,
but
that's
coming-
what I said. Yeah, an average of 4 in every game. But the finish points which they've got is 44, and that's the highest coming in from this group. And they really know how to camouflage themselves and try to make it in the next round. Hopefully, we can expect them to go a little offensive. If not, it's not going to be easy for them. At least Bravery at this point of time is trying to do the best. M762 with 4 ends. You know, two of the worst combinations for you to have, but very well used by the side of Sami at this point of time because he's concentrating on the firepower it has. Brawlers on the other side have also picked up the pace. They've taken down ACDC or ACBC rather than naming themselves away from the band itself. There's going to be shots being connected towards the side of Evil Sky, who tend to be always having the higher ground. He was pretty silent before he got away from that position, and that was a very good one.
Oh, dude, you spoke of AC/DC, the band, right? It's kind of one of my favorites. I like what they produce, though.
They've been producing. They've been the initiators. We call them the god of rock. And what can you expect less from them? You know, from the time of Back in Black to till today, every song is evergreen from their side.
Yeah, absolutely, dude. 100%. Obviously, I'm not sure if people of my age have heard one of those, but I kind of tend to prefer those OG
Today you're in
musicians.
for a treat, my friend. I'm going to take you back to those moments.
Let's
We're
go.
going to witness the era of rock itself, the birth of rock itself. But as of now, ACBC trying to live up to what we were speaking about as brawlers are getting tagged out. And let's see what's going to happen next, as it's going to be much more easier for them to hold this high grounded position. I just hope that they might execute something better, because they need to rake up more points when it comes to placement. In the previous game, they had a lot of finishes, but very few placement points.
Yeah, that is something which a lot of these teams have to work out, right? They have got their gunpowder, right? And that is something which I've mentioned every single time. I've seen these teams just excel in those 44 fights. They know how to defend their compounds. They know how to push it. A few of the key, teams, they've got different strengths, right? For some of them, it's about defending. For some, it's their offense. But again, it's just your gunpowder, right? It's just a small segment of your entire BGMI gameplay. For you to excel, especially in the further rounds, you have to be very critical in your decision making. You have to get the right decisions right from the start. Be it the rotation, be it where you place yourselves, be it how you spread yourself. Everything kind of matters way too much. As we get to have a look at the drop, which I mean, historically speaking, we've seen a lot of drops in the water. They just don't tend to fall on land anymore. And I don't know why, right? I understand you want to place the drops in risky situations, but when you have a gun like Groza, which again a lot of these players would want to use, you've got a suppressor as well. Why put it inside the water?
Obviously, you need to work hard to, be blessed with something, and that's what BGMI gods are looking out for.
Oh, yeah.
Do the hard work and then be blessed. We're not going to give you anything for free.
Oh.
And ultimately, that is what has been doing. And
You're
now
going to talk like my dad right now?
You're too young to be, spoken as of now. No matter how much of sense is going to be pushed in, you're going to feel like, your dad is speaking. That means you have a very good dad.
Oh, yeah, it definitely is. Also, for that matter, it's Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers watching out there.
Exactly.
It's because of you guys we are here. But coming back to the game once again, you've got Tenzai. And yes, Bengali. Now, Fix has actually caught this name out, right? And I'm Bengali as well. I can relate to him. But for Tenzai, I'm not really sure what they're exactly looking out for. I haven't really had the best of games at the start. They are yet to kind of associate or, assert that dominance, which we thought they would, considering their past statistics. But apparently, after those initial skirmishes, it's rather been a peaceful Sanhok map so far.
Yep, absolutely. Now, but remember this. After silence comes a storm.
Yes,
and
it
we
does.
can expect a lot of skirmishes to take place. Look at towards the side of Quarry. Yet again, we're able to see that two teams are converging with one another, and one is going to be ACBC, the other one is going to be GOG. Both of these squads are just playing for placement points in the previous game, and looks like both of them will be playing for placement points even in this game. But ultimately, they have to realize once challenged, they need to take the fight to the enemies.
Exactly. Now the circle is towards the southern side, right? It's kind of deviating from our general trend that we have witnessed so far. I'm still probably looking somewhat towards a Druid circle. A Delta circle is maybe inside the picture. Bootcamp might still be inside the circle again in the next iteration, but then as we move on further towards the 5th and the 6th circle, it has to be somewhere around Painan or somewhere between Ruins and Painan, because that is where the center lies. Of course, any curveball which might get thrown towards us can also suggest us different. But oh my god, Fairs to OP. This guy is stressed. He is stressed with all the action that Team Bravery had to face so far. He was just basically wiping off his forehead. Just chillax for a bit. We are inside a compound. We don't have to move. Just take off your spectacles for a while.
Exactly. No, at the same time, it's summers, right? There's going to be a lot of power cuts. So
oh yeah,
probably
man.
He's not got what's required. But there's another airdrop, and this time it's the deadly AWM. And I really, sometimes have a laugh within myself. Why an AWM after the 5th circle or after the third circle?
Why an AWM on the map of Sanhok anyway?
Oh, sometimes you need it when you have an high ground advantage. Look at that imprints again. They have this thing for high grounds. As soon as they see that, like, I want that, and they just to push in towards that place. And when you have a sniper in your squad like that, it's going to be much more easier for you. Let's consider the point of Celestials right now. In case they want to take down the side of Kerala's, if they have an AW with that 8x, picks, probably they can easily do it. And both these drops are pretty much close to one another, and they can take those, guns for
Yeah.
themselves.
They certainly can, right? It's all about getting those bolt action back into the fray. And I would love to see a new meta where, the bolt action get probably a buff or something where the damage is increased, or maybe you can get those knocks and finishes executed once again. It's been quite a while when those, very loved snipers get back into the game, especially during the initial lands of a different title that we're speaking of. Bolt actions used to be all around the party, and most of the teams used to have one dedicated sniper in their squad. Having said that, we've sort of moved away from it. DMRs now take the primary role when you really want to equip that 8x, but it's very, very silent on the map of Sanhok right now. You've got Mr. Spray from Walkouts right in front of GOG. And I love the fact that GOG, they sort of understand that Mr. Spray is out there. Pixels have been spotted. Nicky OP has got that brilliant 6 times on his M4. But again, controlling the spray is very difficult. I've tried. I failed.
Yeah, but at the same time, one thing which I want to say, you said that, why bolt actions are not coming into use anymore. It's all about how much of topography you've already learned. Just imagine, the topography of place so well that you're going to hide yourself from a sniper. And the chances of the sniper being shoot at you, his job is eventually going to go away. So
Yeah.
there were wonderful snipers in this game previously. Now all of them have lost their job, obviously, because the topography has been learned by the opponents. But at this point of time, there's one topography which seems to be a love for the side of Team LW, as they are going to be swimming in the waters and trying to cross around. But a very, very big mistake coming in from their side. Look at the way they're surrounded with all different islands. All they have to do is either get drowned or get taken down by all these things. Tenzai is going to be tagged off by the side of Brawlers, and Brawlers are looking stronger as they've converged in all different direction against them. In the minimap, we can see that they have a better control of the real estate itself. They're coming in for a split gameplay, and this time it's going to be something like a 2-split.
They certainly are, especially with Dark being on the back lines. Rawat, though, has been taken down, knocked by a nade itself. Defensive measures coming in as the smoke being deployed. Sangwan, we know how infamous he is, especially being a snake in those grasslands, of course. But Tenzai just don't really look to fall back. Or are they actually doing so? It seems like Team Tenzai is actually disengaging after that initial knock. Or are they just repositioning? But Dark is still going to cook that nade right. If he lands it correctly, I'm pretty sure Team Brawlers might actually be looking forward for an offense. Bengali just barely surviving over there, but still discouraged from that flank itself. It seems like there is going to be a Mexican standoff between them, kind of taking a lot of time to decipher where do they want to start pushing forward from, as nades and utility is still being thrown against each other.
I mean, Tenzai means genius, right? So I really want to
Tenzai means genius?
Yeah, it
Okay.
means genius, or it means talent. So Tenzai at this point of time, let's see what kind of a genius can they turn out to be, because to take down Brawlers, you need to have some brains, because ultimately they're Brawlers. They're going to brawl down at you and make sure that they eat you up. And I really love the way, the fights are getting executed over here. Throwables are actually coming into initial use, and eventually Rawat is going to be the process of Ace, where he might have got taken down but get saved by the bullet.
Yeah, exactly right. Brawlers, they're still quite split up. And I'm not really a fan of this approach so far, because Dark's, his position has been given out and he hasn't really fallen back at this point. If two players converge upon him, it's going to be very hard for him to defend. Of course, he goes on the offense as Free Fires come into play. But Harido has quite closed in. One flag gets taken down. It's a 1v1, but retaliation comes in. Team Tenzai is still on the run. Iconic trying to make a move as he is also quite low on HP as shots are fired from every single direction. Ace, though, kind of buys himself some sort of time to patch himself up, and he's going to be stabilizing himself. But are Brawlers in a good position to attack anymore? They probably aren't, as Iconic is going to fall. Nice flank from Hunter, as Rawat is probably the only one who is left in the back lines. He's going to run away from this fight, because there's no way Brawlers are going to make a comeback, and this is just devastating for them once again. Another time and time again, they have just been chewed upon by different teams. And this time, it was another one where you've got Ballistics going up against Team Celestials, Arca.
I mean, the last man standing from the side of Ballistics is the last ray of hope, obviously. So he has to make sure that, you know, he just holds this position, tries to rake up. Oh, look at that. He's already done a 1v2 at this point of time. Austin is trying to peek up and to, you know, restrict him as there might be a backup coming in. A grenade comes in. He's going to be pushing him out. He's going to come out. He's going to be connecting as many as possible. But the final moments where he had to just rely on coming in from another angle, rather gets taken down with the only small opening where the crosshairs were placed. But one thing which just blew my mind was the gameplay coming in from the side of Tensai, the genius gameplay.
Yeah.
Well, there is this kind of, you know, ambush comes in. It's called a bullhorn formation, and that is exactly what they came in. One player from the center, two players from either of the sides, and that is how they executed against the side of Brawlers. But this time they turned out to be a diamond or probably a linear formation coming in towards the side of Rawat. And let's see whether they're able to do it, as there can be a blessing in disguise from far away. It's going to be TC trying to take one players at a time, and a huge impact against the side of Team Tensai.
Oh my god, Team Currency just spoiling the party for Team Tensai at the point, because we were en route to wiping down Brawlers at this point. But just have a look at this.
No.
The angle created by Yovan just going in for a hand spray in the general direction. Of course, spraying at the rock isn't going to help you. This direction though is just going to abominate them. Good stuff so far, but this is the cruelty of a battle royale where you always have to be wary of your surroundings. As Team Tensai were just on a roll, right? They were hot on the tails of Brawler's last remaining survivor. They just forgot that there might be third parties happening, and that is where they paid heavy prices. Elsewhere I can hear gunshots as Team Bravery are going after some fishes in the waters, Arca.
It's not only them, it's also EL from the other side who are also trying to do the same thing. Now we have to see who's going to be the better fisherman, as one has already been taken from the side of Krillin, from the side of Team Bravery, and it's going to be Fires trying to give the cover fire so that, you know, the fishes are going to be taken in from their side. But ultimately, Endless have to prioritize the zone at this point of time. They've already revealed their location to the opponents. Now it's going to be a little hard for them to make it inside the circle. GOGs are still alive. ACDCs are slowly making it inside the circle. Let's see which team is going to take it home, as we can see that Mr. Spray, that's walkouts are also inside the water as of now.
A lot of these teams are inside the water right now. It's only one team, courtesy to the mini-map right now, that we see. It's only going to be TF5 who is inside the circle. The rest of the teams are still kind of surrounding it, as the Delta Circle is what we have right in front of us. Of course, it has moved away from the waterways, but the small chunk of land that there is inside the circle, I feel like it's going to cause so much problem, because it is completely out in the open, where most of these teams fight for survival. Team Bravery, they're right in front of Imprint, going in for that pixel spray. Of course, not connecting so far as nades start getting lobbed in. Sami not really in a healthy position, taking the brunt of those explosions. I'm not really sure if he's going to survive for long, as cover fire is coming from other directions. He's got to be very wary of so many teams in the surrounding Arca.
Yep, Imprint on the other side are still going to rely on all their throwables. They're just burning their resources unnecessarily, according to me. All they have to just wait for it. But on the other side, GOG have met their match, as it's going to be Team TC trying to take them down. 3 players already down, and a grenade is going to be exploding right into the face. The last man standing from the side of Team GOG. I don't know whether he's alive or it's been elimination coming in from against them. 11th position with just 1 finish point. This is what happens when you don't have the right kind of finish points. Look at Beard Baba all the way inside the blue zone. I think he's going in for a heal battle.
He might just go right. Walkhouse though, for them troubled times just don't seem to end, as Yuva as well as Mr. Spray try to make their way in. Yuva already falls in, as Mr. Spray taking so much damage from Team Currency as they've completely surrounded him. This is a complete overwhelming form of numbers right in front, as he is not going to be able to stand up. But nades coming from elsewhere. It's Team Imprint who is on the offense. Zeref has actually been knocked out, but it doesn't really matter, as Armex 10, he actually goes in to actually confirm those finishes. This is insane stuff coming in from Imprint, as they already have confirmed 4 finishes.
I mean, Imprint are just changed the gears, you know. They just want to start off picking up as many finishes as possible. They are done waiting, and this is what they were expecting. All 4 players to be standing in the 5th or the 6th circle, and that is when they're going to unleash themselves. Brawlers from far away is also trying to find out players over here. It's going to be Team Currency. You want the last man standing, and Rawat is going to be putting an end for their, you know, I don't know.
Let's just let that slide, right? Brawlers once again getting eliminated, but elsewhere got Team Bravery, right? They've got a good position as well. work with. Multiple directions is what they are being fired at from. But are they going to survive is a big question. Faiz as well as Kenny still trying to hold on to it.
That's an end.
Brent though, getting the big nail in the coffin. Even they have been completely wiped off by Team Bravery. They still need to get back Sammy, right? They've got the edge of the circle for themselves. Only 5 teams surviving. They can make it inside the final one and probably get the big chicken. 12 finishes to work with. This is ideal condition for them, especially that there's no team in their vicinity. But Killin though is still under fire as Inspire from the high ground is going after Team Bravery at this point. Might be a little bit of an overcommitment for him. But so far for Team Celestials, it's still a cakewalk, right? They've got the high ground, they've got the rocks to play with, but the circle sort of betrays every single one of them as it proceeds forward centrally in the middle of nowhere. It is no man's game right now, Arca, as most of the teams will be looking to patch themselves up outside the circle. Kerala still getting so much pain coming in from different teams. Endless this time is on the offense.
Krillin was actually on a rampage and he was trying to do his best, but Scar is going to be jumping to have a view. This is what third-party TPP can actually give you, but ultimately it's going to be, getting sprayed on, and Cobra is going to be saying goodbye. It's going to be Kerala from far away, stealing that away, and that's going to be infuriating the side of Celestial Scar. And it's going to be important for Inspire to actually cook a grenade. I think he has a throwable in his hand. He's still not relying on it at this point of time. EL on the other side is going to be that unwanted thorn for the side of Kerala in case they go forward for it. Scars in the crosshairs of Kerala. Kerala is trying to pick up as many finishes as possible, and they're doing it like a charm with 8 finishes in their name. And knowing the position of the rest of the teams, they're going to be dominating as the zone is going to be pushing away the side of Team TB inside the circle.
The hot tropical lands of Sanhok turn into a complete slaughterhouse as Team Kerala and others. This unleash their forces. Team Bravery, they've got 13 finishes to their name, 10 finishes for Team Kerala as a heal battle begins. Of course, with one first aid kit. I'm not really sure if Roho is going to survive for long. Bravery getting wiped out. It's a 1v1 right now. Cowboy has actually no idea where Roho is, and this is an opportunity. Endless had no business winning this, but of course the zone is going to take him out. Had he another first, he just maybe could have taken the fight against Team Kerala, but that's about it. 11 finish and a winner chicken dinner for Team Kerala to feast upon.
What are the team names I told you who might dominate in this game? And look at the names on the top of our screens. Team Bravery trying to play it out, trying to live up to their name. 13 finishes for them. Team Kerala coming right behind them with 11 finishes. Endless. I did not expect Endless to be here, to be specific, but ultimately they got 1 finish, but the second position, that placement points is going to be a confident boost to play much, much better in the final 2 maps of the day. Now I'm expecting something better to come out in the next maps, because right now everybody will be almost, equal when it comes to the placement points and kill points. So from here on, it's going to be domination from one team, according to me, and they're going to be really, really happy for the opponents to make the mistakes.
Exactly, as we have a look at the point standings, and of course right at the tippity top you've got Kerala as well as Bravery just dominating and asserting their authority with 26 and 23 points respectively. Of course the big names are starting to make a comeback. You had walkouts last game, you've got Team Kerala this game. I'm still waiting for that Brawlers Frag Fest, as Sanhok was probably the biggest expectation from me, because we've seen Brawlers sort of start dominating, but this time once again they were just completely owned by, I believe it was Team Tenzai in that particular fight, right? They just did not have the formation to go about. Every single fight was turned into a 2v1 when numbers advantage was always in the hands of Team Tenzai. That is not the way you approach it, but only 3 points to work with for Brawlers. I'm not going to criticize them any further, as 3 games we still have in our arsenal, and they will still have an opportunity to make a comeback, but the bottom page doesn't really look all that good, right? Walkouts right after a good game, an instant shutdown. Ballistics after 2 consistent performance, an instant shutdown. GOG 2 bad games after that initial chicken dinner. This is what the trend of the general day has been, right? Where the teams from the lower bracket, like you like to call it, they are coming up. They are starting to make their presence felt, and it's sort of a very even Stevens competition.
No, see, this is when, everything is going to be changing. Again, we're going to be going back to that basic map, right? So all these teams in the bottom, now they're going to wake up. They're like, this is our hometown. We performed best over here previously, so let's pick up the pace yet again. So that is when, the final 2 maps is going to be mattering a lot. But we'll be looking at the iQOO MVP of round 3 match number 3 as well, Group 4, where we were able to see that, it's going to be Krillin coming in. He was on a rampage, and that was the title given to him in the between the game. 6 finishes for himself for 1,349 damage. 3 headshots and 3 assists coming in from his side with an average survival of 24. We cannot expect less from a player like this.
We certainly can't, right? As we have a look at our top 5 players of the day, you've got Nevin, you've got Fairs to OP, you've got Inspire, you've got Not Out, as well as Killin, of course, at the very top. 6 finishes with 1,300 points of damage is quite a lot, and all across the board, you've got multiple players with upwards of 5 finishes, which is crazy. As we transition to the match summary, ladies and gentlemen, still waiting for those grenade numbers. Not a lot of them used this time, only 47 and only 2 grenade finishes, but we did see a lot of them deployed in right direction and right impactful ways. The healing numbers again 7,600, nothing really out of the ordinary in this map so far.
Yeah, I would agree it's nothing out of the ordinary, but yeah, it is much better than what it was before, right? For the map of Sanhok, it was just 3,000, 5,000, but now it's going to be 7,000. No vehicle finishes coming in. Obviously, this terrain you can't drive, and if you know to drive so well in this terrain, obviously you're going to be the most wanted man in the game itself. But yeah, we'll be stepping into the FT graph to understand which was the team which did the highest number of hard work, and that's going to be going in towards the side of Team TB. That's going to be Bravery, trying to get 2,382 damage with 13 finishes in their name. That hard work is not paid off as much as we expect it to be, but they have done well. But rather, Kerala Esports are the team which have done a little bit better when comparatively. They've just got 1,700 damage, but they could execute 11 finishes. And let's see what the rest of the team's going to do, because from here on, as I said, the graph is just going to be a little balanced comparatively.
Oh yeah, it certainly will be, right? You've got Team TB just completely destroying the rest of the lobby, honestly. And just like you mentioned, right, they were always that finish-hungry team, the damage-hungry team, and they love to go aggressive, and that is what they did. Sanhok was the game where they kind of played their natural style, and I would encourage them to do the same on the other maps as well as we move towards the squad face-off of the overall day so far. Team Currency versus Team Kerala. 21 versus 21. 3,336 versus 3,871. Pretty close statistics, I must say. But the difference only lies in the average survival time, where 22.23 versus a 21.3 basically makes a world of difference. It basically means you climbed up more than 3-4 placement points, which at the ending stages of the game mean a lot of points to work with.
I do agree on this point, that it does create a difference when it comes to placement points. But let's put this, that, in this point of time, in the round we are in right now, it's all about making it to the top 8. And they wouldn't feel hurt to see such kind of a stats coming in from the side of Team Kerala. But yes, one good match, and this is what can happen. Currency, cashed it out in the first game, and Kerala cashed it out in the previous game in the map of Sanhok. So, 2 teams performing really well, having the right kind of finishes for themselves, 21-21 each, shows that these 2 teams from here on can try to get an average of 11 to 12 points in every game, or probably less than that, but have an average of 6 finishes in every game, and it's going to be very, it's like a cakewalk into the next round.
Absolutely right. Of course, it kind of also makes sense because Kerala, for them, the start wasn't really good, right? The average is sort of the big courtesy to this game that the average survival time rises up so high. Walkouts for them, it's been different so far. It's walkouts versus Bravery. Both of them have had a rather good match in this one, right? 14 finishes for walkouts. Oh, this is rather the overall, pardon me for this, right? 14 finishes overall, 14 finishes for Bravery. It's very interesting that Bravery got approximately how many finishes this time? 13 or 12, somewhat around that margin. 14 finishes. Just goes to show that the first 2 games weren't really all that good. Similar for walkouts as well, right? It's only been that one good game. First match, again, wasn't really all that good on the map of Erangel. Third match, Sanhok, again a debacle. We've seen teams so far, all of whom we have had just one good game, which basically means the competition at the top of the table is very heated up at this point.
Exactly, and there are other teams who have also performed well, right? So they are also very close in making into the next round. So the final 2 teams is going to be something big. Now we're going to be looking at the squad spotlight of one team which has performed really well when it comes to the overall placement and finish points, that's going to be the side of GOG, the least expected team according to me, because the first game only they had very good finishes for themselves, but later on they are depleted down. But right now they have 17 finishes with 2,937 damage, with headshots of 2, assists of 6, and this shows that this squad is actually going in for a good balance between finish and placement points. First game, let's concentrate on just getting finishes. The second game, we're going to be concentrating on placement points. But still, all 3 games they were blessed with better placement points comparatively. But yeah, just in the first game they had good finishes.
They certainly did, right? And it's all about kind of backing that good game up with good consistent placements and good consistent position points. Because apart from that, your position inside the top 4, or rather the top 8, becomes very, very difficult. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm pretty sure this phone's placement inside the top 5 in the Indian market is very easy. Let's have a look at the sponsors.
Show me you got soul. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. So good, so fresh.
Oh,
Well, what a device, isn't it, Arka?
absolutely. Being on the top of the table for the 25 segment.
Yeah.
And right now it's on Amazon special for just 19,999. That is where it starts off.
Ridiculous.
Exactly. So you're going to be on the top of the table itself in that segment. So let's see who's going to be really happy to, name themselves as one of the iQOOs, when it comes to the points table itself. But yeah, coming back into the game, 3 maps already done. We'll have another 2 left out, another 3 left out to be specific.
Yeah.
So it's going to be Miramar and then again an Erangel. So there's a lot for us to see. Yeah, but one other big picture is going to be when this whole tournament is powered by Loco, who is going to be the biggest platform, the largest platform in India right now, where you can stream, where you can watch your favorite streamers, and it's going to be like one stop for all kind of entertainment for you. Like, you want to watch every single different game, all you have to do is just head on to Loco.
Exactly, right? And that is where most of the esports tournaments are there as well. You yourself can become a streamer by streaming and downloading the app that is known as Loco. But of course, we are going to get back into the highlights. And coming back in the game once again, Arka, it just goes to show that there was action and brunt right from the start of it all. And this all began with this fight between Celestials and Team Destiny. And Team Destiny just could not really bear against that action. They had no business surviving. But I love this approach coming in from Celestials, the fact that they were so confident in taking that fight. They were the ones who kind of, invited Team Destiny into the mix. They were the ones who were sort of lurking around in the background, ramming in with the vehicle, cover fires coming in. They were the ones who sort of disguised themselves as somebody who could give up really easily. But nah, it wasn't really the case. But this fight was really brilliant. Coffin getting that 1v2, but only being denied by a jumping man. Look at how he changes his direction of the gun placement on the fly. This is something which I could have never done, even with years of practice, even with the iQOO Z6 Pro.
I somewhere feel that you could have done it, because you're picking up the game really, really fast.
Oh, am I?
Comparatively, yeah. When we play together, I've seen you perform much, much better. So I can expect wonders from you anytime soon when we all play together at Loco itself. But yeah, coming back over here, we can see that the Tenzai's execution against the side of Brawlers was against the side of Walkouts. And Brawlers was absolutely good. Now Brawlers, this is the exact fight. Look at this, coming in. He knows that he has done the damage with that crosshair going in for a peek, and eventually goes in for a heal. But ultimately, the formation coming in from the side of Tenzai was really, really commendable. In the minimap, you can see it's literally a bull formation where 2 players are coming from either side, and 2 of your strongest are coming from the center. But ultimately, on the other side, there was a moment of Blistrous actually clutching this out. He got 1 finish point. The second one was almost down on his knees. All he had to do was, try to avoid this grenade being tossed towards him. He could have come in from the other direction and then taken the fight, but ultimately he thought that he had done the damage against the opponents, and that's why he tried to push in.
Exactly right, and this is where the entire debacle comes in. I kind of feel sad for Team Tensai over there. They were caught in between a rock and a hard place, or rather, between a rock and a spread of bullets. As Team Currency from behind, you want to be very specific, just caught them in with their pants down, and none of them were expecting that. Some fishes in the water for Team Bravery, as this is where they started racking up those finish points. They had a squad vibe before that, but this is where they kind of, got that momentum in getting that big points from this particular game itself. GOG again kind of struggling against Team Currency, and most of the teams who had dominated the circle early on were the ones who were controlling the pacing of the game itself, right? You have a look at this imprint. They had the domination of the circle. They completely wiped out walkouts who were trying to walk in from the blue zone itself. Other than that, there was nothing that the other teams could basically do. You've got Brawlers again still trying to make a difference. Rawat was still trying to be the lone survivor, maybe get some finish points to work with. But we have seen how long the rest of the players like Dark and Rawat kind of tend to survive once their general, that is Sangwan, is down.
Yep, and that is where the whole team's consistency comes into question as well. So
Yeah.
right now, these are the final moments of the game, according to me, because Celestial had actually done the damage, and this was the moment where Kerala started to dominate that, shorelines, and they knew that this is where the circle is going to be forming up. This is where it's going to be much more easier for them to take the fight, and with that rock as the hard cover, they were able to execute it well. But there comes a blessing in disguise from the side of Celestials far away. There was a time where the Braveries could actually come in. Bravery could actually come in and execute exactly against the side of Team Kerala, but ultimately it was just one man, Cowboy actually holding the right corners, and he did the best of what he could.
He certainly did the best of what he could, but of course, Endless Rojo, this man was the final remaining survivor, and
Yep.
I kind of felt like he had that opportunity for him, especially when Team Kerala went in for that revive. I thought that, wait, this is the opening that he was looking for, but
Yeah.
sadly, he didn't really have the HP to work with, nor the meds to actually heal himself up in the final stages, and that is about it. Endless, though, they've done a big job for themselves, coming out of their shatters, breaking those shackles, and kind of getting that big position on the points table. It's going to give them a big bump in terms of confidence, and I'm really, really waiting for a good display coming in from these teams who are still reeling around inside the second page of the overall standings. But of course, one big name who are still yet to perform is going to be Brawlers. But Arka, of course, I'm going to come back to you. Any team that you're looking after we come back after a short break?
I think it's way better we jump into the break and then come back, ladies
All
and
right.
gentlemen. We're going to be taking a short break. We're going to be back soon. Just don't go anywhere. Just, take a small break for yourself as well.
What's your biggest weakness?
My biggest weakness?
If I had to pick one,
I'd say that
my biggest weakness is
that I'm a real giver, I give more than I should.
Are you going to keep all the loot for yourself, huh? We don't need glory hunters on the team.
I'm firing on all cylinders 100% of the time. Gives others a huge complex. Arey bhai, can't find any guns here. I'll be toast if I have to carry on with this frying pan.
I'm too calm and composed for my own good. Nothing can rattle me. I'm in constant zen mode. Beast mode, guys! Come on, let's go! Arey, scout kar rahe hai yaar. Hello, respond!
I just can't push people against their will, Even if it's for their own good. Seeing people uncomfortable just doesn't sit right with me.
अबे तुम रेड जोन के बाहर नहीं निकल सकते, कंफर्ट जोन के बाहर कैसे निकलोगे? चिकन डिनर के साथ में भूल जाओ, तुम्हारी किस्मत में भूखा मरना लिखा है.
Pick the game, drop the act. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Download now.
ट्रेन और ट्रैक्स के छिचक के बीच अगर लोकल में बैठी टीम मुंबईज अपनी गेम पटरी पे ला रही है, तो बनारस की पतली गलियों में राजेश गेम में पतली गली पकड़ रहा है. थैंक्स टू सिमरन, उसके क्लैन के रैंक का कोई बाल भी बांका नहीं कर सकता. बड़ा बाजार में कैसा भी हो वाईफाई, पिंटू अपनी स्क्वाड को दे रहा है हाई फाई. और अरविंद और शार्प शूटर को है पता, द वन हु शोज द वे इज द रियल तला। चार मीनार के पास एवरीबॉडी नोज ये सिंगल हीरो और दो हाथ का गेम नहीं है। इरेंगल और मिरामार से भी बड़ा एक मैप है जहां हर कोई अपना रैंक पुश कर रहा है। बैटल ग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया रैंक पुश कर रहा है यहाँ। आप हो कहाँ? डाउनलोड नाउ।
It's not about being like everyone else. It's about having your own destination. It's not about how you fit in. It's about the skin you choose to fit in. It's not about you belonging somewhere. It's about you belonging with your squad. Because everyone can be a player in Battlegrounds Mobile India. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Let the battle begin. Download now.
This car won't drive itself, right? Where to go, when to stop, read the map. अब ये सब तो इन गेम रीडर ही कर सकता है। And danger rarely announces itself. इसलिए आगे बढ़ने के लिए एक स्काउट भी जरूरी है। And without the fragger being there to wipe out the enemies, moving forward तो भूल ही जाओ। और फाइनली गाड़ी आगे बढ़ाने के लिए सिर्फ पहिए नहीं, जैक भी जरूरी है। कोई भी मैप हो और कोई भी रास्ता, जैक ऑफ ऑल ट्रेड्स के बिना टीम नहीं बनती। विदाउट यू एज द सपोर्ट ये गेम नहीं चलती। योर फ्रेंड्स आर वेटिंग फॉर यू ऑन द बैटलग्राउंड्स। फिर से अपने यारों के साथ चिकन डिनर करोगे, साथ मिलके रैंक पुश करोगे। बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया, डाउनलोड नाउ।
जब कोर्ट पर बनी टीम ऑफ 5, छठे यार का दिल टूटा ऐसे जैसे टूटे कांच। क्योंकि अब से कोई नहीं होगा कभी भी लेफ्ट आउट। Battlegrounds Mobile India brings you the new 8v8 TDM mode. Let the action begin in Santorini.
Super Sunday action never stops, ladies and gentlemen, as we are back once again after a very short break. And this time with me is going to be Fixes, and I love the orange on you. I kind of forgot to compliment it initially, but now I'm having... Yeah, it's pretty good. It suits you.
Few of them call it copper, but I mean, I'm
the
gonna give you a
lights
pass.
kind of make it orange for me, especially
All
with the
right,
golden,
all right. I mean,
you know.
that is a good defense for being color blind. So I'm not gonna blame you for that, Salty. But yeah, it's not about my color right now because in Erangel it's gonna go all red with blood spilt everywhere. Because considering the kind of a storyline that we went into initially at the start of the day, it's absolutely complete opposite of what is really happening, right? We really did not expect the teams that are really doing well to be doing that well, and the teams that we had high hopes from are suddenly starting to fizzle out. And I think the biggest names out here has to be allowed out and clear. Team Brawlers, I am certainly starting to figure out what on earth is going wrong with them.
You know, it's very funny to kind of remember how round 1 and round 2 went for Brawlers the entire day. We were kind of seeing the same thing, right? What's happening with Brawlers? What are they doing? But at the end of the day, we kind of figured out that way. They've actually qualified. And that's the beauty of the game, right? You've got so many opportunities. You've got so many different maps where you can actually display your skill. And I'm still not going to count them out. But I completely agree with you. Having said that, the big names, they haven't really exerted that one-sided domination that we expected them to kind of show, right? You've got Kerala having one good game for themselves, Walkouts having one good game for themselves. But I feel like it's good, right? The healthy competition at the top where you don't see one-sided domination, a one-dimensional gameplay. Everybody is chiming in, even Team Currency, Imprint for that matter as well. Team Bravery also getting a good game for themselves. GOG in the mix as well. It's good stuff, especially for the lobby of this caliber.
Oh yeah, of course, and that kind of tends to show how competitive round 3 has become.
Yeah.
Right? It's not just that one team absolutely dominating over here. And by the start of the evening, we sort of started off with this being the group of death, right?
Yeah.
One of the toughest groups. Only the top 4 teams tend to, survive that round 2. Now getting in round number 3, you've just got top 8. Will be heading on towards round number 4. But right now, this beautiful device in my hand, the iQOO Z6 Pro 5G. Well, our friends from iQOO have a message for you guys just about now.
Show me you got soul. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. So good, so fresh.
It's already evening outside, and while you both were casting, I just went out for tea, and I really had some amazing evening, nighttime photography clicked on my iQOO Z6 over here.
Yeah.
And you've got to appreciate the kind of a depth that you get, the open aperture, capturing as much light as possible. And when you start to think that this is a premium phone, and then it comes down to just around 20,000 where it starts from, I cannot really digest, how on earth do you pack in so many features at the same time? I do not know where to complain.
I have no clue as well, right? It has that dedicated night mode which you were talking about. And when someone who is not as tech savvy who you would expect is talking about open apertures, this kind of delivers performance. But ladies and gentlemen, we are gonna get into Erangel once again. And having a look at all these regions, I'm pretty sure we know or we can expect what sort of action is going to unfold. But we've seen different circles, and today has been the day of rather not disappointing circles, but rather default circles, I would say.
Yeah, every single time you sort of get Gatka, it's all about the open lands. It's all about finding those little bit of hilly areas, finding those little bit of riches, out of which Team Currency did come out on top. But again, the curse of the first team getting the chicken dinner is also sort of valid over here, because now Team Currency have been kind of messing up on a few of their games. Miramar that did manage to get a couple of finishes, but that was just about it. Maybe it could be the game of Erangel which sparks their comeback. But more than ever, I think it's high time that Team Brawlers also enter into the fray, right? And to talk about the journey in round 1, round 2, it has always been that one big game of which we're still looking out for. I mean, when are they going to strike? When are they going to get fierce enough to, go all berserk, get 15, 16 finishes to their names, get that chicken dinner? Because, towards the entire duration of what we had in those 3 games, we really did witness that they were looking a little bit lost.
Exactly right. Getting points and getting finishes in one game is one thing, and looking lost for the entirety of the day is a completely different thing. And to be honest, Brawlers did not look their own self. But of course, we're going to put that topic aside as we see the plane flying over the top of map of Miramar. Erangel, ladies and gentlemen. I might slip out, but none of these players will, as we start off from Novo towards Severny, a rather eastern flight path, I must say. But please, God, just don't give me that damned Gatka circle once again.
If I get to see a Gatka circle, I'm going to still take it. Anything, like I said, salty apart from a northern one, right? We've had enough of those. But this is one of those flight path trajectory that is going to be favoring the Team Brawlers out there. A few others, Team Bravery finally stepping up on board, getting a few finishes in Sanhok. Sanhok. And that has always been the tell-to-tale storyline every time we enter into the grasslands, right? In fact, into the rainforest over there, because unexpected things tend to happen. Finally, Team Kerala got the chicken that they were looking out for. You had Team Bravery also displaying a really, really good performance. And this is where you're sort of starting to wonder, when will the other teams really step up? You know, I'm talking about Team Endless, teams like Ballistics. Now, Ballistics in round number 2, they were so good.
Yeah.
And, you know, they did not have a lot of position points, but the finishes were definitely there. But today, they have not been able to garner any of them, as yet another Gatka circle is right in front of us. But you know, one good thing about Gatka is I like the, you know, the topographies in the mix, right? So many areas, you've got those radio towers. There's still slight possible chances that we get to see those little bit of that western swampy circle that we witnessed a couple of days earlier. So there's still high probable chances, you know, teams still get to get their loot done. But right now, considering the fact that the circle, the flight path trajectory went in from the eastern side, a lot of teams are going to be traversing to their desired drop location, and in the midst of which have chances to get caught off guard. I'm pretty sure having a P92 and shooting at a vehicle is not the wisest thing to do right now.
Pretty optimistic over there. Pretty optimistic. The gun doesn't matter as long as you're shooting bullets out of it. Probably does is Winter.
Especially with the VSS.
I'm not really sure, right? Winter also did try his luck, but it's Team Kerala, right? They're optimistic. They've always been that way. And again, speaking of optimism, you've got to talk about Ballistics, but after we speak about Team Blue Whales. Blue Whales. I still can't forget Bhule Bhatke because I am lost at this point. They were really good yesterday. I hope they qualified. But today, it's about Blue Whales and the mammals. Of course, the largest of them all.
Now, that's the interesting fact is that Team Blue Whales have changed their drop location, right? If you remember the first game, they dropped over at Novoripnoi, where they did take their first loss. Then they eventually decided, you know, it's not wise, you know, considering you've got 3-4 teams heading down towards Snovka. It's better to play somewhere around the centers, and hence decided to drop upon Imprint Esports. Now, it's going to be really dicey because now, this time, Imprint haven't really been subjected to such situations, right? They never really thought that they're going to be contested. And now that they are, they really need to figure their things out over here, because you've got to play around the edges. That is one thing in Pochinki. And he's just kind of trying to get towards his teammate. I do not know what the objective right now is. And as they've taken those buggies, I think they're out for a retreat.
They certainly are, right? And you mentioned about being subjected to pressure. Now, this is what I believe their strategy after dropping Pochinki is. They kind of loot over the periphery of the city and then kind of fall back pretty quickly, because even in the first map of Erangel, there was another presence on Pochinki. It wasn't Blue Whale for sure. It was somebody else. But neither of them actually converge upon each other, as we can have a look. His team Currency is on the move. Team Bravery is also on the move. As all of these players start going on a long drive, it looks like a picnic as everyone is cuddling inside this small vehicle. It's an unusual sight because generally all of these players, they're so luxurious, they get their own vehicles to work with. They kind of increase traffic, much like Mumbai. But now they're sort of all cobbled up trying to go for Uber pool.
You know, carpooling has been a thing in Mumbai there, right? Especially considering how the fuel prices have gone up.
Oh, yeah.
But especially when you are in the battlegrounds, it does not matter, right? When the question is about survival, when you know all the other people around inside this particular map are your enemies, that is where you've got to be a little bit more extra careful. But again, for Team Bravery, it's all coming down to the fact that, you know, they dropped off. The flight path trajectory did not really favor them. All they could find was that one good vehicle, and they headed off towards the desired drop spot. And I'm going to see if they can get those loot done and at the same time also rotate in, because of the clusters or that sort of is going to build up around the eastern areas. That is going to be such a tough task for them. But there you have it. You know, they've gotten that one extra UAS to work around with. So one extra vehicle for them.
It certainly is, right? It's definitely going to help them. But we were speaking of Ballistics initially, right? And that was a team who kind of had a good balance. I loved what they did in the first and the second game, getting those average position and finish points right at the get-go, which places them in a healthy manner, right? I'm always a big supporter of the fact that it's really impossible to get chicken dinners every game, or
Yeah.
rather a good number of finishes every game. But as long as you're maintaining that healthy average of, let's say, 8 to 10 points, you should be good to go, because you have to go for one good game at least. And Ballistics, I feel like they are all set for that. Even their journey in round 2 was kind of similar, and this is where the contrast comes in towards Brawlers, where expectations from them right now have risen to the point where they might not be able to match it. But Ballistics, they are still in a better position, because a decent chicken would also do the job. For Brawlers, they need probably a lot of finishes to work with. Maybe need a 30 bomber and then another good finish to come into the fray, because we know the average qualification point would somewhere be around the 47-48 mark for the top 8.
Yeah, of course, it has been, right? Yesterday was a little bit less, around 41, 42. But yeah, it's around that 40 to 50 marker, which clearly states that you need to have those 7 to 8 points every single game. And if you're getting around 10, then you're already good to go.
Yeah.
Now, like you said, I completely agree with you. It's kind of impossible to sort of secure so many chicken dinners throughout the day. And once you do that, you've got a huge bounty on your head. Teams are going to start taking you seriously. So somewhere, try to be a little low-key, be around the 3rd, 4th position. And, Ballistics, as they played in round number 2, hasn't really been reciprocated in a similar fashion. And round number 3, right? Haven't really gotten enough of those finish points that they are famous for. But again, for Team Currency over here, now that you talk about them, the first Erangel game, that is where they really thrived. They managed to get that chicken dinner.
Yep.
They certainly have to somehow exude the same amount of energy and the momentum that they had in the first game, and try to convert this one into a good game for themselves as well. I mean, getting a top 3 finish is what they require right now to at least try and solidify their place in the top 8.
Something which is really bugging me is that, of course, they've got the yuan, you've got dollar as well. But what's not out and two farm? Those are not currencies.
The spelling of dollar. That's maybe dollar was just taken and he had to resort to the ER. But despite that, now this could have been a huge engagement. Now Brawlers realizing the situation, and I was rather flabbergasted to see them, because I really thought that they're gonna go up top towards Siverni.
Yeah,
but
right.
this time just dropping around Quarry. They're certainly executing their plan B strategy over here. They have a decent amount of loot to work around with, as walkouts right now just hovering around. Maybe would take some cover around this visitor.
Yeah.
It does not seem to be the case here.
For Brawlers, actually, it doesn't surprise me all that much, because even if you remember the first Erangel game, after dropping off at Siverni, they still got that quarry region for themselves, right? That was their station B for their rotation. This time around, they kind of skipped that first station and they go directly towards the second station, which is towards that quarry region. But of course, the big question is, how long are they going to survive, as we watch most of these teams sort of congregate towards that Katka region once again. We have the map feed in front of us, and I must tell you, it's a big cluster. The periphery of the circle has literally nobody, as most of the teams have just jotted down to just one single point. It's nuts.
Yeah, the teams have finally realized, right? There's no point playing around the edges. Eventually, in terms of these Katka circles, you need to hold on to those compounds, and that is gonna help you out.
Yeah.
But as we were talking about these teams, Lethal Warriors, they've sort of been invisible, right? They sort of have been free bees, free food for all the other teams. They haven't really made their mark yet. But again, that being said, we've seen there are teams that tend to be the late bloomers inside the game. That had been the case with teams like Vicious Annihilators, one of them, they're just stepping up in those final 3 games. This could also be one of those games that, Lethal Warriors are looking forward to, because dropping down at Primorsk, you have that western area to your advantage, and you can really work around that. All you need to do is find the right time to rotate. But Sangwan out for blood, maybe just trying to rotate around, will eventually get caught by Mr. Spray, who is going to be dishing out some lead at his direction. Now Sangwan realizes that he's got some company over here that he clearly does not want, so instantly backs off.
An extremely big matchup fixes this one. Brawlers versus Walkouts. Now, 2 of the big hotshots in this lobby. I'm not really sure if they're going to go out at each other, lash out against each other right from the get-go, because this is literally the first fight. We haven't had a single casualty so far, and they must know it, right? And especially when there's no incentive for getting early finishes right now, I don't think they really are compelled to do it, especially because Sangwan, you saw that big rotation coming in, right? He was like, I'm not interested, bye-bye, see ya, hopefully we'll meet another time. that's what most of us do in our personal lives as well.
Yeah. You know, the last thing I would love to do is just spend time to myself, you know, after the entire day of cast. I love you guys, but that's the last phase that I want to see while I go to sleep, right? And that has to be the case. I mean, for Sangwan, he's got his game face up because he knows that he's under tremendous pressure because, again, being one of the oldest players of the community, his friends are watching, right? And to see him fall right at round number 3, somewhere, you know, it's going to hurt him. And not just, you know, mentally, because even outside the game, he's got he's got a lot of things to prove, right? Because he's got a rich past in esports, in different titles, you know, accomplishing various official events, you know, getting a championship MVP title at that, and he's got a lot of things rolling under him. And then you've got the OGs, right, in his team in the form of Iconic and Dark, two of my favorite players, not just in the community, overall as well as persons they are. And Robert has been the surprise package for Team Brawlers. And certainly, you know, it really takes a little bit of a time when you have one extra player coming in to build up that synergy. And they've got all this far. But again, you know, when you talk about how Team Brawlers have really been, if you can ask me, have they been consistent? The answer is going to be no. Because somewhere down the line, they have been looking astray in a lot of various situations. But this time, they realized that, you know, the edgy strategy is not really working out for us. Let's resort to the centers. And that is exactly what they're doing right now.
They probably do that, right? I hope the defensive gameplay is up to the mark, because we certainly saw that offense is not their forte, especially the way they rushed into a compound, ambushed it only to get it reciprocated against them by GOG. But so far, a lot of focus on Brawlers. We have a lot of other teams in the lobby as well. You can have a look. The Circle, again, kind of favoring towards that Quarry, Feripe region, a little towards the north of Forest. You still have the ridges. You'll still have the open grounds. The eastern part of the Circle, very surprisingly, is completely open, where the western part is laden with teams. Is Iconic unleashes himself on top of, I believe it was Sharon from TF5.
Yeah, Shiran. He's managed to get that lower grounds for himself, gets to recuperate with his teammates, and now is going to heal himself back up. But for Brawlers, I really like this position, right? They've got a little bit of a ridge to play around with, their backline secured, you know, for someone to really dash at them, have to stop over those ridges, giving them ample time to fight as they circle again, shifting a little bit towards the eastern side, you know, favoring a lot of teams, but the western cluster is just too much to handle. And we were talking about, you know, the entire map being spilt with blood, right? This is the perfect moment is where you're going to start witnessing a lot of those fights breaking out as Lethal Warriors, they've made their way from BMOC. Now they're somewhere stuck around Quarry. I do not really like what AK has been doing, just getting on from the center lines of Quarry. He's eventually just going to get murdered, but right now, Madara gets the better out of Coffin as Blue Whales find themselves in a little bit of a pickle. But I think he's going to get himself back up. As for Madara, I cannot really say the same.
Team Lethal Warriors, they've got 3 players up top, and they are unleashing themselves upon Madara. His vehicle has been punctured as he is being battered down. Not really the ideal condition where he really wants to stay in, but just like you mentioned, Erangel is going to be spilled with blood. It's still the first casualty that we are yet to witness as Dark is spotted in the open. Of course, nobody's shooting at each other as finally Scotland resorts to firing some bullets and pressing in the trigger. Mr. Spray has been taken down elsewhere, and that's kind of interesting. Walkouts losing the first player.
I mean, again, this is where you kind of around the centers, and this is bound to happen, right? While you're trying to traverse around, there's going to be a few players that pick you up, and this is where your players are answered. You were wondering where could they have been. They were kind of around the southern side this time, with Team Bravery holding off those northwestern ferry pair compounds. And while they were kind of trying to traverse around, that is where, and that is how they got picked off as Zero. He can spot out that barrel coming out of Dark, who's now stuck here in a really dicey situation over here. I'm starting to wonder if he can really get back to his vehicle, especially with the kind of a traffic that is going to be coming at his way, because this little split of Brawlers, that could have really worked out a zone ago, but right now they somehow need to come down and stay around each other as the zone forms again, and TF5 are going to be the happiest of the bunch.
They certainly are, but I'm pretty sure Brawlers are also going to be happy, but it's just about coming back and regrouping once again. You've got too many teams coming in from the northern hemisphere of the circle itself, and I'm pretty sure and all of that traffic is just going to pass through brawlers. Are they going to survive that ambush? And that initial battle is something which we still have to look out for. The first way to deal with it is probably try and regroup, but here we have it, Team Celestials though taking the brunt of damage from, I believe, Lethal Warriors as Satan OP takes down Austin. A very nice vantage point to work with Team Celestials having little to no form of defense at this point. They're completely lackluster.
Oh, they certainly are. And at this particular point, Celestials, well, they had that really one good squad wipe, I believe, against Team Tensai in Miramar. Apart from which, they've sort of been invisible. Now, the Warriors are subjected to spray from other direction. It is going to be the team of walkouts, as somehow Celestials kind of tend to head out towards where walkouts are. And now they might fall prey to them as Inspire. He's just going to get sprayed upon by Bear Baba, who somehow wants to connect those shots, as finally, you know, Team Tensai have decided to take an invasion on towards the compounds that Team Bravery is holding on to.
Kuro is very advanced. On the other side, Ace has been knocked down, so it's definitely not the ideal split that you want to play from if you are Team Tensai at this point. Team Bravery, they're holding it really, really well. Snook, quite low on HP, but still haven't seen any sort of advancement. Just waiting for that initial push coming in. Nades still being exchanged. Surya elsewhere gets completely wiped off. Deadshot also falling. It is Team Ballistics who get eliminated by Team ACBC elsewhere, as we did not get to see a single bit of that action. As Team Bravery, they still look upon to holding their compound back. Team Tensai though, just progressing one by one, trying to lash in as much as they possibly can, chew off of those HPs that Team Bravery hold. Nice nade, but it's a little too far.
Yeah, for now at least, as Ace is just going to keep on continuing hammering them down with all those grenades coming out. And this is the ideal situation where you're going to expect some Molotovs to come in, because it's a huge compound. You would ideally try to flush out the players out of their covers, as both these teams are placed beautifully, right? I really like the positioning from Tensei, considering how they've created their backline secured. So this is where they're starting to kind of congregate to one spot and then go in with the push on this huge blue compound and get the better out of Killin and Goku. But in the midst of it all, Killin is the one who opens up the fray with that knock onto its Ace. Now Tensai are all in shambles.
They certainly are. The push has been discouraged as Killin is still looking to finish off Ace completely. Elsewhere, Retaliation doesn't really come in, as a nice spread from Bravery is still holding all of them at bay. Bengali is still looking to go outside, coming from the right-hand side, but as of now, that doesn't really happen.
Oh, look at this flank coming in from FaZe and Snook. This could be absolutely genius, because they were all isolated at a certain point, and now him coming in from the flank lines. Is Bengali expecting that? Because if he does not, he is in for some serious trouble. I think he knows with the smokes.
He certainly does. Also, Snook being in this angle also kind of gives away that position. Smokes being deployed, nades being deployed, as both of them get blown to smithereens, and now FaZe can just clean both of them up. Bravery, though, still looking very, very strong and confident, but of course, Retaliation comes in as Bunter is looking to put a stop to all of that flank coming in. Ace, of course, has been completely wiped out as Goku is still going on the offense, and with that being said, Team Tensai, they have been sent back to their graves.
And I believe Killin has to be the MVP in this particular situation, right? The first knock that he did manage to get on the players of Tensai, that sort of gave them that avenue to get on the eastern side and get the flank going on, as we do have Team Currency being the king of the hills over here, with Endless trying to get inside the circle with yet another team right beside them. That's going to be Team Kerala Esports. Now, Kerala have had a really good game in the map of Sanhok. Now, the big question is, can they reciprocate a similar sort of a gameplay even in Erangel as well?
Probably, but Currency, have a look at this. Tufan knows exactly where the nade has to drop. Perfecting that trajectory. It's pretty good, but not good enough to provide any sort of damage. But Team Kerala in the vicinity can cause a lot of trouble. This is a 3-way Mexican stand-up, or probably a triple threat, or maybe turn into a Royal Rumble if you're a WWE fan, as Tufan unleashes himself. A lot of lead being burned, and Rojo completely out in the open. That man still manages to survive as a smoke explodes in front of him, completely taking off that visibility.
Now Tufan, he should have connected those shots, but Dollar, he needs to know he's getting shot from elsewhere, as Cowboy spotting out Titan from the backlines. He's going to get pincered, absolutely, as he's just going to meet his makers, as Dollar finally coming downhill, gets the players of Endless one after the other, securing all those juicy finishes up to his name.
Certainly does. Team Currency, they've got the high ground advantage as so many teams coming in from the back lines can easily gatekeep them. But right now, Team ACBC also wiping the floor with Team Blue Whales, not surviving. One single player being completely overwhelmed with numbers. But this is where the heart of the action lies. Team Currency, look at their beautiful positioning, right? They've got the complete control, literally the Supremo inside the circle, where GOG also have got a compound to work with. Probably the only compound inside the circle. Pretty healthy in terms of positioning, might invite some sort of invitation.
No, I really like the spot that GOG are holding on to, right? If they can defend it properly, this should be their chicken dinner, and there should not be any sort of trouble if that can be taken away from them. But now, Haxer fighting those beautiful, openings and those gaps that he is going to be, taking it to his advantage, as he's just going to unleash all that lead at the players of Lethal Warriors. Apparently, they started the journey off around the month. We saw them take those high ground over Quarry, sort of anticipated the circle a little bit towards the northeastern side, and now they are paying a hefty price for that.
They certainly are being betrayed once again, because look at the mini-map. The hardship is basically too tough to digest for Lethal Esports or Lethal Warriors, pardon me for that, as Team Currency is still on the run. Team Kerala is the next victim as they rack up 6 finishes, but Imprint is right in front of them. 3v3 is what we have to offer, but Smoke is going to pause this for a certain amount of time. Zenith, though, on the vehicle, trying to reposition himself. I love the fact that they're not giving into this fight just yet, but both of them have common priorities. Getting inside the circle, almost 180 meters is what they have to traverse with only 5 seconds on the clock. It's not going to be easy.
Indeed it isn't, and this is the fight that we've all been waiting for. 2 of the Titans just breaking and fighting it out to prove who is the better one. For now, Walkouts have established the dominion, but for Brawlers, they've got a lot to prove. In Sangwan, this is how he thrives, just one with the nature already, as he needs to find the perfect angle onto where to run, but now their attention has been diverted as Imprint also is going to be joining the fray.
It is a complete triple threat outside the circle. Zenith being taken down. Iconic is still going ham as Arthur has been knocked down. It's a 3-way Mexican standoff, ladies and gentlemen, as explosions happen left and right. Yuva OP, though, being shot at by Sangwan, but Sangwan finally finds a knock onto Abrar, which is going to weaken the defense. Walkouts are basically a half-blood princess. Brawlers are still thriving.
They somehow need to get themselves inside the zone, but with the fact that, Walkouts getting eliminated, things have got a little bit easier, but still need to work out, or rather look out for the players of Imprint, who are all gonna get lined up over here. And there you go, Arto getting taken down by Dark, as Sangwan needs to patch himself up, gets himself thrown down, as now the 2 other players of Imprint, they're on a retreat, but can they get themselves out of here safely? No is going to be the answer, as Dark is going to be hammering down all that lead, gets yet another knock, but Iconic gets traded off.
It certainly is. Only one player surviving and 30-odd meters which he needs to travel. It's a 1v1 Arm 10 versus Dark. Dark just trying to take the time. He knows he has to sacrifice the players. Pre-fires come in. Both of them know their positioning as Team Imprint. They reign supreme in this fight yet again, but now divert their attention towards Team FTF5. He's not going to go towards Shua, which is a shocker for me. But of course, considering the terrain and the topography, this is not an easy job, as we've only got 5 teams inside the 6 circle, ladies and gentlemen, each having a particular section for themselves. It's going to be a very tight fight, Fixes.
The ride down the hill for Imprint is definitely not going to be easy, as Reaper God, he's going to just unload that little grenade over there and does not really reach the distance, but otherwise it's going to be the case. But no, it's his friend Karthik from the backline finds that perfect opening, and he's going to get that finish secured, as it's that last player, Arm, surviving. He has to resort to healing battle. That's the only option that he has, because I find no routes of escape for that one player.
Especially the circle once again being in the mercy of GOG and ACBC. It's a good opportunity for GOG to kind of cash in and get back into the top mix. But of course, Team TF5, they're just going to slam in. No invitation for battle is what they need. They just ram in. Sharon just going on the fly, but this is not what he intended to, as ACBC completely shut him down. No retaliation or no reinforcements from TA5. It was basically a scouting mission, but of course, in the result of it, the loser player or probably another one, as Reaper God has been taken down yet again. Arm10 going on the flank, the solo remaining survivor. It's a very ballsy move coming in for him, but I guess his position is given out, so Cobra is just going to be watching out for him.
You know, Imprint is going to be thanking his stars, right? TF5 making those really casual mistakes and paying a hefty price as Cobra gets spotted right out in the open, giving enough time for Arm to secure all those finishes to his name as one last player of TF5 survives. Who got that finish? Has to be someone from ACBC. No, it's going to be Arm10, as somehow, I do not know how this lad has managed to survive, but he's made it to top 3.
He certainly does, right? He's going to be chilling right now, considering that he's got the podium finish for himself and also 8 valuable finishes to work with. And now it's a 3v1v1 situation as Arm10 has got yet another one as he takes down Haxa. Cabron is basically a half-blood Princess Rain is the only one who can put up any sort of resistance. Still trying to go on the offense. Arm10 is on the verge of being taken out. Yes, he is. It is just a 3v3 right now, but ACDC needs to resurrect and get their players back up and running. And GOG, they realize this opportunity. They know there's a player man down, and this is exactly where they can chime in and completely take the fight for themselves.
This is where they're going to rush in like a pack of hyenas in hunger. They're thirsty right now. They need all those finishes to their name. As GOG, the more they delay, you're giving enough time for ACBC sort of to recuperate, which is not the ideal situation over here. As there you go, a 3v3 again into the mix as the 8th circle is going to start closing in just about 30 seconds. As we've got to see who makes that first move, who gets that first knock. They should have really gone in when ACBC were bleeding, but not doing so, they might have dug their own graves.
They just might have. Haxer still getting the Molotov up and running. They yet to figure out that initial opening. 3v3, the defense is all set. Every single one watching a different terrain. MJ versus Haxa might just be the first contact. This one. But I love the fact that ACBC have covered the ground already. They are yet to make the first shot count. But they've done the hard work, that is to traverse the distance. Now all they're going to do is cross the fence and take the fight to Team GOG.
Just tossing pans here and there, you know, something to cook their chicken dinner in. But GOG have other intentions right now. Everybody aware of each other's position. We've got to see, you know, just wait it out for the 8th circle to start closing in. ACBC, they are going to be the aggressors over here, but Capron needs someone to provide that quintessential cover fire, and he's got Rain to do exactly that. But GOG, they're well stationed to kind of defend this fortress that they're holding on to.
The tension in the room, the sweat in their foreheads, the shake on their fingers, and the nerves. You can literally feel the heartbeats of all of these players right now as they just wait for that perfect opportunity. The anticipation in every single one of their minds is all that you want to live for. This is BGMI, this is iQOO BMOC, ladies and gentlemen, as these players know this is the time of their careers. This is where they really put their efforts in. All of this comes down to these dying moments as the Molotov just burns Bullet OP, and this is exactly where the action starts, Fixes.
And it has indeed broken down as Nick OP is finding that perfect opportunity to really strike. SJ coming out of cover, gets taken down. It is all onto it. Nick gets that one knock, but that's all he is going to get as ACBC will be getting this to their name with 15 finishes to their names. Wow.
When you said GOG dug their grave when they did not push in on ACBC when the player was knocked in, I felt that, and I'm probably thinking GOG must be kicking themselves for not doing that.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, they were at the most vulnerable situation out there. And I could understand that GOG were kind of feeling the heat of things, right? They had that one little good game. Apart from that, they were kind of trying to, they were kind of fizzling out. This was a very good game for their comeback. And yeah, they should have really noted that knock finish feed and could have acted accordingly, because that is where ACBC were kind of the most vulnerable. But eventually, you know, that knock onto its bullet with that Molotov, that clearly opened it up. MJ, however, had a little bit of a trade-off, but that was not enough, as the point standings, ladies and gentlemen, is right in front of our screens, with ACBC finally securing their berth in that top 8 with those 30 points to their names.
It's only good for the entire server, to be honest, because the 30 bomber coming in for ACBC means that they are back in competition Same goes for GOG as well as Imprint. I'm not really sure how performances have been for Imprint. I wasn't really following them holistically, but GOG for sure, these 16 points mean the world to them, and also for Currency as they make another comeback.
Oh yeah, I mean for Team Currency, we've kind of figured out that Erangel has been the strongest suit right around now. And again, for Team Imprint, I think they've been quite consistent over the past couple of matches, right? If not those top 3 finishes, they have been getting decent amount of points on board. As we head in and take a look at the bottom half of the table, Team Kerala, we really thought that the Sanhok Chicken was sort of a beacon where they start really racking up all those finishes to their names, get some decent positions, but that was not the case. But what I'm really worried about is for Ballistics Esports. Now this is one of those teams that I was constantly paying attention to, but getting down every single time at the 16th spot, that is something that they really did not sign up for.
Life is slowly getting difficult for all of these lads, even Tenzai for that matter, because these guys are also very well orchestrated when they go about their 4v4 fights, but just somehow those rotations aren't really working out for them. Team Destiny as well, you've got Celestials. I mean, in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Celestials are the ones who've got cosmic powers, but probably not in the realm of BGMI.
At least not here. Maybe they just did walk up in the wrong side of the bed, and that sort of really did come down to that. But as we take a look at the iQOO MVP, has to be April for what he really accomplished for his squad. In fact, April. So either ways, of course, the players having so interesting names for themselves. But I really felt, of course, Apron did a really good job towards that very end, opening things up. But for me, it's going to be Arm from Imprint, right? The sheer cojones on that lad to really capitalize upon the situation where TF5 were absolutely lost. But we're going to talk about that a little bit later as the top 5 players are right in front of our screens.
And you might be very happy as Arm takes the 2nd spot on our standings. Pretty close in terms of damage point, 966 as compared to Capron's 994 with only 4 finishes. I'm saying only because he was the only guy who was surviving, and those impact finishes racked up a lot of points for Imprint and also giving them that valuable podium finish. Transitioning over to the match summary, nothing really special apart from 100+ grenades used, which sort of we are now accustomed to.
Yeah, now this has been the general standard sort of grenade usage, right? 100 grenades being used. The conversion ratio not really accordingly, 4%. Though, just 4%. And it's all right. It's all right. Players are still learning. It's those learning phases. We're gonna see those numbers getting improvised and even increasing as round 4 begins. But again, in terms of feelings, it's been pretty standard. Nothing really out of ordinary, because we could not really see a lot of fights getting back to a hard reset, right? As we take a look at the FT graph, and this is where ACBC, they dropped off at the military base, and then from there onwards they started off their path, and they managed to take that perfect compound to their names. They held on to it. GOG was also looking out for that. They were there from the very start. That was that one spot where the circle really panned down to. A bit lucky over there. As you can see, not a lot of finish points have been acquired from their side, but ACBC, they have fought their way along, and this chicken dinner is something that they've really earned for themselves.
They absolutely deserve their spot in the squad spotlight as well, ladies and gentlemen. This is the overall squad spotlight for them. With 28 finishes, they get 28 points to work with. 1 chicken dinner, which means they already have 43 points to work with. Pretty close to the threshold that we always talk about. Now, I'm also sure that they had racked up certain amount of position points here and there. They might have just crossed the 48-50 points threshold, I'm just saying, but they still have one more game to go. And the average survival time is something which you also have to consider. 21 minutes across 4 maps is something which you can't really scoff at.
Oh yeah, absolutely, especially when they were sort of denied that chicken dinner in Miramar. Finally, we could see this coming for their squad, as the squad face-off is between Imprint Esports and Team Kerala, and these were the 2 statistics that I was really keen and looking out for, because now we've got a slight idea. This is where you can see, both these teams are in really close contention to each other. Not a lot of stats are really differentiated, because the average survival time, Imprint Esports, this is where they take that little bit of an edge, but it's still even Stevens.
It's still pretty even Stevens, right? Considering the amount of points that they've got for themselves as well. It's just Kerala, they've got that big chicken, but apart from that, I feel like Imprint have been a rather more consistent outfit to actually watch out for, and where every single game they're racking up approximately that 15 to 10 points per game, but we still need to look out for that big overall point sale, which of course is not going to come in. BGMI just loves to keep it a suspense as everything just gets checked and double checked. But of course, with the stats that we have on our screen right now, it is better to kind of assume that these are the rather two teams who are safe inside the top 8. There is still contention going on. There's still another 2 more maps to go where things might turn, and we've seen a lot of things change.
You know, again, if we go back to talk about Team Kerala, of course they did manage to get that one chicken dinner in Sanhok, but despite that, in the other matches that they did play in, they managed to accrue a few finishes to their games. You know, decent position points. They've been maintaining that average, and I believe they're in my top 8 for sure. But again, talking about the big names, the big guns, of course, Brawlers this time, a little bit of a better fight against Team Walkout, did manage to wipe them off. But in that little trifecta of death, that is where Imprint really had the last laugh. At the same time, you know, Ballistics, man, I do not know. This somewhere still languishing at the very bottom. And now the question starts to get arise, right? Is it just too late for them to, you know, start a comeback for their side?
It probably is just too late, you know, because it's just not them. There's 10 other teams who are still fighting. But it's never too late to grab this phone, which is Amazon special, ladies and gentlemen. Our friends over at iQOO have a small word for all of you guys just about now.
Show me you got soul. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. So good, so fresh.
I'm not really sure if there's anything left, any adjective left to describe this phone. We've literally used our entire vocabulary. Might have to just turn to the dictionary if I have to invent new words or discover new words to describe how good this smartphone is. But just take it for my word, I'm grabbing one for myself. Either I get it from the guys over at iQOO, or I'm just purchasing it for myself, no cap, because it is just that good.
Yeah, even I really figured out that, you know, before we have the sale being ended over that at Amazon, I really made that purchase out there. It's going to be arriving in a couple of days. Hopefully soon though. And but it's a gift. It's a gift for my mother, as it is in fact Happy Mother's Day. And I really hope you have something planned out for your moms out there for the things that they've done for us, all of us right now. And it's the perfect gift if you are earning though. But right now we're going to take a look at the highlights. As you can clearly see, you know, we had action breakdown right from the very start. Once we start off witnessed, you know, all those circles forming around those quarry areas, around those eastern sides, with the cluster building up. And Walkouts did not have the best of the starts, but I think this is something that they can live with, considering they had that Miramar chicken dinner, and we have again another Miramar coming up.
They certainly are pretty good on Miramar, right? And that has been their forte throughout this BMOC, but I really am starting to wonder because, see, Walkouts for them, you kind of generally place them in the upper echelons, in the lobbies where the invited teams come in, right? Are they really going to last long in those maps? Because there your consistency really comes out in front. And the way they have been taken down, especially on the maps of Erangel, they couldn't really last very long. Kind of does make me anxious. But this fight was something which did make me anxious for a while, right? How beautifully executed Team Tensai. It was a work of art.
Oh yeah, Team Bravery is just getting the better out of them, and Team Tensai had noble intentions, right? Try to isolate them, but the moment they try to cross over, that's where the knock did come in. And this is one of those little situations, little bit of a King of the Hill situation, where Endless were caught with nowhere to run or hide, because, you know, Dollar unleashing all those lead from above just went in, got those finishes to his name. And this is where, you know, Team Bravery, just after surviving that fight around, you know, Team Tensai, wanted to take this compound, but did not really expect ACBC to be guarding it.
It definitely did not, right? Team Kerala also put up a very valiant effort right in front of Team Currency, but just could not really survive, right? Currency and the position on top of this hill was paramount. Nobody could come close to them. I'm not really sure if I remember where exactly they lost their footing, but this was the triple threat fight which we got to witness, right? Brawlers versus Walkouts versus Imprint. And Walkouts being caught in the middle of it, they were facing the heat from both directions, and of course they were the first to succumb.
You know, what I really liked about this particular fight was Imprint, they were really good on those trade-offs, right?
Yeah.
The moment one of those teammates got taken down, they ensured they had to blow another, huge damage towards the flawless departments, getting all those finishes to their names. But this is the point where, you sort of start thinking, Imprint, they done over here. But somewhere down the line, the F5 being a little complacent and not really realizing what kind of a threat ARM could be, had to pay such a hefty price, right? They went with that half-hearted commitment onto the players of ACBC, where two of their players rushed in and eventually just got hammered down, as two of the other players got right out in the open to turn prey to what Imprint Esports' ARM did in that situation, which earned him that top 3 spot, that podium finish that we've been talking about, Salt.
Exactly right, and this is a simple case of underestimating a one-man army. The ARM had only one job to do, and that was to try and take down the entire TF5, which he very holistically did. But this was a fight which just literally dragged on forever. Toss did open up with this Molotov on Bullet, which he could not really respond to. MJ getting that initial knock, and after that, it's basically a tumbling cake for Team GOG, as they just could not really put up a fight. It's a 2v1 situation where they're just going to overwhelm him with numbers. And once that first card drops, that is when the entire house crumbles. That was a typical case. We all again talked about it. Had they pushed in the moment when SEBC were hurt, it could have been so much better, so much different.
Oh, it certainly could have been, right? It was chicken dinner for GOG, no caps, right? But them kind of, being a little bit defensive over there, just still waiting to play around the zone. That is where the trouble arose. And not just that, right? They were inside those compounds.
Yeah.
And while, the players of ACBC had made it to the fences, where it's kind of a little difficult to predict where the player exactly is going to be. And especially when you have those Molotovs in store for you in those final few moments with what really happened with Bullet, that is where it got so chaotic that they did not know how to respond. However, MJ sort of retaliated back with a trade. I really felt, had he sort of gotten back into cover without, trying to overcommit in that spot and could have healed himself up, had a few first hits there. If he could have done that, again got himself into the fight, then could have been a different story. But again, could have, ifs and buts really do not come down to the fact that, ACBC managed to earn that chicken dinner for themselves. The way they held on to the compounds, 15 finish chicken dinner is no joke, man.
They certainly did, right? And I feel like it's all about the nerves, right? The decision-making side kind of becomes grey in like in the final moments in the dying moments of a game where you're just so close to getting that big chicken for yourself. You've got so many finishes. That is when you start feeling the nerves, start feeling the heat. And when the first knock comes and it just shatters and suddenly it's all panic in your comms.
Yeah.
Now, again, we sort of talked about how composed Team GOG were in the first game. You remember, right? Their comms were brilliant. Their organization, the synchronization between their players was something which was to really look at and take notes from. But again, these dying moments sort of, even the best of us face the heat.
This is where we had a sort of a different approach from GOG, right? The first Erangel game, they fought their way through, right?
Yeah.
The first fight was against Brawlers. They went after walkouts, but this time it was a whole different approach because that was the first game. They could have, opted for all those risky plays, and which eventually turned out to be in their favor. But this time they realized, we need to somehow cement our spot. Let's try to play a little bit safer. Let's try to get that center spot, and let's hope that the circle is merciful. And that is what happened with them. And again, top 2 finish is not something to scoff about. It's not too shabby either. They've earned enough points for them to also qualify.
100%.
2 good games, you certainly make your mark in. And that is where, you still understand that the final 2 games remain. And I'm starting to get really worried about the other teams, right? Teams like Endless, teams like Ballistics, teams like Celestials. When are they going to really rise?
I have no clue, honestly, but having said that, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to move into the 5th game of the day. It is going to be the desert lands of Miramar, of course. Again, the teams which you were looking out for might just make a comeback, but of course, a man who is making a comeback is going to be Arca, but thankfully this time not from the office.
All right. I mean, he's been on the sidelines. He's been doing all those number crunching, and I'm pretty sure I have to hear from what he has to say. He's got his notes, everything all prepped up, and certainly starting to get a little worried. But again, I'm getting worried about the other teams right in front of us, right? You know, the teams like the F5 Esports, who almost really threw this chicken dinner. So, you know, Arka, what do you have to say about that really half-hearted commitment by the players of TF5 in that little situation out there?
See, it's the pressure which is starting to build up on them, and they are coming to a point where they need to understand that now, if we commit and we lose a player, it's going to be hard for us. So they have a second thought on that, and that is why they started to lose players one at a time. And divided attention at any given day, we know, is not a good thing, especially in the final moments of the game itself. And there are teams like GOG, even they were having a second thought. They put a grenade inside that compound, and it's a very small one. It has one division. You put a grenade inside one window, and you get to know in that division nobody is there. Obviously, you tend to loft it to the second one, but rather they didn't choose to do so. They put both the grenades in this two different windows, and they did hold back to the position which they were holding previously. Probably if they had held the forward position just next to the compound, they could have struck.
They sort of held themselves back, but you should not, because, of course, check out Loco, India's biggest gaming and streaming platform out for you guys, where you can stream your favorite games and watch your favorite streamers. But even beyond that, this little beautiful phone, our friends from iQOO have a beautiful message for you guys.
Show me you got soul.
As Salty correctly pointed out, it's going to be tough for us to bring new adjectives to a beast. I would like to say, they say it's beauty with the beast, or beauty and the beast, but this is beauty with, together, whatever you have to say about it. This is beauty and the beast together.
He's out of words, and so am I, because of course, the iQOO Z6, the complete, the package, right? Especially when you take a look at this phone, it's all feature loaded, and at the same time feels so premium. And you kind of get shocked really when you know that it's just around 20,000 rupees, and you're gonna find that in Amazon specials. As ladies and gentlemen, it is definitely not a holiday in the mountains. Well, it was an early intention before it got turned into the battlegrounds, as we sort of get ourselves in to the deserts of Miramar, where I'm starting to wonder, is it going to be a back-to-back chicken for walkouts in Miramar?
Chances are really, really high, not only for the side of walkouts, and suddenly the top three contenders, obviously, for the next two maps is going to be walkouts, then you have brawlers, then you have Team Bravery and Kerala, I'm expecting these four teams to actually be there on the top. I know Team Kerala has already done most of what they have to do, and they can just play for average, but ultimately I strongly feel that, walkouts, Bravery and brawlers are going to, initially change gears, could probably put back to the first gear and start to get that initial, and then try to get the big picture or the bigger point of winner winner chicken dinner, because ultimately we are trying to understand that some basics are something which they're missing right now.
I don't think it's the basics, right? It's all about the kind of fights that they're picking up. It's all about how they are having themselves positioned. There was not even a single, opening where not even a single occasion where I really thought that, brawlers were holding on to compounds. And, surprisingly so, this time they dropped off at Quarry, right? The nearest to where the circle went in, and yet they opted for the hill, sort of anticipating the circle shifting there, getting a little unlucky, getting all those teams piling up at them. But this is where the question comes up: has the ship sailed already for Team Brawlers, or are we looking at some humongous comeback from their side, ladies and gentlemen, as we head into the final game of Miramar, at least for the evening, as we have yet another map, but this time the flight path trajectory all the way from La Cobreria towards Junkyard.
Now this is the northern flight path which we're seeing right now. I'm just hoping that the zone goes to the complete, southern western shift towards the side of prison, which I still crave for, and see whether that's going to happen. But yes, I'll be happy until it's going to reach the side of Jumasera. Lost Leonis zone has still not happened for a really long time, so we can expect that also to be coming in with such a flight path. But mere chances of us getting a zone right exactly where the flight path is going right now.
Such sinister thoughts from your side, man. And of course,
it might be sinister for the players, but just imagine for us an entertainment.
Yeah, we would love that, right? We would love that.
Exactly.
We've been witnessing those Montenuevo, Chumacera circles a lot lately, so there is a slight possibility. However, we haven't seen a lot of circles around the eastern side, right? At least around Impala. It was just under one occasion, but there you have it, a circle at the heart of Miramar, somewhere around San Martin. And this is where I'm looking at a face-off. I think it's going to be Team Kerala and Team Bravery battling it out.
And there's a lot of possibilities. Towards the side of El Pozo, we're able to see that there are 3 squads trying to play out with one another, and we're going to be stepping right over there to see who's going to be the the only squad to walk out alive over here, because this is the time where players start to pick up pace. They start to become the loose cannon. They want to just go bonkers, take down as many players as possible so that they get that wanted finish point for the squad. And so that, we have been understanding, right? When you think right, when you think with a lot of composed mind, you're going to place yourself like the squad of GOG. They're in the right spot at the right time in the circle. They're prioritizing the circle first. And that's how you can get it. 1 or 2 players is more than enough for it. So if you are a person like an assaulter, you're able to pick up 3 to 4 finishes before you get taken down. I think they would have also done the job. So expecting such kind of strategies to come in, especially for the teams like walkouts, especially for the teams like brawlers. Let's see what's going to happen next.
Oh yeah, I'm really excited too. And a little bit of a correction, it was not Team Bravery around San Martin. I think it's going to be Team Ballistics who's going to be fighting it out against Team Kerala, as Bravery still have a team to deal with, and it's not going to be easy. Especially you've got Lethal Warriors into the mix, as Celestials again this time get the better out of Pleasant Frenzy, as Yuan is certainly going to be looking out for Inspire, who is on really low HP, doesn't have anything to heal but has an armor right now picked up for himself, as now there you go, the Pleasant currently do not have the best weapon to fight, as the Tommy gun really comes in, as somehow not out managed to get a knock over there, as Dollar will come chiming in. Inspire shifting on towards his pistol, gets an initial knock. Can he get the second? If he is managing to do that, that's going to be absolute nuts, as Inspire pulls off a clutch of his life, managing to save all his players out there. Wow!
I mean, I was speaking about loose cannons, and I can already see one. It's got to be Inspire for the squad himself. I mean, this was the moment for him to shine, and eventually he became that knight in the shining armor. He was able to actually execute when the time was right. He took that small boxes as a cover when required, and until and unless he had to go for a reload, he did not choose of showing his back to the enemies. And even though he did show his back, he counted the bullets of the mini in front of him, and ultimately that is how he could execute it.
Oh, indeed. And, in those sort of situations, it comes down to the RNG. But right now, we've got the players of Blue Whale, Coffin, in fact, having the perfect 3 times to go after the players of Kerala, as already the cavalry has arrived from Blue Whale. Storm does have that grenade cooked out from that higher ground, will have that advantage, as Pain and Winter in a whole world of trouble. Is it going to connect? Yes, it does, as Hitler, he's going to be moving in from that eastern side, as Winter, he's going to somehow put up the stand-up. How does he do that? Not successful at all, as Blue Whale is starting to pick up on numbers, and Kerala under dire circumstances right now.
I mean, when I really expected a lot of good gameplay coming in from the side of Kerala, and a good prediction coming in by you. I was just looking at you and wondering, why are you punching the air? And then I realized that, that is what the actions of Blue Whale are going to be next. So, Kerala now is going to be playing for placement points. Cowboy has to ride the right horses and make sure that he places himself perfectly. So the instant replay is going to be coming in. This was the moment, when knockouts, they had a very good chance over here, but ultimately look at the crosshairs being placed, okay? That was the shot where he actually walked into his crosshairs. Then he waited it out. He was like the mini, and the mini went for a reload, eventually fall back, and he's going to reload, wait it out. Again, the crosshair is placed perfectly. Perfect execution from the beginning till the end.
Yeah, I think at this point, he's going to be thankful to his stars that he did not have enough bullet. And that's the mechanics of the game, but we're going to talk about that a little bit later because now Blue Whale find themselves in a little bit of a situation, or maybe it's going to be that one lonesome player of Team Destiny who's caught with 4 players, looking out for him. Finally has to cover in form of claw, but that will not deter the players of Blue Whale from going in for a charge as they get those few knocks, and finally it's going to be a standoff on their side as the Molotovs are going to come in as Storm is going to succumb, or rather get burned to crisp as Owner somehow down there, he's still holding on as Blue Whale, they're already on 5 finishes. Can they dig in even deeper?
I strongly feel they can. All they have to do is have that composed gameplay. They already struck the fear in the hearts of the side of Destiny, so all they have to do is capitalize on it. They can hear footsteps, right? And these footsteps are saying that they're running away from them rather than rushing towards them. And at this point of time, with one last man standing, the Blue Whales are actually showing which is the biggest animal of them all.
Oh yeah. For now though, Typhoon, what does he do? He's scared. He needs to hide. But are the players of Blue Whales aware of where he's found cover? He's just hoping he does not get spotted out, as one of their players is scouring the territory for him. Maybe Coffin has a slight idea of where he could possibly be.
Yep.
And now just getting thrown down is not the right measure that he has to be taking. Has to pick up this fight and finally get spotted. Coffin will deliver all that lead into his heart as Team Destiny get wiped out from the server.
Where was this Blue Whale all the while? I mean, they were in a slumber, and suddenly when they wake up, they're just hungry and they're picking on all the fishes possible in the pond at this point of time. It looks like the whale just moved from the ocean into the ponds itself, and it's like every corner they look at, they can find one or the other teams, and they're just capitalizing on it as well. Now, Tensai is going to be joining in the party as well, I guess, and that's why they're also, kind of going for the centric of the circle, and they're making sure that they tag off as many players as possible quickly. But look at what happens from the other side. He's not only going to get down on his knees, but also lose out his helmet. And is that a necessary move coming in from the side of Tensai?
I mean, at this point, he had to take his chances, right? It was a calculated risk, did not really pay off. But Tensai have always been those boys who really do not shy away from the fights that happen right in front of them. And more often than not, they've been the ones on the receiving end of things. Now, this is where Tensai need to understand that you need to somehow focus on trying to get a better part inside the circle. Otherwise, things could start tumbling down. And this is where, the control over the San Martin Hills is something that's very important for the teams. And they're not really realizing that. Somewhere down the line, they're going to get the heat right at their face for it.
I just hope that, Blue Whales can actually go back to their aggressive mode, because suddenly we can see after losing a player, they just come down to a halt, right?
It's all right.
Yeah, and I agree that it's all right. But at the same time, they're not pushing their limits. But sometimes when you have around 8 to 10 finishes earlier in the game, that is when you start to become a little calm, and that's what's happening with them. So on the other side, let's look at where the other teams are placed themselves. GOG again coming in from the northern side of the map, late into the circle. They're going to be happy that nobody's going to be restricting them to take it by taking the best spot in the house, especially towards the side of water treatment. But the problem lies in the southern side of the map, right? There are more than 4 squads who will be making it inside the circle, trying to tag off one another every now and then. But one squad which is going to be remaining alive is going to be the squad which chooses to go for a shoot and scoot, strategy.
TF5, the biggest issue right now with them is to find vehicles. In fact, it's going to be just Karthik. Remainder of his teammates do have one to each of themselves as he spots out. He hears his spidey senses tingling as Ashok was in the nearby fray. But somehow Karthik going so much out in the open, I'm starting to get a little worried about him. As Reaper God, he's just going to wait for his teammate to come in as, both these teams, Endless and TF5, will make their way inside the circle. As the majority of the players have already started congregating around the center, we've got Brawlers just onto the western side of Graveyard, around the hills that they've taken, somewhere anticipating the circle to take a little bit shift down below. As Endless now will be sharing loot with each other, and so early on, I mean, that's not what you're supposed to do. These rookie mistakes can cost you heavy, because the ideal strategy should of course always be about getting inside the circle and then get the exchanges done, as walkouts are going to be taking the highway, as Brawlers are keeping a close watch at every single move that they're up to.
Absolutely. Now, this is the best part I love about the side of Brawlers. They're not going to be striking the head of the snake, but rather the tail, you know, so that they can decrease the size of the snake as the game goes by. But ultimately, they need to realize that they just burned a little bit of their resources, even though they have, you know, put fear in the hearts of the walkout at this point of time. I don't think so. It was a necessary spray coming in from their side. They just tried to push their luck, but did they have the enough amount of resources to actually push that luck is going to be the next big question.
You know, I think the objective there was to kind of thwart them out of you know, their territory, just marking their land. And well, I mean, at this point, Rawat is an amazing player, but should have really positioned his cross a little bit ahead of that vehicle.
Exactly.
Because you know, the car keeps on moving, just staying behind, or rather beside of it. He's just going to be wasting ammo, because you know, then again, that coupe you could have seen had not even taken a little scratch. Not a single bullet did connect, as well, again, Team Brawlers for now, at least they're safe and secure. That's what matters for them and all their fans. As the Team Bravery over here, they've taken the higher grounds. This is the spot that I was, you know, urging the teams to take, and seems like they've hurt me.
Absolutely. Now look at the slithering snake in the bottoms. You know, that's gonna be probably in the map of Sanhok in this desert. I would call him a Scorpio who likes to stay underground. Now Kerala will have a lot of job to do, right? They have to get those placement points in the final map. They have to unleash the beast within themselves and try to, you know, outplay themselves in every single way possible. But ultimately, Team Bravery looks like, you know, they're a bit sorted. Basically, when you look at the expressions on the face, they're like, it's okay. Let's play for placement points. The final map is our game because we know how to take the fight towards the enemies. Now Blisters on the other side, I really want to understand the mindset coming in from their side. I do understand they're coming in late into the circle and right now looking here and there rather than trying to concentrate on just looking forward. But do you think it has what it takes for them to make it into the next round?
At this point, I think the hard answer is going to be no. But you know, we've got to be a little bit careful, right? We never know. Do really good games, and they might get themselves back in, right? And this is not really an ideal start for them, but this is exactly the kind of a shift that the Brawlers were looking for, right? And we've always been in the lookout for that one really big game, and this possibly just could be that.
Absolutely. Now, walkouts and brawlers are the last fight we would want to witness because both of these teams are almost neck to neck when it comes to the points table, and both of them require a lot of finish points and placement points. It looks like they're going to be tagging off one another with the high ground advantage. Obviously, brawlers will be looking out to dominate in some other ways possible. It's just that they have to retreat from this fight and look on the other side so that they can find some. But ultimately, we do understand that a maximum chunk of teams are actually coming from the eastern side of the map, and that is where, you know, both these teams need to watch out for. In case watch out keeps looking towards the side of brawlers, they're going to be backstabbed.
You know, this is where I really like both these teams positioning, right? Somewhere down the line. Walkouts, they've got their money lined up on the fact that you know, the circle is going to shift a little bit down south onto where it's their side, and for brawlers they're going to be hoping it ends up on these hills, which more often than not hasn't really been the case, right? As we have another fight breaking out as Ballistics, they're in a whole dire situation over here. One of their players already picked off. It's going to be Masquerade who's fallen down as the other players of TA5 on a really good plan. Get that another knock secured as Shiran will also get the better out of Naikash, as the only lonesome survivor Zilo remains, and he's gonna make a run for his life. Has to secure those important position points, and you just asked me if it is possible for Ballistics to make a comeback. Well, the answer is already right in front of me.
I mean, I just hate when I'm answered quickly. I really want to, you know, go beat around the bush and try to understand how things goes. But ultimately, sometimes when the reality hits your face, you just feel a little demotivated. But it's good that, you know, TF5 are the teams which have taken things seriously. As you can see, that they really are in the hunt to get those finish points for themselves, and they're really looking forward to gain as many as possible, because ultimately until the 6th circle we're able to see that almost 12 to 13 teams are alive, and all those teams who get taken down in the earlier skirmishes itself are going home with nothing at all. So those teams who will be cashing in for few of these finish points will have something to breathe about.
Oh, they certainly will be, right? And TF5 again, the previous game of Erangel, they made a huge mistake. But apart from that, a top 4 position finish, they're gonna enjoy that. And this is what I was talking about. That little bit of shift from that high hills that Prowlers were enjoying. Now, somewhere down the line, they've got to come down south, come down towards the eastern side. But for now, they can still hold on, right? Because so many of these teams, you've got Bravery, you've got Kerala, you've even got the Celestials. Everyone needs to sort of get inside the zone from the northern side. And then I believe they're going to make an early run for getting a good spot inside the zone.
There are a few teams who have shocked me by, making the perfect prediction when it comes to the zone list, just like the squad of GOG, right? And right now we are able to see that, the walkouts are actually picking up for the position they were holding. It's just that they placed their bets with the position, and now they're going to be rewarded with a lot of finish points for themselves. ACBC is also one of those squads who tend to get the higher ground as quickly as possible. Now Blue Whale, they have got 7 finishers, and there's no necessity for them to commit to this fight. All they can do is just concentrate on making it into the southern side of the map, just hold the ridge or a dunes which is necessary. But I don't know why they're trying to tag out the big dogs themselves.
At this point, Blue Whales know that if they do not deal with the team Bravery over there, they're not gonna make their mark inside the zone. So hence the fight. But for now, we've got TA5 now being in a little bit of a situation. The Hunters are apparently getting hunted, and it is by Team Endless, who have rather been lackluster over the course of the evening.
Now let's see whether they are gonna be the Hunters, or eventually, because of this one linear rotation taken from their side into the circle, could this be the point of concern where they turned out to be the hunted? As we can see that Imprint, after some 2 good games of placing themselves in a very good position, is right now not having the best time in this map itself. Now there's gonna be a revival probably possible coming in from the side of Armex, but I really want to see from here on where they're going to move ahead, because Cowboy is right there in front of them. He's already put up a smoke trail right behind his butt cheek so that they actually predict his location. But yes, let's see what's going to happen. Whether he's going to survive is going to be predicting the future of Kerala.
Right now, look at Cowboy. He's just trying to bob and weave and dodge all those grenades and those fires coming at his direction. He'll eventually succumb to his injuries instead. But right now, we've got Arto going after the pairs of Tensai. In fact, Kuro, she was oblivious of the fact that, there was someone pushing in from the back lines and had to pay the hefty price. As now, Tensai learned the lesson in the hard way, as finally, Bengali, he's going to be looking out for the players of Imprint.
Now at the same time, checking out your backlines yet again. Now it's going to be the side of Brawlers trying to push in. Sangwa is not having a good day whatsoever. I don't know that unnecessary push coming in, but I really love the backup coming in from the side of Iconic. He knows that, he's got the deadly machine gun. All he has to do is spray at the right corner. He does it exactly. Sangwa is going to be just taking a big breather and thanking Iconic for actually coming in at the right time. But the most important thing for me is how Iconic plays a close range battle. He's cool as a cucumber always.
Oh yeah, I mean, he knew exactly what to do in that particular situation. And of course, he was receiving a little bit of a help from the backlines also, in the form of Rawat and Dark, ensuring that he gets that final finish. And Blue Whales have been thwarted out of the lobby after having a really an amazing start. Now this is where, you need to know where to draw the line, right? Of course, they wanted to secure those high hills, had to pay a hefty price, as now Imprint, they have charged in a 10-size compound. Ace, the only lonesome man looking out for that, has managed to open it up with a knock of his own, as Arto from the little hills, as one of the other players has started closing in. Here's the sound of that grenade getting clipped out as he goes more, but eventually gets taken down. As Suko, he's just going to be firing at his direction. As Hunter, he's also going to be joining the fray, as now Team Imprint just survived by 2 of their players, but do Tensai have enough of their players to kind of get that grenade going in? As the push comes in from the other side, the nades drop in, but now a little bit of a stalemate is what we are looking into in this particular fight.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to be welcoming them in the right corner. I did not expect him to just blankly go in, to that window. There was a possibility that he thought that the revival might have not come in successfully, but ultimately every second counts in this game, and he had to pay a very, very hefty price of getting eliminated. But that is going to be the end of the story for the side of Tensai. It looks like they're brilliant Krillins have come down in the map of Miramar, but they still have one more map left where they can prove themselves. But Brawlers on the other side, the way they're executing this fight is absolutely phenomenal. They're coming down the hill, but actually taking one player at a time. And they do understand that sometimes it's important for us to pick one player at a time as we come down, because we have that high ground advantage. But Bravery on the other side, you guys have the advantage of the height, but we have the advantage of the crosshair, and they're trying to dominate on that.
You know, right now, Robert need not open up as the grenade comes in, just launching at iQOO.
Oh,
as
nice.
he gets taken down from the players of GOG, though, literally being oblivious about his surroundings. Now, this is what I was getting really worried about. The moment the circle shifts away from Brawlers, what are they going to do? But somehow, Team Bravery, they're making some brave and bold moves as one of their players, Fairs 2OP, has been taken down, as Celestials also in dire circumstances as they're getting shot by the players of GOG.
I mean, GOG placing themselves at the right spot at this point of time, and they have to be very, very careful because they're taunting more than one team. And in case all of these players choose to not take the fight against each other but concentrate on GOG, which is next to impossible, obviously, right now, because the 1v1 battles are turning out against the squad holding the high ground at this point of time. Celestials also be very, very careful, but what a headshot coming in from the side of Nick OP. I loved it that he did not want to go for a spray, but rather for a one tap, and eventually the spray against the Krillin is killing is also going to help him out. And GOG with 8 finishes, I think they're going to end at the top of the table by the end of the day.
Yeah, they're hurt, they're injured, they have been deprived of that chicken dinner. They have been hungry for so long, and this could be exactly that game that they were looking out for. But at the same time, we've got yet another team into the mix, known by the name of ACBC, that deprived them of their chicken dinner in the previous one. This time also 4-man strong speed, but Capron, the MVP last time around, has been taking a huge heap of lead onto his direction, but somehow he's still alive.
Now, I really want to see how GOG is going to make it inside the circle, because most of the teams have already got a very, very good scope on towards them. But also at the same time, this zone itself is a very much open zone. Now, Armex on the other side was not watching out for his back, which seems to be the problem from the get-go itself. The underdogs are not sticking on to the basics of checking their backlines first, and due to which they're paying a hefty price. ACBC staying in the corners, taking advantage of all these things, are going to be picking up more finishes for themselves. The final moments will be between W Walkouts, GOG and ACBC, if this is going to be the case.
And there you go, Capron still not leaving up his triggers on his arm, but eventually will fall down to Ziref, as GOG now will be making their move maybe inside the circle, or they are already in. No, they aren't, as Rain, he's just going to hide in broad daylight inside this little coop. Are the players going to check it even at all? As Ziref, he's going to be lobbing all those grenades, as Rain just lies in waiting. As now
suicide
might just push in any single moment, and this could absolutely work out wonders, because look at him, he was right out in the open, still nobody spotting him out there, as somehow ACBC are going to be going in for those reds back up, as Ammunition is going to be trying to push in, as Raid finally comes out of that murky smoke, takes his way out his direction, but it is going to be Ammunition who is going to find the better end of things, as he manages to get the knock, will instantly secure the finish, as the other players from ACBC come chiming in into this battle.
Now it's important for one last player to not put his back down, and eventually let's see whether that's going to be the case, as Evil Sky is going to be lofting the perfect weapon at this point of time to burn the last man standing. I mean, I least expected a molly in his hand. I was expecting a grenade to be coming in, but that was a perfect one for sure.
And there you go, walkouts in pursuit of getting yet another chicken dinner, ladies and gentlemen. They banked upon the fact that the circle is going to go down to them, and indeed it has. And this time they even have the numbers to capitalize upon. It is a 2v4 situation, and walkouts, well, they have to get themselves inside the circle, but I'm pretty sure they have something figured out with such a huge trail of smokes.
I mean, are you sure walkouts are going in for the second one? Was it the Brawlers previously who took it?
No.
Oh, yeah. Mr. Spray was still standing. leading the, he was the leader, was leading with the example. At this point of time, ACBC have a very small window to actually convert this 4v2 into a 2v2. I just hope they're going to capitalize on that, but rather it's going to be Evil Sky trying to hold back to the same very position, and his teammate is trying to rotate around. He needs to be very, very careful. This split gameplay coming in from the side of WD is going to be costing ACBC a winner chicken dinner for sure, because a divided attention yet again is going to be very, very hard for them.
Look at this, look at this. Now they've got one of those players on the western side who created those smoky areas for himself, but now this is where the trouble arises, right? It is a similar situation even in that first game of Miramar we had. ACBC, they had covers off the compound, but this time around the riches, and they are hell adamant on not letting the players of Walkout walk in through those little smokes as a Brad. He's been spotted out. Haxer is just gonna go ham at his direction, will be trying to blow up that Lamborghini out there, but a little bit of a smoke, and this is really wise, you know, in fact, blocking the visuals of all the players of ACBC. And look at Beard Baba looking out for Haxter, goes after him, but still does not connect.
Ooh, they have converted this to a 2v2 at this point of time. There are chances that ACBC can actually access down into their name, and look at that, in between are the casualties, and it's going to be so hard for Beard Baba to actually give the right kind of cover fire. They put up a smoke for their advantage, and it looks like that has turned into a disadvantage for them itself.
Oh, indeed. But right now, you know, Walkouts, they're almost on the verge of getting wiped out as the final player survives. As Walkouts, they're almost about to meet their makers. Evil Sky making the run from that western side over there. Beard Baba is going to give all those call-outs, but is it time enough to get that res back up? Mr. Spray, he has to step out. Mr. Yuba gets taken down as Mr. Spray had his attention elsewhere, all to get eliminated by Evil Sky, as ACBC have done it again. It's a back-to-back chicken dinner, ladies and gentlemen, with 11 finishes to their names.
I somewhere felt that Walkouts could be one of those squads, you know, where we can expect them to actually do wonders, because as you have predicted, the zone is going to be forming in that towards that mountain. Everything was going in their favor, and I don't know how come, you know, they did not choose to capitalize on that. I do understand they had a man advantage. They could have let two people go ahead and the other two to give the cover fire, because that would have been one of the most apt thing to do, right?
I mean, at that particular situation, really, they were kind of helpless, because I literally loved the spread coming out of ACBC, right? Even if they went for one of those players, it was those hilly terrains that were protecting them, giving them cover, and ACBC working it out to perfection, as a result of which, ladies and gentlemen, they're up top again. This time, however, 26 points, but yes, these boys know they are heading into round number 4, and so are the players of Walkouts and GOG, with those consistent good performances back to back, and such a good game for Walkouts, especially considering, you know, the Erangels have been a little off, and they had two Miramars to work it out. A second position finish is not shabby at all.
I mean, they worked it out like a dime, you know. That's the shiniest dime you can have. You need to understand, and this is how you need to play. Your squad needs to understand which is that one map which is going to your favor, which is that one map which you're the strongest, and you need to capitalize on that. And that is what exactly the side of ACBC has done, and even the side of Walkouts. Both the map of Miramar has been, you know, named after them at this point of time, or given the name towards them. But Team Kerala, Team Currency, Team Currency also has done a pretty good job so far, so they still have another path or another round of redemption for themselves. They can just put up some average of 10 points, and then they can make it in the next round. But Destiny, Tenzai, and Blistrix, though, I'm so disappointed by them at this point of time.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, all of these teams, like Lethal Warriors, you've got Ballistics, Celestial Scars. I mean, the way they opened it up, of course, Inspire coming out with a clutch like that, and well, TF5 at this point getting those 5 total points to their name, and I'm starting to wonder, have they done enough? Now, TF5 has been one of the more aggressive teams inside the lobby, and the iQOO MVP, however, goes to Evil Sky yet again. This is for the second time in Miramar.
Exactly, and this is the man to watch out for in the maps of Miramar. I mean, kudos to his precision when it comes to that 6x converter to 3 with that M4. He actually struck when it was required, and his crosshairs were exactly kept where you can expect. I mean, his expectations, to be specific, you know. Such kind of athleticism coming in from him is something which impresses me. 792 damage is like an average of 150 for each of them, right? So I do believe that he was doing the right things. One headshot, probably the final moments of the game is where he actually connected that as well. 3 assists with a survival of 24 minutes, man. If this one single man was alive, I think he could have clutched it out as well.
Oh, he certainly could have, right? But again, you know, taking a look at the top 5 players, as yeah, it's been a fair day for Evil Sky. Again, this is one of those teams that I'm looking forward to, Team ACBC in round number 4. But for Blue Whales, I mean, Hitler, he started off really with a banger, but eventually this is what happens, right? You sort of go in with the mentality that you're gonna absolutely crush the lobby and do whatever it is needed for you guys to sort of start getting some points for yourself. And I understand the intention was noble, right? They were lagging behind. They could not amass enough points in those first 4 games, and hence had to resort to such measures which clearly did not work out in their favor. As we take a look at the match summary, and really nothing out of ordinary, because 1 grenade finishes, that is out of the ordinary for sure though.
Yep.
But it's alright, it's the standard game of Miramar.
Yeah, somewhere I feel the final moments of the game which happened, I really want to speak more about it, but right now we're going to be moving on to FD Graph to try to understand who actually did the hard work and did they, you know, reap the benefits. It looks like one squad did not reap the benefits, for not one but 2 squads couldn't reap the benefits of what they had done, and one is going to be the side of Imprints and the other one is going to be the side of BW. I mean, 1900 and 1800 damage coming up and attaining only 8 to 7 finishes for themselves. I know comparatively it is good, but they could have done much better. But yes, kudos to the side of ACBC for 2011 finishes, because being the highest over there, they're going to be satisfied.
Oh yeah, I mean, you talk about Imprint, I really have no complaints about this team, to be honest, because considering the kind of situation they were in, and they were getting themselves into the midst of the fights, right? They have been one of the more consistent teams in the lobby today, and surely they also know this kind of solidified the position as we sort of transition into a squad spotlight overall. And this is where, you know, even production says, hey, they've qualified, might as well show their overall statistics out here. Quite a dominating run for ACBC, as they're going to be heading into the final game with on a hat-trick marker, which has yet to be accomplished in the iQOO BMOC so far. 39 finishes to their name, and look at the average survival time, man. 21 minutes and 43 seconds. That's insane.
I mean, sometimes it's going to be so hard for you to explain further about a squad which is doing so well, but we're going to be looking at the face-off between 2 of the strong teams who have been trying to leave a mark. One is going to be Imprints, 31 finishes, and Team Currency with 31 finishes. Both of these squads, you know, they had an opportunity to leave a good mark, and they eventually have done it, right? So 6,000 damage coming in from the side of Imprints, being the aggressive side, and Team Currency, apart from the first game, they've been a little defensive, so 5,000 expected. But the precision coming in from the side of Team Currency to get those 9 headshots shows that, you know, they're more into getting that smart work than the hard work with 22 assists.
You know, Team Currency again has been one of those teams that tends to thrive in the map of Erangel, while Imprint has been one of the overall balanced team out there, right? And those finishes coming out, majority of them were in Erangel itself, and they've been one of those teams that kind of really goes big, but eventually towards those final circles, they kind of tend to get into such position out of which they really can't escape from, right? Where Imprint, you know, the average survival time speaks in volumes of how good they were throughout the day. And this was one of those teams that I was really not anticipating. And this is exactly the reason why we have such open tournaments, right? Where we can find out new talent, scout out for the next rising stars in our country. And they've done it all, right? All their hard work finally paying off. But, you know, talking about hard work, our friends from iQOO have certainly done huge amount of work over in making this phone, and they have a special message for you guys, which they are just gonna say in about now.
Show me you got soul.
There are some players who are cool as a cucumber when it comes to the game, but this one is cooler than that when it's in your hands, right?
Yeah.
What a beautiful design, what a beautiful structure, what a beautiful interior. I mean, everything in this is absolutely, good. But at the same time, I really want to speak about the final circle, which I already told you about. You know,
Yeah.
the final moments. I strongly feel that that is when the question of formations come into picture. I really expect the side of walkouts to go in for a certain formation. I know they were trying to play a split gameplay, but that's a vulnerable spot, right? Because obviously, if you take one player down, the other person becomes a little, scared to move forward. But rather, if they're gone in for a T formation where three players are going to be behind the ridges and they allow one person to go right from the center and put a smoke trail for him, and if he somehow makes it at least halfway, the other one just can continue that, whereas the other two people from behind can actually give the right kind of cover fire. So such kind of formations probably I feel is going to be helpful when it comes to the game.
To be honest, of course, we're going to discuss about that as the highlights really come up. Of course, I mean, it all started. I'll get to your point while we get to the final play, but I really cannot take the limelight out of Inspire. The sort of a clutch that he just pulled out of here, with his P92, one of the weakest weapons in the game, and this lad does not really get scared of it. And one of the best part about these early RNG fights is the fact that nobody had any armor on them. Now, once you do not have any armor, you're gonna take those pure damage, right? Hence, the P92 was so lethal. Now, coming back to your discussion over there, it could have been anybody's game, right? It could have been ACBC's game, it could have been a Walkout's game. It was, of course, ACBC's, but had Walkouts got to the circle to themselves? Because, again, for them to really thrive in that situation, what they had to do was get a knock, right? And they did not have any. And the players of ACBC, the spread was so good, man. I mean, the moment you try to look at one of the players, the others were trying to take a shot at them. And at the back of the mind, it was always running through them that they had to somehow get themselves inside the zone. So what did they do? They started creating a smoky trail. Now, once you create that smoky trail, which is kind of quite vertical, and you know that those nades are going to be coming in, and we could see the players of ACBC just spraying down through those smokes. They sort of were helpless. Now, had the circle shifted at Walkout's direction, it could have been completely the tables being turned upside down. But, again, this is the point where we can really talk about team brawlers also. And this is something that we really discussed pretty early on when we were talking about them holding on to those high hills. And the moment they kind of try to come down, that is where they have to be really careful, and that is how they got taken down. And at this point, I'm starting to wonder if they even get a chicken dinner in the final game, is it going to be enough for them?
I strongly feel that they need to get a very strong finished chicken dinner, and I think that they can make it, because we're able to see that the teams which are dominating from the get-go are still dominating, right? So the middle bracket is still in the competition. So there are chances of you making it only if you use a little bit of your, mind, your brain, and then you try to execute something bigger. You just concentrate on that one map, let go of everything else. You have nothing to lose at this point of time, and that is the kind of mindset they need to have. But Imprints on the other side, they pulled off some wonders. At this point of time, it was all GOG written all over the southern side of the map. They were just dominating. They were watching all these players fight it out, and from far away, all they were doing was stealing those finishes, and they would be really happy that they could acquire those.
Sort of resorting to an RRQ style of gameplay, and brawlers had to pay a hefty price for that, right?
Yeah.
Because I always knew the silent commotion that they were making, the moment they tend to turn down hills, what could have been done to avoid that was they had it, right? They had Dark looking out for them, but they were not really anticipating this little fight with Team Bravery out there. And for Team Bravery also, I'm starting to wonder if they have done enough to qualify. But this is where, look at Imprint, every single fight that they have in front of their faces, they never shy away from it, and they take every one of it with complete delight, and as a result of which hard work has been paying off. But this is where we're sort of transitioning to those final few circles where it could have been either walkouts or it could have been ACBC. And look at these kind of terrains that they had to hold on to, right? Every single thing as planned, as Imprint always wanted to be a thorn in their paths, but weren't really enough.
Somewhere I feel that, Imprints had the game in their favor just in case they had not concentrated on the only player inside the dunes and thought of ACBC, I'm so sorry. But ultimately, the final moments of the game as it comes on our screen, somewhere I still beg to differ when you say that, it's going to be hard for the side of walkouts to actually take it home. Because once we step into the specific, moment of the map, I'll just try to explain and see whether I can still convince you that that is the kind of formation they should have actually gone in with. And the formation is going to be very, very simple. This is where it is, right? So there was a time for them to spread around at this point of time after ACBC were going in for a reload. So just imagine Yuva had gone to the complete right and one more player had gone to the complete left, and at the center, rather than going in like this, they could have put one straight trail of smoke and just rushed in.
So this is where they had those intentions, right? The moment they tried to take that left inside route, one of their players got taken down, and it was all astray for them. And they had no other choice. They realized that, if we're taking that left in route, we're anyways getting hammered down. Might as well, just kind of try and work around the centers. And eventually they kind of found themselves caught in the middle of things where, they were so much under pressure.
Yeah.
And this is where ACBC realized, right? This is the point where we can make the move. This is the point where Evil Sky decided to take that western flank out there. And eventually picked up the two other players and managed to get the chicken dinner, ladies and gentlemen, as we do have indeed the final matchup ready for you guys for one last time, as I'm gonna be calling it a night for myself. I'm turning old. It's time for me to get my supper, as Salty is gonna be entering the fray as the final action is about to begin.
There are a few things I need to talk to my co-casters. Like, I am not working anymore. I knew a few things of my own. I am a businessman myself. I don't have to work myself out like how you guys tell me. Remember this, for God's sake, Salty, because I am just fed up of listening to that one thing. I'm coming back from work.
I don't know, man. Every time I look at you, it gives me the same vibe, right? You come back from corporate office and you sit at the desk, especially with all your formals and your shirt decked up, looking very professional.
No? When you own something, you need to live a professional life.
Yeah, I get it. But then again, right, we're sort of casuals. Me and Fixes, we're wearing our hoodies and then you come in with your shirt, especially with that collar button.
That is where the difference between boys and gentlemen come into picture, right?
Okay, so you are gonna go that route, all right?
See,
fine then. I guess
don't
this
take
is...
me wrong, but it's just that was a sentence on my defense. Yeah, it's gonna be a promo for you guys. Enjoy that.
Show me you got soul. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. So good, so fresh.
Yes, we were speaking about, men and gentlemen and boys and whatsoever, but I would say that this mobile is going to look an absolute charm, and no matter which age or which class you're going to put yourself into, because it's got everything, right? For a gentleman, it's got the class. For a youth, it's got the power. And for somebody who needs in between, it's got everything caught up in it.
It certainly has, but I really want to come back to your question. Which class do you think I belong in? Because I also think I am a...
I'll tell you what class you belong to.
Very...
You belong to a class of... There are few classy people, right? Who tend to vlog, who tend to show themselves to the world that, we live in the limelight in life. And you're one of those players, you're one of those humans. So... don't take me wrong when I categorize myself into something else, right? There's something bigger for you as well, as we're going to be stepping into into the final moments of, this group itself, final moments of this round itself, because ultimately it was a big turn on. It was a big turn on for several of these teams. And I would like to say this, that those who have fought themselves into the next round are worthy of it.
Certainly is a worthy move for them, but we still have one more game to go, ladies and gentlemen, as things may change. Worlds might change, lives might change, and everything is on the line as we look for the final 8 players going onwards towards round 4 where the invited teams are going to come in. Almost every one of these teams have given their lives for it, coming in from round 1 towards round 2 and now in round 3. All the matches were action-packed and I'm pretty sure most of the teams at the tippity top, they've booked their place, booked their slots, but there are still few teams who are vying for competition, vying for that one last opportunity, and Erangel, our hometown, might just offer us that last bit of contest. Arka, I am excited. Are you pumped for this?
Obviously, I'm pumped for this, man. I mean, literally, I'm looking out for that one team to actually go in and explode. Be that landmine, be that grenade for everybody else. Because remember this, that, you know, there's a loose cannon which is going to be coming up and showing us this is how job is done. ACBC, after securing that, they're just going to put their sleeves back and they're just going to experiment on how hard can they be, how many finishes they can rake up as they're going to move forward. Look at that man's confidence. He's looking into the camera and he's setting his head. He's like, Bhai Saab, you've done the job.
Exactly, right? I'm pretty sure it's not just going to be landmines as grenades. It's these boys. They are prepared to be dynamites and TNTs. The flight path starts over from Lipovka, moves towards Quarry. Or rather a very horizontal flight path which kind of splits the map. I wouldn't say that it dissects it into two halves, but pretty much most of the regions are under contention. You can fly down towards Georgopol or maybe glide towards shooting range. Siverny might just be a little out of contention. The same goes for Zaki as well, but the entirety of the southern island, I'm really excited how many teams actually opt to go there, considering that we didn't really find out a lot of circles favoring the southern circle lately.
I just hope this final circle is at least going southern and, you know, it's going to challenge out everybody else, because everybody would have been adapted to this one thing, you know.
Yeah.
The zone is now going to go to the southern part of the southern island itself. So let's stick on to the mainland. Let's try to farm over here and just predict the zone and try to be in it as early as possible. But at this point of time, a little bit of the southern you know, island is still available in the circle itself. Now we have to see who's going to be choosing to go towards the side of Milta Power, because according to me, that is where the safest place is going to be for the person aiming in for placement points.
Now, two teams in Pochinki, right? They are going to be battling for their lives. Team Bravery and Team Imprint. Not really sure if Bravery are close enough. Imprint, though, they've sort of made a mark in today. Bravery, of course, they've had their good moments. They've had their moments where they got a lot of finishes to their name. It's still that one big chicken that they are looking out for. But so far, so forth, it's been rather peaceful, right? It's been the similar setup where Erangel has these two, where Pochinki rather has these two hosts for them. Two guests as well, you can call them. Bravery as well as Imprint. They always do this loot around the periphery of the compounds and then sort of go their own way, right? They never really do engage. But considering that this is the final map, I wouldn't be surprised if they go all out ham.
I just hope that few squads who actually need those finish points actually go for a ham, because there are brawlers, right? I mean, from the get-go itself, we have been speaking the kind of experience they're having. We are speaking about the kind of, you know, firepower they have as well. You saw that, right? Iconic and Sangwa, the way they played in the map of Miramar, holding on each other's back, trying to take the fight to the enemies. I really love to see that being executed in the default map like this. I do understand that this fight is going to be the first one to rake out, and it's going to be an early skirmish in the map of in the parts of Pochinki in the map of Erangel. It's going to be Team Bravery falling back because they want to be safe and get some placement points for themselves. Look at this chase coming in from the side of Blue Whale. They're not going to stop themselves until they take this player down. Winter from the side of Kerala, and the final bullet is going to land to his skulls. And I don't think so it's necessary for them to waste these bullets. All they could have done is...
Yeah, just ride the vehicle on top of him, getting that skull crusher sound in our ears coming through. But it's fine. It's fine. They've got a lot of it. But having said that, Team Kerala, they really had no defense over there, right? Just one guy in the vehicle with two chasing you. It's basically done and dusted. He was done for the moment he saw he was being chased down upon, but killing though quite close to arm. Needs been popped out. We're waiting for that one big explosion, which might actually take down. Oh man, here it comes. Pitch perfect from Bravery, as he predicted, anticipated exactly where Arm 10 is gonna be. Of course, the pan comes out. I'm pretty sure. Yes, the tune, the music rings the death knell, brings him down to hell as Team Bravery take the lead in this particular fight.
I mean, you looked at his expression, he was just going blank. He was like, I'm just going to use the pan and get this thing done. But for the opponent, it's going to be like, you banned me! You banned me!
Exactly, but look at what Coffin is doing. He's doing a wonderful job keeping that vehicle out
Oh,
there, trying to go in
no.
for a flank as Ona gets a first knock for himself. That's a beautiful opening, and Team Blue well now, they've got the movement as well as the numbers to kind of make and crumble down Team Kerala from the outside. You've got Hitler as well, with the nade. Storm gets taken down, and it is the end of the sides of Team Kerala. The largest mammal once again on Earth takes upon Team Kerala. The resurgence from south, as we can see elsewhere. Lethal Warriors are on the receiving end of some fight as Fairs kind of lights himself up.
He's not going to bother. He's going to be like, let me be the Ghost Rider for some time and, live up to the moment. But ultimately, Kerala, Team Kerala, all that I want to say is to this team is that, you just needed one Adipoli moment of yours to, dominate against somebody.
What does that mean?
That means out of the box, like
Okay.
too good.
Too
That's
good.
called Adipoli from in Malayalam. So they just needed one game as such, and they could have been in the tournament itself. But it's okay. You guys can come back. You guys can do wonders because you guys have proved yourself to be here so far. So right now we're going to be looking at another grenade being tossed towards the side of Satan, which almost takes him down. Luckily, he got that booster towards him. Another molly goes in, try to cook him up as quickly as possible. Bravery will be looking out to, pick up his teammate. But Satan, it seems like Death doesn't want to touch him right now.
I am not sure. Satan, of course, is the god of hell. Not the god of hell, the ruler of hell, rather. But of course, the Lethal Esports, they literally don't have any business coming in Pochenki, right? They were coming in aiming for a few finishes here and there. But of course, the tables have turned as they found themselves losing AK as well as Scott in the process. Ona though takes down Deadshot elsewhere as Team Ballistics are on the receiving end. Team Blue Whales are going ham. Two players have been knocked down. A third one goes down as well. It's Nykash who is still standing. The last two remaining survivors is Team Blue Whales. They're just going on bonkers.
Absolutely, and I really love the way the confidence is going to be coming in. Look at the jump shot coming in from the side of Ona, and that is the kind of mindset you need to have. And finally, Coffin sees this last final player. He knows his exact location. They're going to be pushing in as quickly as possible, as it's going to be Blue Whale landing the final bullet into their skull and getting that 8th finish for themselves. But they're been in a little bit of a skirmish right now with the side of the intelligent, the geniuses from the top, trying to take them down. But TB versus the side of Imprint. This love story has kicked off towards the side of Pochinki.
It certainly is, right? Nades kicking off. Killing though, still looking for that knock. But of course, Snook is gonna go down. His finish has been confirmed as Killin falls down as well. But reinforcements come in. This backup is extremely important. But from elsewhere, from the backline, Suvo providing so much cover fire was quintessential. As Imprint, they find a breather for themselves. But for how long? At what cost? Suvo, he has lost his partner. Still going in to resurrect him, but Faz has got a couple of players up and running elsewhere. Tenzai actually pushed up. This match is actually going bonkers as all of these teams are going ham against each other. This is insane stuff. Tenzai take the first layer down, where the rest of them are still up on their knees. The Molotov is just going to turn the floor into lava. Just waiting so that Blue Whale can survive and stabilize so that they can participate in this fight healthy.
Oh, nice!
But again, another explosion. Poor guys. How long can they hold on, Arka, as Bengali starts to push in?
Eventually Bengali is going to be the person getting taken down as Storm is still alive. He's still on his feet. He's going to fall back and try to fight from another angle. It's important for the side of Tenzai to understand that right now they've been a patty in the sandwich and comes from behind is CL, Scar. And Scars are known for putting a scar into the hearts of the enemy. At this point of time, Kuro will be the last man standing. This squad just became a blessing in disguise for the side of the Whale as they're going to clear out the side of Tenzai. I just hope that Tenzai had actually rushed in, forgetting about the side of, Scar. But at this point of time, Stellistis have an opportunity to actually strike. They got 3 finishes. They know the exact location, where the Blue Whales are at this point of time. They put up a grenade, not finding anybody over there. But a rotation from the side of Austin can give that opening.
They certainly can, right? Austin going in for the huge flank. Inspire also coming in to kind of provide him some sort of cover fire. Team Blue Whale, they've been cornered. Of course, not a position where the largest mammal finds himself in regularly. Support comes in. Beautiful 1-2 from Celestials as they wipe the floor. This team coming in with cosmic powers of their own as they wipe the floor with another team that is going to be the Blue Whales. As action does not stop, we move over to walkouts versus Team Destiny. Mr. Spray Abrar as well as UOP. All four of these guys, they're still up and running as they're waiting for the first move. Smoke's blocked off to give away some sort of lines of sight against the side of Team Destiny. Just waiting for them to make the first mistake.
Oh, look at the map. Look at the map. There's another fight happening with the GOG and ACBC somewhere near the bridges, and I really want to see who's going to be dominating that fight, or they're just going to hold on to their nerves and wait for something else to happen as Brawlers have gone to the southern side. GOG have already pushed in. They've also paid the price for, almost getting pushed on as well. Two players get taken down as Nick OP clutches that out, getting 2 finishes for himself. Look at the kind of HP he's holding at this point of time, even though Molly's been tossed in towards him, and GOG MJ on the other side does realize that, Capron's location is going to be right in front of him. He's in the crosses of Nick at this point of time. Yeah, there it is. Bullets to his butt cheeks, but eventually to the feet is going to be laying a few more, and he's going to be coming down on his knees, and a confirmation probably coming in from the side of leader OP himself. Bullet is just acting as one of those supports for the squad now. Bunches is going to be late. ACBC is going to be so pissed off by this that they're going to be expecting Rain to do wonders, but ultimately Nick OP does see that it's going to be Rain also somewhere far away. Wants to tag him off, wants to take him off as well. Oh my goodness! That's a 1v3, and look at the aggression on the face of Nick OP. He's going to be happy at the end of the day. He was like, my goodness, I'm not going to let you go, my friend.
The buggy tumbles. Celestials though, look at all these players. They're just going aggressive. Parks in the buggy to move in with their vehicles as 4 horsemen. They gallop towards Team Currency and make their presence felt as the first player goes down. It's an absolute barrage in this map of Erangel as most of these players, they're all looking for blood. Reinforcement comes in as a grenade, some sort of retaliation to give them some sort of time to maybe restabilize and refocus back into this game, but they're not finding any sort of breathing room. From elsewhere though, one player from Celestial actually gets taken down. Tufan goes in for a hard flank, but of course opening himself up for third parties. I'm not really sure if there is other teams who are waiting to clean up the opportunity, but Tufan of course finds the first track. Rush God has been taken down. Inspire is down as well as Dollar and the rest of Team Currency, they push in. Lethal Esports elsewhere have been pushed out, and it's Celestial who also bid his goodbye in the final map of Erangel. This is nuts. Just give me a breather, guys. I can't even breathe.
I mean, Team Currency cashing in at the right time. Look at the number of squads getting taken down. It's going to be Blue Whale and Celestials, the only 2 squads to attain 9 and 7 finish for themselves. Now, Brawlers are coming into picture against the side of Team GOG. Now, wise decision coming in from the side of GOG is just escape from the situation. No, Rawat is not going to let that happen. He's already started to tag them out. Rawat is going to fall back. He's already given the location. He's already told that I've done a little bit of a damage. Brawlers, try to push in and prove ourselves over here. We need this 4 early finishes and then to move on, because ultimately they can read the finish feed which is going to be coming up and saying that there are a lot of fights happening in the lobby, and it's time for us to capitalize all against that.
You certainly can see the number of players alive, like 28 players alive in this. In the second circle is atrocious, right? This is outrageous. You don't expect this to... I mean, in what world would you expect this to happen? But again, we have seen this happen in round 3 in the final games, right? Where most of the teams just try to explore themselves, right? Just try to express. Oh my God, I'm at a loss of words right now, especially...
Obviously, with such kind of action, even I'll go loss of words, my friend.
Currency to all the action that's happening. But again, right, you've got to calm yourself down, because Brawlers for them, it's a big game. It's not a throwaway game for them. One big game. They still might get something out of this tournament. But so far, you can see the pressure on the eyes of these players, right? They are not committing to these fights just like everyone else were. For them, it's important. They need to get those finishes and get that big chicken so that they can even stand a chance. But of course, GOG, they are going to retreat. Yeah,
I think, that with them 15 finishes and 1 chicken dinner is 30 points, right?
Yeah.
So if they've already raked up around another 20 by now, so they can easily make it into the next round if they get a 15 finished chicken dinner over here. So I'm expecting Brawlers to do it because they're capable of doing it. All of them in this very room, there is a lot of coordination amongst them as well. And I know that walkouts on the other side also will be looking forward for some kind of a good finish in this game as well.
Walkouts, of course, right? For them, it's an important game. considering the fact that they've sort of made their way towards round 4, and we will be looking them and competing in round 4 as well against the invited teams. It's not just about exploring new strategies, it's also about keeping the rhythm, right? You just can't throw away games because that hurts your morale down. It kind of raises doubts whether are you capable of performing. On the contrary, if you have got a string of good performances coming in, if you've got a string of, let's say, good results coming in your way, and Erangel being the most played map on the server, I feel like if they can get some good stuff and good numbers running in for them, it's really, really good. But of course, this moment, it's hilarious. It's for the clippers, it's for the clips and the highlights. Because if there's any of the highlight channels who are watching this, just go and do it. Because this was a funny incident. Surely was. The buggy just goes flying, and that is sort of where you're most vulnerable, right? Most of the opposition just try and spray you down. But of course, coming back to the third circle, you've not really got a lot of population left. It's like Thanos just snapped.
I just hope this Thanos is again gonna snap in favor
Wow.
of, you know, few of the players as well. It's gonna be brawlers. It looks like the teammates are like, let's rotate around, and they had to just change the course of the vehicle, and they're like, it's gonna be hard for me. Can you just give me a push? And a
They're
push
playing
comes
striking cars.
Yeah,
Have you
yeah,
ever
striking.
played?
Yeah, I have played that game. And for an adrenaline, it's really good.
I like driving, you know, especially on the steering
Oh,
wheel,
no.
especially when you drive into your friend's vehicle. Whenever we go to this park in Kolkata, we always play striking cars and just ram into each other. But of course, here it's walkouts who are actually ramming against brawlers, and brawlers certainly aren't enjoying the heat by any means.
They want to survive, and that's their priority at this point of time. And it looks like, you know, walkouts are not going to let that happen, as the center of the circle is being the priority for most of these teams. Endless have also come almost close to the side. Oh, this is the first time we're going to be seeing a fight happening towards the towards this side of the map. It's a little towards the northeastern side of Milta, but a lot of logs are put in over here. This is a storage area. This is the deforestation area where we can expect the fight to take place in several folds, as every single time you take down a player, there's an opportunity for him to get revived.
It certainly is, right? And brawlers, they're certainly not healthy at this point. Some sort of retaliation comes in, but on our screens right now, you can see Team TF5 just barely surviving. Two players, Sharon as well as Karthik Lopi, both of them have been taken down, and their finishes will be easily confirmed as the rest of the crew just goes back to safety, tries to survive as long as they possibly can, playing for those placement points. Of course, Team Destiny would get some fruits of their benefit so far, but brawlers still a three-man side, still potentially very strong. Their general still surviving, Sangwan. I'm expecting him to heal himself up pretty soon and get back into fighting mojo. But I think like at this point, you know, brawlers, their morale has been broken down. They've been beaten down for quite a while, and it's very, very difficult, especially for an experienced team, especially for a team that has performed and literally won everything in the past in other titles. It's very difficult for them to kind of, you know, recover and still have that hunger to win. I'm not obviously questioning their ability to perform. It's just that when you take such a beating from underdogs, it's very hard to digest.
Somewhere I feel that brawlers are gonna, you know, make a comeback even from this moment of the game, because it's a very crucial game for them, you know, and we can look at their faces. There's not much of a pressure built in by them, and GOGs on the other side can actually enjoy this game. They're just going to live to the fullest, just try to get that placement points, if possible a chicken dinner as well, because they have done all the hard work possibly. And brawlers at this point of time, as I speak about them, the reason why I feel they can come back is they have been in the situation. That is what experience gives you, right? When you know that there's a situation in which you have to play, it's going to be easy for you, because obviously you played that situation before. You know it's the underdogs in front of you, whom you cannot underestimate, and ultimately they're going to capitalize on it, and somewhere I strongly feel they will.
Probably. And even I hope so as well, to be honest. But of course, we have the map feed for us to kind of get some information for all of you guys watching from home. It's very empty inside the circle, if you already didn't know. Only 25 players surviving inside the fourth circle. It's deserted. There's literally nobody. Two teams at the edges, of course, Team Bravery as well as Team GOG, who are still playing it very cautiously. You have Team Endless as well as Team Walkouts, like right around the logs region, just at the periphery, not in fighting distance by any chance. You've got Brawlers as well in the same vicinity. So three teams at the center, I must say. You've got Team Currency coming in from the northern side, and another team, that is Team Destiny, coming in from the right hand side of the map itself. Here you go. Here you go. Thank you, production, for showing us what exactly is happening. So the circle shifts towards a logs area, which is very, very difficult to fight, right? It's sort of very out in the open. You've got the small, what I would say, taking down trees. You've got the wooden logs as well. You can find some cover, but essentially it's very open, right? And coming towards those logs is also going to be a very huge task for most of these players. Not really when there's no other teams inside the circle, but in a normal Erangel circle or in a normal Erangel game, things would have been very much different.
Absolutely. Now let's see what walkouts are capable of over here. I think they have a kind of a clue that there's a team which is trying to approach from this corner, because obviously the sound of that buggy would have traveled into the ears of the side of walkouts, as Destiny is still trying to claw their way, trying to make a name for themselves, trying to make sure that they have enough number of points to make it into the next round. And somewhere I feel that, you know, they just need to rely on placement points first rather than trying to taunt out, because they've got decent 5 finishes for themselves, right? They have man disadvantage, so just hold back to whatever is possible. Team, you know, TBs on the other side, the bravery. Somewhere I feel that they have also done the job, and they also need to coop up an average of, you know, 5 finishes and then another 5 points on the placement points. But look at this. Walkouts look out in the right direction, and they're going to be rewarded with a knock. Now let's see whether that can be converted, as GOG is going to be pushing it towards the side of Brawlers, as Iconic is down on his knees, and I really want to see, oh, very good grenade being tossed in. Will this be a survival mode for the side of Bullet? No. Bullet is going to say goodbye, as Sangwon is going to be cooking up some really, really good grenades against the side of Team GOG, giving an opportunity for the side of Iconic to actually come back to covers so that he may get revived. But ultimately, GOG, you know, they know that they raked up a finish over here, right? So they're just moving away. They've already done the damage. But at this point of time, Sangwa showing off all his experience, showing off all the capabilities which he holds. In case he puts this man down, it's going to be very, very hard for the side of GOG to survive.
It probably will be. You've got NickOP who is still lobbing in those grenades, and Sangwon just bearing the brunt of it, and here comes. This is exactly what they subscribed for, right? You've got Endless in the background as well, so Team GOG, for them, this might be a devastating move, because a 4-man cavalry is coming towards you. NickOP out in the open. Ashok getting a clear line of sight. Of course, the smoke is not going to help him survive. It just gives away his direction. The general direction out in the open, no real covers to play around, as Endless are still looking to convert their finishes to their name. Leader OP has been knocked out. Nick OP out in the open for GOG. It literally meant the end of the story. In spite of dominating that fight against Brawlers, that split decision where they had to go in for a flank didn't really turn out well, Arka.
Absolutely. Now that's the end of GOG, as Brawlers are going to be eating the final name in the coffin, and they're going to be very happy that they've got 6 finishes in their name. Now all they have to do is concentrate on allowing the last player, Dark, to do wonders over here, as Endless kind of has a clue that, you know, there might be players over here, so then we're looking at this direction as much as possible. There is a zone being favoring towards the side of Brawlers as well, so I know walkouts have man advantage at this point of time, and so does the side of Team Endless. All this walkouts, all the Brawlers have to do is make sure that they both fight out with one another, but a beautiful grenade comes in from the side of Team TDE, and eventually it's going to be TF5 Reaper God, who's going to be burning down and showing that he's not just a god, he's just a mortal.
He certainly is, right? The Grim Reaper has been called upon, but right against Reaper God over there. Didn't really like the term God associated with Reaper, I must say, but Destiny are still looking forward to assassinate the final player of the TF5, and there he goes, Cobra inside the smoke, but not gonna last for long, as we only have 5 teams and 15 players left in it. Lava Jod is going on a rampage as TF5 again have been taken down. It's all a bloodbath inside this final circle of Erangel, ladies and gentlemen, as Dark is still holding on for his dear life. As elsewhere, the rest of the team, they're here for a party, they're here for a game, and they are just enjoying themselves on this map.
I mean, walkouts. I mean, every time they got betrayed, it was frustration all raking up, and eventually now they're showing out all those frustrations, and they badly need this winner chicken dinner for themselves. A grenade has also been tossed, some fires are also being dealt. Now, this time it's going to be a grenade going in towards the opposites of the side of Team TB. It's going to be Goku, might get exploded. Yes, he does fall prey for the grenade off the side of Yua OP. A confirmation grenade is also going to be coming in. Now, let's see whether walkouts will have that capability of finishing things off and getting this valuable winner chicken dinner for themselves.
Nate comes in and Yuva just gets inside the compound in time. You saw the panic in his face, but of course, FaZe though still trying to retaliate against Walkouts. I'm not really sure if he's capable of doing it because a two-man side against the entirety of Walkouts is a very difficult job for this. Killin as well as FaZe, two very key players for Bravery. They've got 8 finishes already to their name. They are inside the top 5, are still looking in for that podium finish. But their hopes will be squandered as Killin is also going to bite the dust. Only 1 player survives and 12 players in total inside the circle. It's not going to be easy, especially when Walkouts have already established the dominance and they are looking for that big chicken.
I mean, I know that the last player is going to be walking into the crosshairs of Mr. Spray any moment now, but Mr. Spray also realizes that he needs to prioritize zone and have that man advantage, because ultimately the zone is going to start eating up the side of Fires, but there's some shots coming in from the side of the other team, and that's going to be the side of Team EL Endless. They also want to take a piece of chunk from the spy, and let's see whether they'll be able to do so.
They might just be able to do so. Walkouts, traversing between compounds, very cautious of not giving away a single frag to the opposition as the eliminations are happening left and right.
Brawlers.
The last player from Ballers. Dark, of course, did find a knock for himself, but that's about it, as there are too many players from Team Endless to deal with. A 4-man squad, of course, surviving with their full brunt, with their brute force. It's a 1v4, 2v4 situation, ladies and gentlemen, as 11 players are inside this final circle. Of course, it is completely dominated by Walkouts, who are inside a single compound. For Endless, though, they are the only other 4-man team, but they've got to make a move right now, and they start doing it, traversing by their vehicles as shots are starting to come in. Endless Rojo gets taken down as Destiny would also love to chime in. The bite of what Team Walkouts chew as they stole away the frag.
I mean, I really love the way Team Destiny is playing out over here, because they know that this is the time for us to backstab and try to take away as much as possible. But at the same time, Team TB has one last lurking snake going around here and there. Ashok, no, the grenade. I thought, it would have been a done story for them. I was preparing my sentence for it, but ultimately a good finish off coming in from the other side. Walkouts know that there is one player of TB to their right side, and they're not going to be pushing towards him. Ultimately, they do, and now with 2 of their directions completely cleared off, they're going to be pushing in towards the side of Endless and Destiny. And I have to say this, that Destiny is taking the best of what they can. They can still revive, come back and take down the side of Endless and go for the second spot.
They certainly can, right? But it's not going to be easy, especially when Circle is on them. Claw is going in for the heal battle, not going to survive for long, as the Circle as well as the play zone just choose a little bit of too much of HP to work with, and instantly gets wiped off. Walkouts are in contention. They are ruling at this point. 8 finishes to their name, 4 men surviving. They know exactly where Endless are. Then they have cornered them from all directions. It's all about figuring out their numbers game, trying to overwhelm them with it itself, Arca.
I mean, Gajini has to think twice before he goes to commit to this fight. He has to stick with Novo and try to do something different, because Walkouts have been in this situation before, and at this point of time, it looks like, they know exactly what they're doing. In the previous time, it was a little hard for them because they did not have the territory to their favor. But now, since they know this topography really well, I strongly feel that, they might take this domination to another level.
Absolutely, as Walkouts is still looking for those final few frags to work with. One inside the Wizard Tower, one right behind the logs as Abrar just makes a run for it. They're so confident in their strides as the final player is all up and running. They engage in with full brunt, but he still survives. Still tries to make something happen for his team as he finishes off 1 player, but has nothing to heal himself up. 10 bandages aren't really enough when 3 horsemen are coming in. A nade. Was that a nade?
Oh, there's a nade comes in with a laugh coming in from the player. It's going to be probably Yuva who's trying to do those emojis, and he's like, I'm going to be having the final laugh of this game because we have been betrayed several times. And ultimately a grenade into his face is going to give an opportunity for them to have the final laugh, as the winner chicken dinner is going to be going all the way into the doorsteps of Walkouts, and with 10 finishes, they're going to be on the top of the table for sure.
This certainly might just be right. My math is incorrect, but my game just tells me that Walkout had a phenomenal one themselves. Team Destiny, though, they had 8 finishes. Getting towards a 3rd position was a big, big jump, and I'm pretty sure with that they might also be marking their presence. Are they going to make the cut? That is definitely a question which I cannot answer because the point standings are going to be up on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. You're going to figure out everything for yourselves. This is not the overall standings, mind you, it's just Erangel. Overall standings and results will be updated on the Instagram handle itself of BGMI, but Walkouts 25 points and what a finish.
Team Destiny right behind them with 18, Team Endless with 17, Bravery with 16, Blue Whales with 10, Brawlers with 8 and Celestials with 8. This is the kind of table I was wanting to see from the get-go itself, you know, from the first map itself. But I think it's better late than never.
It certainly is, right? It's better late than never. You've got GOG in the mix as well with 7 points. Celestial Scar, 8. Brawlers getting those 8 points. I'm not really sure, Arca. Have they even crossed the double-digit mark a single time today? It's probably the worst day. I'm pretty sure about it. But nonetheless, we move on to the second page. And things don't really look any bright here either, right? Team Currency, another team that we were really looking forward to. They had their moments in the game throughout the day itself. We've got ACBC as well. I'm pretty sure the other ones have made it completely. They're pretty safe. Imprint, I'm not sure. Team Kerala, Ballistics. It's all over the place, and I'm pretty sure the guys over at production who are trying to decode the math behind who qualifies and who not, they're going to have such a hard time. But of course, we are going to transition to the iQOO MVP of the game itself. It's going to be Lava Jord from Team Destiny.
I mean, well deserved, I would say, because he was actually doing everything possible. He was trying to survive as long as possible with 21 minutes and 27 seconds. I mean, that is an average for most of these teams, and he has done the job, right? With 920 damage alone, with an average of 150 yet again. I feel that, you know, this contribution from him can actually give a little bit of a hope that Destiny can make it into the next round.
Might just be, right? Might just be. I'm not going to be the one who kind of spills the beans for most of these teams right now because I have no clue, right? Especially how complex the math is going to be. Of course, the top 5 players, there is no complexity here. You've got Lava Jot right at the top. You've got Abrar from Walkouts. Had to be, right? It had to be him with 950 points of damage, 3 finishes to work with, 4 finishes for Nick OP. It's very, very high all across the board with, I believe, Owner OP having the highest of all of them. Great conversion rate over there as well with 673 points of damage. Even Team Blue Whale for that matter had a lot of finishes to work with right early into the game itself, but they were the ones who were dominating those fights but instantly get disintegrated as other teams push them. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to move towards the match summary and no surprises there, right? There are little to no healings, basically almost 4,000, and you know why. It's because the map just did not really last long. 101 grenades used and 9 grenade finishes, Arca.
I mean, I have to say this, that, you know, with the longest distance lesser than 250, that shows that, you know, it was all about close range battles. The least healing you can expect in the map of Erangel because of the kind of aggression showed by everybody else. But good to see at least we have 9 finishes for ourselves. Now we are going to be looking at the FT graph to find out more as to what has happened. As we can see, there are only few teams who could capitalize and get something for themselves. It's going to be like, you know, Walkouts with 2,211 getting a total of 10 finishes. Then we have the unstoppable team on the top in the previous round, at least making it a little over here with 1,334. Team TB getting 8 finishes for themselves. But apart from them, everybody else who were aggressive have shared something for themselves.
Exactly right. ACBC right at the top in terms of the overall squad spotlight, ladies and gentlemen. 39 finishes and a pitch perfect 8,500 damage points.
Yeah, but one important thing, right? ACBC did not score even a single point in the final map, but still they are on the top of the table.
They certainly are, right? This is what consistency does to you. But of course, we are going to transition to the squad face-off. And let's figure out who are the two teams are we pitching up next to each other. It's going to be GOG versus Team Currency. Of course, this is the overall squad face-off. So you get to see 35 finishes all across the board. The striking similarity between these two teams, but of course, there's difference. And that is the last statistic. 21, almost 22 odd minutes of average survival time up against 17.5 minutes of survival time. That means some valuable placement points for GOG, which I'm not sure if Team Currency are going to be getting for themselves.
I mean, Currencies actually cashed in at the right time. That is all I would want to say, because they played perfectly when it was required.
Yeah.
The first game they did all the hard work, then after that we were like, let's concentrate on the average. And that is what they tend to do. And eventually, I think they did an amazing job regarding that.
They certainly did an amazing job. Of course, with that, ladies and gentlemen, all the games of round 3 are done and dusted. And of course, at the end of it all, we are going to find our contenders for round 4, where these underdogs are going to progress and fight against the best of the best. 32 invited teams are going to be coming in. But of course, you know why this has been made possible. It has been made possible only because our friends over at Loco have sponsored this event as well, right? Download Loco for yourself, because it is India's biggest and largest esports gaming platform. Your idols, your BGMI idols, are streaming their perspectives on that platform, so you might as well try your hand in streaming. But of course, iQOO, never really to forget about them. This device is also the reason why we are enjoying our games of BGMI behind this stage. Our boys over at iQOO have something to say to you guys.
Show me you got soul. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. So good, so fresh.
Of course, thanking everybody who has made iQOO BMOC a success so far. Thanking to all of you guys who are watching this event back at home and supporting us. My name was Salty. You can actually follow me on Instagram as well. It might just pop off in some time during the entire live stream. My friend is Arka. He's at @caster.arka as well. But of course, having said that, this has been an amazing journey so far. Underdogs coming so far, yet so close for a lot of these teams out there who just got eliminated. But this is what the fate of competition is, it right? I mean, the better teams progress further. The ones, few of them actually don't make the cut.
Yeah, this is what I said, right? Your experience gives you everything else. Like, you don't have anything in this world. You don't have to buy anything in this world. And even if you want to buy, you can't buy experience, right? So you have been experienced. So the next time you come, you're going to be coming out as hard as possible. Make sure that you leave a mark. And most of you have already left a mark, you know, and you're on the radar. So next time you go for a tournament, you're going to be recognized. Remember this. But next round is going to be round number 4, which is going to be starting anytime soon, in a few days gap, right? The specific dates are going to be on the socials as well. But remember this, with the invited teams coming in and with these underdogs who have fought their way into the next round, you're going to be so happy that they made it so far, and the fight itself is going to be so intense.
It certainly is going to be intense. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, for those who are still waiting in for the results, just wait a little longer, because the entirety of the teams who qualify, as well as the teams who are getting invited, it will be updated on the socials of Battlegrounds Mobile India official Instagram handle. My name is Salty. With me was Arka. We are going to take your leave for the night, because it's literally time we get some sleep. But of course, we'll see you next week, round 4. Bye-bye.
And also, happy Mother's Day.